Betrayed by everyone, Harry Potter abandoned Britain and built a new wizarding nation. Chapter 1, Betrayal and Exodus. The pain hit Harry like a physical blow, doubling him over as he clutched the edge of the ornate desk in Gringotts. His vision swam, black spots dancing before his eyes as decades of compulsions, loyalty potions, and magical bindings dissolved under the goblin ritual's purging effects. "Breathe, Mr. Potter," Ragnarok advised, his gravelly voice cutting through the fog of agony. "Your magic is recalibrating." The violations were extensive. Harry gasped for air, feeling something fundamental shifting inside him. Magic crackled across his skin in visible arcs of emerald light. "How long?" he managed to rasp. "The earliest compulsions date back to your first year at Hogwarts," the goblin replied, consulting the parchment unrolling before him, its length now reaching the floor. "Love potions began in your 6th year. Loyalty bindings renewed every summer when you returned to Hogwarts." Fury replaced pain as Harry's magic stabilized, the bank's crystal chandeliers dimming and brightening in response to his emotional state. "Who?" he demanded, though deep down, he already knew. "The magical signatures are clear. Albus Dumbledore performed the initial bindings. Potions were administered consistently by Molly Weasley, with occasional supplements from Ronald and Ginevra Weasley." Harry's laugh was hollow. "And the money? Was I right about that too?" Ragnarok's shark-like grin held no humor. "Your suspicions were well-founded. Systematic withdrawals over 7 years. Approximately 12 million galleons diverted to Weasley, Dumbledore, and Ministry accounts. The betrayal cut deeper than any curse." 7 years after Voldemort's defeat, Harry had finally begun questioning why his life never seemed to improve. Why his relationship with Ginny felt mechanical rather than passionate. Why he always deferred to Hermione's judgment despite his own misgivings. Why his vault seemed to deplete no matter how frugally he lived. "Can you recover any of it?" Harry asked, straightening up as the pain subsided, replaced by cold clarity. "Already done," Ragnarok replied with vicious satisfaction. "The moment you requested the inheritance test, our cursebreakers triggered the audit protocols. Full recovery with interest, plus penalties as stipulated under Section 7 of the Magical Banking Accords. The notifications are being delivered as we speak." Harry imagined the chaos erupting at the Burrow right now. The Ministry offices. Hermione's pristine desk at the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. "The Black family properties," Harry said, changing direction. "Particularly the unplottable ones overseas. I need complete records immediately." Ragnarok raised a bushy eyebrow. "Planning a vacation, Mr. Potter?" "Planning an exodus," Harry corrected, green eyes flashing with newfound determination. "How quickly can you set up untraceable international portkeys?" "For you. 1 hour." Harry nodded curtly. "I'll need a secure method to contact allies without ministry interference." The goblin pulled open a drawer, removing a small wooden box containing several mirrored coins. Communication mirrors disguised as galleons. Undetectable by standard ministry methods. Simply hold and speak the recipient's name. Perfect. "And Ragnarok," Harry met the goblin's dark gaze. "I need your word that what happens next stays within these walls." The goblin placed a gnarled hand over his chest. "May my gold turn to lead if I betray your confidence." Harry nodded, pocketing the communication mirrors. "Then I have some urgent calls to make before they realize what's happening." Harry operated directly into Hermione's office at the Ministry, bypassing the security wards with ease, his newly unbound magic making short work of barriers that would have stopped him cold a day earlier. Hermione jumped, spilling ink across the legislation draft she'd been annotating. "Harry! You can't just, wait, how did you even get in here?" "Funny thing about magical bindings," Harry replied conversationally, casting locking and privacy spells with casual flicks of his wand. "Once they're gone, you discover all sorts of interesting abilities." Hermione's expression shifted from startled to calculating in an instant. "What are you talking about?" "Don't," Harry cut her off. Just don't, Hermione. I've just come from Gringotts. Full inheritance test, magical purging, the works. He tossed a copy of the results onto her desk. Care to explain why your vault received 20,000 galleons from my accounts last year? Or why your magical signature appears alongside the monitoring spells on my home? Color drained from her face as she scanned the document. Harry, you don't understand, actually, for the first time in my life, I think I do, Harry interrupted. Tell me, was any of it real? Our friendship? All those years? Hermione's composure cracked momentarily before political training reasserted itself. Of course it was real. But you have to understand, after Voldemort, things got complicated. Your power levels were concerning the department, so monitoring me, stealing from me, that was for my own good? Harry asked incredulously. And what about the Weasleys? The love potions? Was that ministry sanctioned too? Hermione's silence was damning. Merlin, Harry breathed. You knew. You knew they were dosing me. The stability of magical Britain was at stake, she justified, her voice hardening. You were unstable, Harry. Unpredictable. We needed to ensure you remained manageable. Manageable, Harry repeated flatly. Like a weapon. Or a tool. Like a potential threat, Hermione corrected, standing now, her politician's mask firmly in place. What exactly do you plan to do with this information, Harry? The system is bigger than both of us. Harry smiled without humor. Always the pragmatist. Don't worry, I'm not planning some dramatic revenge scheme. I'm simply leaving. Leaving? Hermione looked genuinely surprised. You can't just leave Wizarding Britain, Harry. Your magical signature is registered. Your properties are monitored. The international portkey restrictions, all apply to the average wizard, Harry finished for her. But I've never been average, have I? That's what scared you all so much. A flash of the old Hermione, the brilliant girl who'd once been his friend, showed through as understanding dawned. The Goblin Nation isn't bound by ministry restrictions. You've already made arrangements. Always the quickest witch of your age, Harry acknowledged. This is goodbye, Hermione. I'd say I'll miss you, but honestly, I'm not sure I ever actually knew you. Hermione's expression hardened. If you leave like this, you'll be classified as a rogue wizard. Your assets will be frozen. You'll be hunted. My assets are already beyond your reach, Harry countered. As for hunting me. His magic pulsed, visible in the air around him, making the office lights flicker. I wouldn't recommend it. Her hand inched toward the emergency alarm button beneath her desk. Don't, Harry advised softly. I've disabled it, along with the surveillance charms. By the time they realize something's wrong, I'll be long gone. This is a mistake, Harry, Hermione said, calculation visible behind her eyes. Where will you go? What will you do? You're throwing away everything we built after the war. What you built, Harry corrected. On foundations of lies. He moved toward the door, then paused. One last question. Did Ron know about the potions? The slight hesitation told him everything. Right. Harry nodded, a strange calm settling over him. Goodbye, Hermione. I genuinely hope running the magical world is worth what you sacrificed to get there. He disapparated directly through her wards, leaving only a crack of displaced air and the lingering scent of ozone behind. Neville Longbottom was elbow-deep in dragon manure when the enchanted galleon in his pocket began to heat up. Wiping his hands on his already filthy robes, he extracted the coin, surprised to see it glowing. Harry Potter, the coin whispered in Harry's voice when he touched it. Neville glanced around the empty greenhouse, then replied, I'm here, Harry. What's wrong? Harry's voice came through clearly, as if he were standing right beside him. Everything. I need to know if I can trust you, Nev. The real question is, have you ever slipped me any potions, placed monitoring charms on me, or taken money from my vaults? Neville's eyebrows shot up. What? No. Harry, what the hell is going on? A sigh of relief came through the connection. Pack whatever you can't live without. Meet me at the Hog's Head in 30 minutes. Come alone. Tell no one. Harry, you're scaring me, mate. Good. You should be scared. I'm leaving Britain today, and I'm offering you the chance to come with me. Things are about to get very ugly. The connection cut off, leaving Neville staring at the ordinary-looking galleon. Without hesitation, he stripped off his work gloves and headed for his quarters. Whatever was happening, Harry Potter had never led him wrong before. Luna Lovegood was examining a curious purple moss that sang in perfect pitch when disturbed when her galleon activated. The Nargles told me you'd call today, she said dreamily when Harry's voice came through. They've been particularly agitated around the Ministry lately. Luna, Harry's voice was a mixture of relief and fondness. I need to know if I can trust you. You already know you can, Harry Potter. Just as you know who else you can trust. The answers were always in your heart, beneath the potions and bindings. A startled pause. How did you? The Raxperts around you have been artificially introduced for years, Luna explained matter-of-factly. I tried to tell you, but the words wouldn't come out right. The compulsions, you see. Luna. I'm leaving Britain. Today. Would you come with me? Of course, she replied without hesitation. I've had a go-bag packed since the Battle of Hogwarts. One never knows when an adventure might present itself. Hog's Head. 30 minutes. Tell no one. I'll bring the moss, Luna decided. It keeps away the listening flies the Ministry uses. The Hog's Head was nearly empty when Harry arrived, his features concealed beneath a heavily warded cloak. Aberforth merely nodded when he requested the private back room, no questions asked. Neville arrived first, a single enchanted rucksack slung over his shoulder. Harry, what in Merlin's name is going on? Harry cast additional privacy wards before lowering his hood. They've been controlling me, Nevada. All of them. Dumbledore, the Weasleys, the Ministry. Potions, compulsions, bindings on my magic. Neville's face darkened with each word. That's illegal. That's blood crime territory. It gets worse. They've been stealing from me for years. Millions of galleons. Who's they, exactly? Neville asked, his normally gentle demeanor hardening. Dumbledore started it. Molly continued it. Ron, Ginny, they were in on it too. Love potions. Harry's voice cracked slightly. Hermione knew. Helped monitor me for the Ministry. They considered me a threat. Fucking hell, Neville breathed, uncharacteristically profane. What about everyone else? George? Bill? Arthur? I don't know yet, Harry admitted. I'm still figuring out who I can trust. The door opened and Luna glided in, a small traveling case floating behind her, adorned with radish decorations and what appeared to be butterbeer cork wards. The singing moss indicates we're not being monitored, she announced, setting a vibrant purple plant on the table. Though we should move quickly. The headless Horcrux are gathering. Harry had long since learned that Luna's seemingly nonsensical statements often contained crucial warnings. Translation. Aurors, Luna clarified. They'll be searching for you within the hour. Hermione's activated the emergency protocols. Neville's expression darkened further. She wouldn't. She already has, Harry confirmed grimly. I visited her directly after Gringotts. She admitted everything, then threatened me with rogue wizard status if I tried to leave. The door creaked open again, revealing a hooded figure. All three had wands trained on the newcomer instantly. Peace, came a French-accented female voice as Fleur Delacour lowered her hood, long silver blonde hair spilling out. I come as a friend, Harry. Fleur. Harry didn't lower his wand. How did you find us? I was at ZE Bank when you underwent ZE purging, she explained. Ze goblins respect me as a cursebreaker. When I saw what they had done to you. Her beautiful face contorted with disgust. Bill knew, Harry. He knew what his mother was doing. And you didn't? Neville challenged, still suspicious. Fleur's eyes flashed dangerously. I left him ZE moment I discovered it. 3 months ago. Why do you think I returned to Gringotts Paris branch? Luna studied her with protuberant eyes. She's clean, Harry. The Nargles confirm it. Harry slowly lowered his wand. Why are you here, Fleur? Because you will need allies where you are going, she said simply. And because Britain has nothing left for me now. Harry studied her for a moment, then nodded. We leave in 10 minutes. International port key to a black family property. Unplottable island in the Mediterranean. What's the plan after that? Neville asked pragmatically. Harry's eyes gleamed with newfound determination. Freedom. And then? We build something better than what we're leaving behind. Minister for Magic Kingsley Shacklebolt looked up from his paperwork at the insistent knocking. Enter. Hermione Granger burst in, looking uncharacteristically disheveled. We have a situation. Harry Potter has gone rogue. Kingsley set down his quill deliberately. Define rogue, Director Granger. He's discovered the monitoring program. The financial controls. Everything. Hermione's composure slipped momentarily. He was just in my office, Kingsley. His magic. It was unlike anything I've seen before. The bindings are completely gone. The minister's face remained impassive, but his eyes betrayed concern. The Gringotts audit? Complete, she confirmed grimly. They've already reclaimed all diverted funds with penalties. The Weasley vaults are empty. My own ministry stipend account was seized. Unfortunate, but legal, Kingsley observed. Where is Potter now? Unknown. He's disabled his tracking charms. But he's planning to leave Britain, he said as much. Kingsley steepled his fingers. On what grounds could we prevent him from leaving? National security, Hermione replied immediately. His power levels post-purging classify him as a class A magical entity. Regulation 27B requires ministry supervision for all wizards of his caliber. A regulation passed last year, specifically with him in mind, Kingsley noted dryly. Hermione didn't flinch. We did what was necessary for magical Britain's stability. And now we'll do what's necessary to contain the situation. Kingsley activated the communication rune on his desk. Security Chief Weasley to my office immediately. Minutes later, Ron Weasley entered, aura robes crisply pressed despite the emergency summons. Minister. Hermione. Potter knows everything, Kingsley cut him off. The potions, the money, the monitoring. All of it. Ron's freckles stood out starkly against his suddenly pale face. How? Gringotts' inheritance test and purging ritual, Hermione explained tersely. He confronted me directly before disappearing. Bloody hell, Ron whispered. Mum's just sent a Patronus. Goblins showed up at the burrow. They've taken everything. Focus, Weasley, Kingsley commanded. Potter's attempting to flee Britain. I'm authorizing emergency powers under the National Magical Security Act. Full portkey lockdown. Anti-apparition wards on all his known properties. Monitor the Muggle airports and ferry terminals. Ron straightened, professionalism overriding personal concerns. And if we locate him, sir? Detain for questioning, Kingsley ordered. Non-lethal force authorized. He's to be considered unstable but valuable. And dangerous, Hermione added quietly. His magic, it's different now. Stronger. Wilder. All the more reason to find him quickly, Kingsley concluded. Before he does something we'll all regret. The Portkey deposited the four fugitives on a rocky beach, the Mediterranean stretching endlessly before them. Behind them, steep cliffs rose to a plateau covered in ancient olive trees and wild herbs, their scent heavy in the warm air. "Welcome to Black Cove," Harry announced, feeling the island's magic, recognizing him as the rightful owner, the wards humming in welcome. Unplottable, untrackable, and unknown to the Ministry of Magic. Neville turned in a slow circle, taking in their surroundings. "It's beautiful, Harry. But it's also empty." "Not for long," Harry replied with newfound confidence. According to the Gringotts records, the island is about 20 square miles. There's a small villa up on the plateau and freshwater springs throughout. The magical signature is off the charts, old magic, tied to the ley lines that cross through the Mediterranean. "Zay Island has potential," Fleur agreed, her expert eye assessing the land. "With proper warding and expansion charms." Luna was already wandering barefoot along the shoreline, seemingly communicating with the air itself. "The island is happy to have wizards again," she called back. "It's been lonely." Harry felt it too, a welcoming pulse in the magic around them, almost sentient in its response to their arrival. "So what exactly is the plan, Harry?" Neville asked, ever practical. "Hide out here until things blow over." Harry's laugh held little humor. "Things aren't going to blow over, Nevada. By now, I'm officially classified as a rogue wizard. Britain will demand my return. They'll freeze any assets they can reach. They'll pressure the ICW. Then what are we doing?" Neville pressed. Harry gazed out at the sparkling sea, feeling truly free for the first time in his life. "We're building something new. A place where magic isn't constrained by outdated traditions or corrupted ministries. A haven for those who want true magical freedom. A new magical nation," Luna stated matter-of-factly, rejoining the group with seashells adorning her hair. "That's what the whispers in the cliffs are saying. A place of refuge." "That's ambitious," Neville said carefully. "Impossible, some would say," Fleur added, though her eyes gleamed with interest. "People said the same about defeating Voldemort," Harry countered. "About surviving the killing curse. About breaking into Gringotts." He grinned suddenly, the expression transforming his face with boyish enthusiasm that had been absent for too long. "I've got the Black Fortune, which is now beyond Britain's reach. I've got the Potter investments, diversified globally over the past few years, thank Merlin for goblin financial advice. We've got knowledge, power, and nothing to lose. And friends," Luna added softly. "Don't forget friends, Harry." He nodded, suddenly serious. "I won't. Never again. Everyone here has proven their loyalty. That's worth more than all the galleons in Gringotts. So we start with just the four of us?" Neville asked. Harry pulled out a stack of enchanted parchments from his moleskin pouch. "I've sent secure messages to everyone I think might be trustworthy. People who were genuinely friends. People who have reason to want a fresh start. People with useful skills." "Who?" Fleur asked curiously. "George Weasley. I don't think he knew about what his family was doing. The betrayal might hit him hard, especially after Fred. Professor McGonagall, though I doubt she'll leave Hogwarts. Andromeda and Teddy Tonks. A few DA members. Victor Crumb." Harry hesitated. "And Draco Malfoy." "Malfoy?" Neville exclaimed. "Are you mental?" "He's changed since the war," Harry said defensively. "He's working as a potions researcher now, developing cures instead of poisons. And he's as disillusioned with magical Britain as anyone." "It's a risk," Fleur acknowledged. "But new beginnings sometimes require unlikely allies." "Exactly," Harry agreed. "And we're going to need all the help we can get. Because once word gets out about what we're doing here, Britain will try to shut us down, Neville finished grimly. Harry's expression hardened. Let them try. Within hours, the villa on the plateau had been cleared of decades of dust and magical stasis. Though small by Black family standards, it provided comfortable accommodation for the initial group with its 5 bedrooms, spacious common areas, and surprisingly well-preserved library. The preservation charms are extraordinary, Fleur commented, examining the ancient runes carved into the villa's foundation stones. Black family magic combined with something older, something native to the island. Harry nodded, feeling the magic resonating with his own. The goblins said this island was a Black family secret, but they weren't the first to claim it. There are ruins on the northern cliffs that predate Roman times. Neville entered from the overgrown gardens, soil still clinging to his hands. The growing conditions here are incredible, Harry. With the right cultivation, we could be self-sufficient in basic food supplies within months. The magical plant species alone. His eyes shone with enthusiasm. I've already identified 3 varieties thought extinct in Britain. Good, Harry approved. Food independence will be crucial if they try to blockade us. Luna drifted in, her expression uncharacteristically focused. We have visitors approaching. 2 magical signatures, arriving by broom from the east. Harry tensed, drawing his wand. Already? How did they find us so quickly? Not ministry, Luna clarified. One signature feels mischievous. The other is young and changing. Harry's eyes widened in recognition just as a familiar voice called from outside. Permission to land at the sovereign nation of Potterville? Or is it Harryopolis? Please advise on proper immigration procedures. George, Harry breathed, rushing outside to see 2 figures descending on broomsticks. George Weasley touched down with practiced ease, a magically expanded backpack slung over one shoulder. Behind him, sporting turquoise hair that shifted to black upon seeing Harry, was 8-year-old Teddy Lupin. Uncle Harry, the boy cried, launching himself from the broom before it fully landed and into Harry's arms. Harry caught him, throat tight with emotion. Teddy. How, got your message, George explained, his normally jovial face unusually serious. Ran into Andromeda at the International Portkey office in Paris. She couldn't come, something about being more useful as your contact in Europe, but she insisted Teddy would be safer with you. Smart woman, Andy. What's happening back in Britain? Harry asked, setting Teddy down but keeping an arm around his godson's shoulders. George's expression darkened. Total chaos. Gringotts lockdown. Ministry officials swarming Diagon Alley. Daily Prophet running special editions about your mental breakdown and dangerous magical instability. He snorted derisively. Meanwhile, my dear family is dealing with the sudden discovery that their vaults are empty and the goblins have filed financial crime charges. You didn't know? Harry asked carefully. About the potions? The theft? Merlin's balls, Harry, of course not. George looked genuinely wounded. Fred and I would never, he broke off, emotion choking his words. When I found out what Mum and the others did to you, I packed and left within the hour. Harry clasped his shoulder. I never thought you were involved, George. That's why I sent you the message. Well, good, George replied, recovering his composure. Because I've brought something better than loyalty, I've brought inventory. He patted his expanded backpack. Complete stock of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes products, research notes, and prototype defense items the ministry never approved for sale. Figured a rogue nation might have used for unauthorized shield hats and decoy detonators. Harry grinned despite the gravity of the situation. You're officially our Minister of Defense Innovation. Excellent. Does it come with a ridiculous hat? I feel all ministerial positions should include ridiculous hats. The light moment was interrupted by Neville's return from a perimeter check. Harry, we've got more incoming. Multiple magical signatures approaching from the north. At least a dozen. Harry's expression hardened immediately. Defensive positions. George, get Teddy inside. On it, George replied, all business despite his earlier jokes. Luna appeared at Harry's side. Not enemies, she said confidently. Seekers. People looking for sanctuary. How can you be sure? Fleur asked, wand at the ready nonetheless. The island tells me, Luna replied simply. Its magic recognizes those who need haven. True to Luna's prediction, the approaching group proved to be a ragtag collection of magical refugees, werewolves facing increased ministry restrictions, muggleborns disillusioned with post-war Britain, and even a small family of centaurs fleeing deforestation of their territory. Their leader stepped forward, a tall, dark-skinned man Harry recognized as Blaise Zabini from their Hogwarts days. Potter, Zabini greeted cautiously. Word is spreading through certain channels that you've broken from Britain. That you're establishing alternatives. How did you find us? Harry demanded, not lowering his wand despite Luna's assurances. Zabini gestured to a weather-beaten wizard in the group. Higgs here is a curse breaker specializing in unplottable locations. He didn't find your exact position, just the magical disturbance of a recently activated property in this region. We took a chance. And what exactly do you want? Asylum, Zabini stated plainly. Britain is regressing, Potter. The promised reforms after the war never materialized. Instead, new restrictions emerge weekly. Monitoring. Registration. Control. A weary-looking werewolf stepped forward. The Wolfsbane program has been temporarily suspended for budget reasons. Without it, we're classified as dangers to public safety. Subject to mandatory containment during full moons. At ministry facilities, another added bitterly. Glorified cages. Harry studied the group carefully, probing with his newly unleashed magical senses for deception. Finding none, he slowly lowered his wand. I can't promise comfort, he told them honestly. We're just getting established. Resources are limited. And Britain will come for us eventually. We're not afraid of hard work, Zabini replied. Everyone here brings skills. Valuable ones. And as for Britain coming. A cold smile crossed his handsome features. Some of us rather look forward to that confrontation. Harry exchanged glances with Neville, Fleur, and Luna, receiving nods of agreement from each. Welcome to Haven, he said finally, the name coming to him suddenly and feeling right. We have a lot of work to do. The following weeks passed in a blur of activity. The original villa expanded through magical construction, with additional housing sprouting across the plateau. Greenhouses rose under Neville's direction, already nurturing essential potions, ingredients and food crops. George established a workshop for developing defensive innovations, with Teddy as his enthusiastic assistant. Blaise Zabini proved invaluable in establishing supply lines through his international trade connections, while Fleur worked tirelessly on expanding the island's warding systems, incorporating black family protections with her own curse-breaking innovations. Luna, to everyone's surprise, revealed a gift for diplomatic communications, her unique perspective somehow perfect for drafting declarations that were simultaneously clear and difficult for magical bureaucracies to object to on technical grounds. Harry found himself naturally assuming leadership, his days filled with resolving disputes, allocating resources, and planning Haven's future. The freedom from potions and compulsions had unleashed not just his raw magical power, but also his natural decisiveness and charisma. One morning, about a month after their arrival, Harry stood at the edge of the eastern cliffs, watching the sunrise paint the Mediterranean in shades of gold and rose. Fleur joined him silently, her silver-blonde hair catching the early light. It is beautiful, no? She commented softly. More than I ever imagined, Harry admitted. I keep waiting for it all to fall apart. For Britain to find us. For everyone to start fighting among themselves. Yet it does not happen, Fleur observed. Perhaps because everyone here has chosen this place. Chosen you as their leader. Harry shook his head. I'm not a leader, Fleur. I'm just doing what needs to be done. That is precisely what makes you a leader, Harry, she countered. You do not seek power. You seek to build something worthy. Their conversation was interrupted by George's arrival, uncharacteristically serious. Harry, you need to see this. He handed over a copy of the Daily Prophet, clearly smuggled in through their supply networks. The headline made Harry's blood run cold. Potter declared enemy of magical Britain. Granger appointed special prosecutor to recover stolen national asset. Beneath was a photo of Hermione at a ministry podium, looking coldly determined as she detailed charges against Harry, including theft of magical artifacts of national importance, illegal export of restricted magical knowledge, and unauthorized establishment of a magical settlement in violation of the International Statute of Secrecy. They're claiming you stole the Elder Wand from Dumbledore's tomb, George explained, pointing to a paragraph midway through the article. And that your unique magical knowledge as the boy who lived belongs to Britain. They're claiming ownership of me, Harry realized, anger flaring. Like I'm ministry property. It gets worse, George continued grimly. International port key restrictions to this entire region. Freezing of all accounts connected to anyone known to be with you. An official censure through the ICW. They cannot touch us here, Fleur stated firmly. The wards are impenetrable without inside knowledge. It's not the wards I'm worried about, Harry said, scanning the rest of the article. It's the isolation. If they convince the ICW, then we accelerate our plans, came Blaise Zabini's voice as he joined them, Neville at his side. My contacts in the Italian ministry report interesting developments. Not everyone supports Britain's position. There are whispers that an independent magical settlement, especially one founded by Harry Potter, could be advantageous to certain international interests. Meaning? Harry prompted. Meaning it's time to formally declare Haven's existence, Zabini elaborated. Not as refugees hiding from Britain, but as a new magical nation offering unique opportunities. Tax advantages. Magical research freedom. Creature rights. Political asylum, Neville added meaningfully. There are more people wanting to leave Britain than they're admitting publicly. Harry considered the implications, then nodded decisively. Luna's been working on our founding charter. George, how quickly can your communication mirrors be modified for broader distribution? Give me 2 days, George replied immediately. Unlimited range, undetectable by standard ministry methods. Do it, Harry ordered. Fleur, we need to strengthen the arrival points. If we're about to announce ourselves to the world, we need to control who can enter. Already working on blood intent wards, she confirmed. Only those with no harmful intentions toward Haven will pass. What about me? Neville asked. What do you need from me, Harry? Harry clasped his friend's shoulder firmly. Training. Defense. If Britain decides to force the issue militarily, we need to be ready. Your experience leading the DA during that last year at Hogwarts makes you our best defensive strategist. Neville straightened, a steely resolve in his normally gentle eyes. I won't let them take this place, Harry. Not after everything we've built. Harry looked around at the determined faces surrounding him, then out at the growing settlement below, already home to nearly 100 magical refugees. People who had chosen to follow him. People who believed in the vision of a different kind of magical community. Britain thinks they can reclaim me as their weapon, Harry said quietly, determination hardening his voice. They're about to discover I was never their weapon at all. I was always their reckoning. Luna's declaration, magically broadcast across the international wizarding wireless networks, stunned magical communities worldwide. From the free magical territory of Haven, we extend greetings to all magical beings who value liberty and self-determination. Founded upon principles of magical equality, knowledge sharing, and freedom from oppressive regulation, Haven opens its shores to those seeking a new beginning. We claim no authority beyond our borders but assert absolute sovereignty within them. We seek peaceful relations with all magical nations and recognition of our independent status. To those who would threaten our existence, be warned that we stand ready to defend our home with all necessary force. The days of magical subjugation are over. The era of magical freedom has begun. The response was immediate and overwhelming. Magical communities buzzing with speculation. Ministry officials demanding investigations. And refugees, scores of them, seeking passage to the Mediterranean haven that promised freedom from increasingly restrictive magical governance. British Aurors, acting on emergency powers granted by the Wisingamat, established blockades around all known magical transit points in the Mediterranean. But for every route they closed, 3 more opened through sympathetic magical governments tired of British magical imperialism. The Italian ministry has officially condemned Britain's overreach. Blaise announced triumphantly, bursting into the command center that had been established in the expanded villa. They're granting protected transit status for anyone seeking to reach undisclosed destinations in international waters. Translation: they're helping people reach us while maintaining plausible deniability, Harry interpreted, looking up from the map where he and Neville had been planning defensive positions. Exactly, Blaise confirmed. And the French Magical Assembly is debating similar measures. Fleur's father is apparently quite persuasive in diplomatic circles. Harry nodded appreciatively. Any word from our observers at the ICW? Britain's motion to declare Haven an illegal settlement failed to achieve the necessary votes, Blaise reported with satisfaction. Too many nations have their own unsanctioned magical communities to set that precedent. And the Elder Wand claims? Neville asked. Dismissed as an internal British matter, Blaise replied. Particularly after Luna's broadcast pointed out that claims of government ownership over magical artifacts connected to individuals creates a dangerous precedent for all magical practitioners. Harry allowed himself a small smile of victory. And the refugee situation? Over 300 applications for sanctuary in the past week alone, Neville reported. We're vetting them through our contacts, but we'll need to expand housing again. The southern plateau is ready for development. Make it happen, Harry authorized. Fleur's ward expansions are complete, so we can safely accommodate the growth. What about Britain? Neville pressed. They won't stop just because the ICW wouldn't back them. No, Harry agreed grimly. They won't. In fact, a silver lynx Patronus materialized in the center of the room, speaking with Kingsley Shacklebolt's deep, measured voice, Potter. This has gone far enough. A delegation from the ministry will approach your location at noon tomorrow under flag of parley to discuss terms for your return and the dismantling of your illegal settlement. Be advised that refusal to negotiate will be considered hostile action against magical Britain. Shacklebolt, Minister for Magic. The Patronus dissolved, leaving tense silence in its wake. How did they find us? Neville demanded. They haven't, Harry replied thoughtfully. Not precisely. The message is deliberately vague. They know the general area but not our exact location. He turned to Blaise. Who would have access to our approximate coordinates? Our supply networks are secure, Blaise insisted. But, the refugees. We can't fully vet everyone's loyalty before they arrive. Informants, Neville concluded darkly. Plants among the legitimate refugees. Harry nodded slowly. We knew this would happen eventually. He straightened, decision made. Send word to Fleur. I want our strongest boundary wards activated immediately. No one in or out until after tomorrow's meeting. He turned to George, who had entered during the Patronus message. Defensive measures. Shield perimeters are operational, George confirmed. And I've got some special surprises ready if negotiations turn unfriendly. Good, Harry approved. Neville, assemble our security team. Full alert status. And the parley? Blaise asked. Will you meet them? Harry's eyes hardened with determination. Yes. On our terms, not theirs. It's time Britain understood exactly what they're dealing with. Dawn broke over Haven with tense anticipation. The settlement had transformed overnight, defensive positions established, non-combatants moved to secure locations deeper within the island, and a reception area prepared on the beach. Harry stood at the edge of the wards, flanked by Neville and Fleur, watching as British magical vessels appeared on the horizon. 3 ships, moving with unnatural speed across the calm Mediterranean waters. Quite the delegation for a simple parley, Neville observed dryly, his wand ready at his side. They never intended this to be just a discussion, Harry replied. This is a show of force. Zay wards will hold, Fleur assured him, her own wand tracing complex patterns as she monitored the boundary protections. They cannot penetrate without invitation. Harry nodded grimly. Let's not keep our guests waiting. With a gesture, he opened a narrow corridor through the wards, allowing a single path to the designated meeting point on the beach. The British vessels anchored offshore, and smaller boats detached, heading toward land. As they approached, Harry recognized the figures in the lead boat, Kingsley Shacklebolt's imposing form impossible to mistake, alongside the distinctive silhouette of Hermione Granger and, surprisingly, Arthur Weasley. Arthur, Harry murmured, surprised. I didn't expect him to show his face. Perhaps he comes to apologize, Fleur suggested, though her tone indicated she considered it unlikely. The boats reached shore, and the British delegation disembarked. Beyond the 3 Harry had identified, there were several Aurors including Ron Weasley, whose face flushed an ugly red upon seeing Harry. Minister Shacklebolt, Harry greeted coolly as the delegation approached the ward boundary. Quite the naval expedition for a diplomatic meeting. Merely security precautions, Potter, Kingsley replied smoothly. Given the uncertain nature of your settlement. Haven, Harry corrected firmly. A sovereign magical territory with over 500 citizens at last count. British citizens in illegal flight from magical authority, Hermione countered immediately, her tone clipped and official. Former British citizens, Harry corrected, who have renounced their affiliations in favor of a new magical society. One not bound by Britain's increasingly restrictive policies. This charade has gone far enough, Harry, Arthur Weasley interjected, his normally kind face strained. You've made your point. But this can't continue. Come home, let's resolve this properly. Harry's expression hardened. Home. You mean to the place where your wife poisoned me with love potions for years? Where your children helped steal millions from my vaults? Where my supposed best friends monitored me like a dangerous animal? Arthur flinched visibly. I didn't know, Harry. About the potions, about the money. You must believe me. Perhaps, Harry acknowledged, his tone softening slightly. But you're here now, representing the ministry that wants to claim ownership of me rather than acknowledge my right to freedom. No one claims ownership of you, Kingsley stated firmly. But the Elder Wand is a national security matter. And your knowledge, your unique magical status, is my own, Harry interrupted flatly. Not Britain's. Not the ministry's. Hermione stepped forward, her political mask slipping to reveal the passionate, determined which he'd once called friend. Harry, be reasonable. What you're doing here violates dozens of international magical statutes. The risks of exposure are no greater than Hogsmeade or Diagon Alley, Harry countered. Our wards are stronger, in fact. Our secrecy measures more advanced. This isn't about statutes or secrecy, Ron burst out, unable to contain himself. It's about you throwing a tantrum because you finally discovered the world doesn't revolve around the great Harry Potter. Ron! Arthur admonished sharply. But Harry merely smiled coldly. Thank you, Auror Weasley, for that illuminating perspective. Tell me, how are your family's finances after the goblin audit? Managing to get by without my vault contents? Ron lunged forward, only to be restrained by Kingsley's firm grip on his shoulder. Enough, the minister commanded. We came to negotiate, not trade accusations. Then negotiate, Harry invited, spreading his arms. "What exactly are you offering that would make me abandon everything we've built here?" "Full pardon," Kingsley stated immediately. "For you and all your followers. Restoration of your British citizenship and titles. A seat on the Waisengemot. And a comprehensive review of the regulations you find objectionable." Harry actually laughed. "You're offering me things that were already rightfully mine, plus vague promises of review. What you're not offering is any accountability for those who betrayed me. Any guarantee of actual change. Any recognition of Haven's legitimacy. Because it has no legitimacy." Hermione exclaimed in frustration. "Harry, you can't just declare a new magical nation because you're angry." "Watch me," Harry replied simply. "Haven exists. It grows stronger daily. And it will be recognized internationally, with or without Britain's approval." Kingsley's expression darkened. "Is that your final word on the matter? Unless you're prepared to offer something of actual value, like formal recognition of Haven's independent status, then yes, it is." "Then you leave us no choice," the minister declared solemnly. "The Waisengemot has authorized all necessary measures to resolve this situation and return British citizens to proper authority." Harry's eyes narrowed. "Meaning?" "Meaning that effective immediately, Haven is under magical blockade," Kingsley announced. "No transportation, communication, or trade with any recognized magical territory. Anyone attempting to breach the blockade will be subject to arrest and detention." "Declaration of war, then," Neville stated flatly. "Enforcement of law," Hermione corrected sharply. "This isn't war, Neville. This is maintaining magical order." Harry studied his former friends and mentors, seeing the unwavering conviction in their eyes. They truly believed they were right. That he was the one who had strayed from the proper path. "You have 24 hours to reconsider," Kingsley added. "After that, we will take more direct measures." "I understand completely," Harry replied calmly. Then, without warning, his magic surged visibly, green energy crackling around his form as he raised his hands. The sea behind the British delegation began to churn, waves rising unnaturally high. The Aurors raised their wands in alarm, but before they could cast, the waters parted in a display of elemental magic that left even Hermione speechless. A clear pathway appeared through the Mediterranean, extending from the shore all the way to the British vessels. "That is a fraction of what I'm now capable of," Harry stated quietly, the casual demonstration of wandless magic more intimidating than any threat. "Haven will defend itself. Consider carefully whether enforcing magical order is worth the cost in magical blood." With a flick of his fingers, he closed the ward passage, leaving the British delegation on the outside of Haven's protective boundaries. The message was clear, the meeting was over. As the British contingent retreated to their boats, visibly shaken by Harry's display of power, Neville leaned closer. "Was that wise? Showing our hands so openly?" "It was necessary," Harry replied, watching the departing delegation. "They needed to understand this isn't a game. That we aren't helpless refugees they can bully into submission. They will return," Fleur predicted grimly. "With greater numbers." "Yes," Harry agreed. "They will. And will be ready." In the days that followed, Britain's blockade tightened around the Mediterranean region, magical patrol ships intercepting vessels suspected of carrying supplies or refugees to Haven. Yet for every route they closed, 3 more opened, underwater passages guided by mere people sympathetic to Haven's creature rights stance, aerial corridors maintained by freed house elves grateful for Haven's employment opportunities, and port key networks operated through neutral territories refusing to enforce British restrictions. Haven not only survived, it thrived. The settlement expanded across the island, ancient ruins incorporated into new construction that blended traditional magical architecture with innovative designs. Zabini's international connections ensured continued trade through unofficial channels, while George's communication mirrors maintained contact with supporters worldwide. 1 month after the British ultimatum, Harry stood in the newly completed council chamber, an open-air structure atop the island's highest point, its pillars carved with runes of protection and wisdom, its circular design symbolizing the equality at the heart of Haven's governance. Around the round table sat the leaders who had emerged naturally from Haven's growing population: Neville, now officially head of defense; Fleur, mistress of wards and boundaries; Luna, ambassador to non-human communities; George, minister of innovation; Blaise Zabini, director of external affairs, and others who had proven their commitment and capability. Britain's blockade remains in place, Zabini was reporting, but its effectiveness diminishes daily. 3 more nations have officially condemned the restrictions as overreach, and unofficial trade routes multiply faster than they can track them. What of international recognition? Harry asked, leaning forward in his chair, deliberately no larger or more ornate than any other at the table. The American Magical Congress has sent unofficial observers, Zabini replied with satisfaction. As have the Japanese Magical Authority and the Brazilian Confederation. None can officially recognize us yet, but their presence speaks volumes. And the refugees? Neville inquired. Over 1,000 now, Luna answered dreamily. The island sings with their magic. It grows stronger as they connect to it. Harry had learned to trust Luna's unique perceptions of magical energies. The island did seem to respond to its inhabitants, its natural magic harmonizing with their own in ways that enhanced spellcasting and magical construction. There's something else, George interjected, his normally jovial face serious. We've intercepted communications suggesting Britain is planning something beyond the blockade. Something involving Hogwarts. Hogwarts? Harry frowned. What could they possibly? He was interrupted by a commotion outside the chamber. Guards appeared at the entrance, escorting a disheveled figure whose platinum blonde hair was unmistakable despite his haggard appearance. Malfoy, Harry acknowledged, rising to his feet. You've chosen an interesting time to accept my invitation. Draco Malfoy looked around the chamber with undisguised amazement before focusing on Harry. Not by choice, Potter. I was perfectly happy ignoring your little island revolution until the Ministry raided my laboratory and seized my research. Seems anything connected to you is now considered contraband. What research? Harry asked, instantly alert. Experimental healing potions, Draco replied bitterly. 3 years of work, confiscated as potentially dangerous knowledge that might find its way to you. Harry exchanged glances with Neville. This is new. They're targeting knowledge now, not just people or supplies. It's worse than that, Draco continued, accepting the seat and water offered to him. They're doing something at Hogwarts. Converting the room of requirement into some kind of containment facility. Granger's project, very hush-hush. Containment for what? Fleur asked sharply. Not what, who, Draco corrected. They're preparing for prisoners. Specifically, magically powerful prisoners who require special constraints. The implication hung heavy in the chamber. They're preparing for us, Neville realized aloud. For when they eventually break through our defenses. They're planning an assault, Harry concluded, pieces falling into place. The blockade was just the first phase. There's more, Draco added reluctantly. Granger's developed something new. A magical dampening field that temporarily suppresses a wizard's connection to their core. They tested it on magical creatures first, rendered a dragon practically squib-like for nearly an hour. Stunned silence greeted this revelation. That's... Fleur struggled to find words. That is abominable. To sever a magical being from their magic, even temporarily. It's worse than the Dementor's kiss in some ways, Luna observed softly. At least the kiss ends suffering. Imagine feeling your magic but being unable to reach it. Again and again. Harry's expression hardened. They're crossing lines now that even Voldemort respected. Magic itself is sacred, to tamper with the connection between witch or wizard and their core. They're desperate, Neville analyzed pragmatically. Haven represents everything they fear, magical freedom outside their control. Every day we survive makes them look weaker. So what's our move, Potter? Draco asked, studying Harry with newfound respect. Hide behind your impressive wards until they figure out how to break them? No, Harry decided, standing abruptly. We take the fight to them. All eyes turned to him in surprise. Not militarily, he clarified. But publicly. It's time the wizarding world understood exactly what the British ministry has become. What they're willing to do to maintain control. You're suggesting. George began. A global broadcast, Harry confirmed. The truth about the potions, the theft, the monitoring. And now this, magical suppression technology being developed for use against their own citizens. It would be devastating to their international standing, Zabini observed, a slow smile spreading across his face. Especially with proof, Draco added, pulling a shrunken vial from his pocket. Memory copies of the dragon tests. I wasn't just a potions researcher, Potter. I was on Granger's Special Projects Division until I became a security risk. Harry's eyes gleamed. Perfect. Luna, prepare the broadcast. George, maximum distribution through the mirror network. Fleur, we'll need to temporarily modify the wards to allow a magical signal boost. And if Britain retaliates militarily? Neville asked soberly. Harry's expression was grim but determined. Then they prove everything we've said about them. And we defend our home. The council dispersed to their tasks, energy and purpose driving them despite the looming threat. As the chamber emptied, Draco remained behind, studying Harry with undisguised curiosity. You've changed, Potter, he observed when they were alone. There's something different about your magic. It's freer. Wilder. Harry nodded. Purging ritual at Gringotts. Removed years of bindings and compulsions. Draco's eyes widened slightly. That explains a few things. The power you displayed during that sea-parting stunt, that wasn't just dramatic flair, was it? That's your actual capability now. A fraction of it, Harry admitted quietly. I'm still learning the limits. No wonder they're terrified of you, Draco murmured. After a pause, he added, for what it's worth, I didn't know. About what they did to you. The potions, the theft, even I wouldn't have stood for that. Harry studied his former rival thoughtfully. I believe you. Strange as that sounds. Strange times make for strange allies, Potter, Draco replied with a ghost of his old smirk. So, where do you need me in this little rebellion of yours? Potions, Harry decided. And intelligence. You know how they think, how they operate. And we'll need countermeasures against this magic suppression technology. Draco nodded, a spark of the old ambition lighting his grey eyes. I already have ideas. Working against my own creation, there's a certain poetry to it. As they left the chamber together, an unlikely alliance forged in the face of a common enemy, Harry reflected on how far they'd all come from their Hogwarts days. How betrayal had forced him to see beyond old rivalries to recognize true loyalty wherever it might be found. Luna's global broadcast, enhanced by George's mirror network and Fleur's ward modifications, reached magical communities worldwide. The reaction was swift and overwhelming. International condemnation poured in as magical governments and ordinary witches and wizards alike recoiled from the evidence presented, especially Draco's memories of the dragon tests, the magnificent creature's distress as its magic was forcibly suppressed, leaving few dry eyes among viewers. The British ministry scrambled to contain the damage, denouncing the broadcast as manipulated propaganda, and Haven as a rogue magical entity endangering the statute of secrecy. But the evidence was too compelling, the testimony too consistent. Within days, the American Magical Congress officially recognized Haven's sovereignty, followed quickly by magical governments across Asia, Africa, and South America. Even European nations traditionally allied with Britain began distancing themselves, issuing statements of deep concern over the development of magical suppression technology. The ICW convened an emergency session, formally censuring Britain and demanding immediate dismantling of all magical suppression research. When Britain refused, citing national security imperatives, the ICW took the unprecedented step of suspending Britain's voting rights and imposing magical sanctions. Harry received the news in Haven's communication center, surrounded by his council. "They've completely miscalculated," Zabini observed with satisfaction. "By refusing to abandon the suppression technology, they've confirmed everything we claimed." "The blockade is crumbling," Neville added. "With ICW sanctions in place, other nations are actively helping breach it now. Supply ships under international magical flags are arriving hourly." Luna glided into the room, her expression more focused than usual. "Harry, there's a special communication coming through. From Hogwarts." Harry straightened in surprise. "Hogwarts? Put it through." The large communication mirror in the center of the room flickered, then resolved to show the stern face of Minerva McGonagall, Hogwarts headmistress. "Mr. Potter," she greeted formally, though her eyes held warmth. "Or should I say, President Potter now?" Harry smiled despite the tension. "Just Harry is still fine, Professor." "What can I do for you?" "It's what I can do for you," she corrected, glancing over her shoulder as if checking for eavesdroppers. "The Ministry has removed me as headmistress for security concerns. They're converting parts of Hogwarts for military purposes, including the Room of Requirement, as Mr. Malfoy correctly reported." "I'm sorry, Professor," Harry said sincerely. "Hogwarts was your life." "And it still is," she replied firmly. "Which is why I cannot stand by while it is perverted into a weapon. The castle itself is resisting the changes. Fighting back in ways I've never seen before." "Hogwarts has always had a certain sentience," Luna observed dreamily. "Indeed, Miss Lovegood. More than any of us realized, I believe." McGonagall leaned closer to the mirror. "Potter, they're planning an assault on Haven. Granger has convinced the Wisengamot that your broadcast constitutes an act of war against magical Britain. They're mobilizing in 3 days." Harry's expression hardened. "We suspected as much. Thank you for the warning, Professor." "There's more," McGonagall continued urgently. "They've modified the suppression field for area effect. They plan to blanket Haven, neutralize your magic, then send in capture teams." Fleur hissed in outrage. "That is a violation of all magical warfare conventions." "Conventions they helped write," Draco noted bitterly from the corner where he'd been listening. McGonagall nodded grimly. "I'm not contacting you merely to warn you, Potter. I'm offering Hogwarts help." Stunned silence met this declaration. "Professor?" Harry questioned carefully. "The castle is alive in ways none of us fully understood," McGonagall explained, a hint of wonder in her voice. "When the Ministry began their modifications, something awakened. The Founders left protections, contingencies we never knew existed. Hogwarts recognizes you, Potter, as heir to Gryffindor through the Potter line, and heir to Slytherin by conquest over Voldemort." "What exactly are you suggesting?" Harry asked, trying to process this revelation. "I'm suggesting, Mr. Potter, that when the Ministry fleet leaves British waters carrying their abomination of magical suppression technology, they may find their departure substantially delayed." The implications were enormous. "You're talking about sabotage." "I'm talking about Hogwarts defending its heir and the magical principles upon which it was founded," McGonagall corrected primly. "I merely thought you should be prepared for the opportunity such a delay might present." Harry exchanged glances with his council members, seeing the same realization in their eyes. If the assault was delayed, Haven could launch a preemptive diplomatic offensive, further isolating Britain internationally. "Thank you, Professor," Harry said sincerely. "For everything." McGonagall's stern expression softened momentarily. "Your parents would be proud of what you're building here, Potter. As am I." The connection ended abruptly, leaving the council chamber in contemplative silence. "Well," George said finally. Seems old Hogwarts has a few tricks left up her sleeve. This changes our timeline, Neville noted practically. If they're delayed, we have an opportunity to strengthen our position before they arrive. And to prepare a proper welcome, Draco added with a predatory smile. Harry nodded, decision made. Fleur, Luna, prepare a diplomatic offensive coordinated with the delay. I want Haven's case presented to every magical government simultaneous to Britain's embarrassment. Neville, George, finalize our defense plans. Assume the suppression technology will reach us eventually. Zabini, activate all our international information networks. I want real-time updates on Britain's movements. As the council dispersed to their tasks, Harry remained in the communication center, staring at the now blank mirror. The final confrontation was coming. Britain, or at least its current leadership, wouldn't simply accept defeat. They would strike with everything they had. And Haven would be ready. 3 days later, reports flooded in from magical observers worldwide. The British magical fleet, prepared to depart for the Mediterranean with its complement of Aurors and experimental weapons, found itself impossibly entangled in the waters around Hogwarts. The lake had somehow expanded overnight, creating a maze of shifting currents that trapped the vessels in place. Attempts to port key or apparate the equipment failed spectacularly, with wizards appearing at their destinations minus the crucial technology. More bizarrely, the Room of Requirement, converted to house the central magical suppression generator, had vanished entirely from Hogwarts, leaving Ministry researchers standing bewildered in an ordinary stone corridor where the entrance had been just hours before. As Britain scrambled to recover from these setbacks, Haven launched its diplomatic offensive. Luna's carefully crafted messages reached magical governments worldwide, proposing formal alliance treaties, beneficial trade agreements, and educational exchanges. Fleur's connections in France resulted in the French Magical Assembly officially recognizing Haven's sovereignty, triggering a cascade of similar declarations across Europe. By the time Britain managed to reassemble its expedition force 1 week later, Haven had secured diplomatic recognition from 27 magical nations and established formal defense treaties with 11 of them. Harry received the news of Britain's renewed departure with calm resolve. Haven had used the delay well, strengthening its defenses and international position. Yet he harbored no illusions about what was coming. They're still coming, he informed the council soberly. Reduced force, but our observers report they've managed to salvage some of the suppression technology. We should expect them within 3 days. The wards are at maximum strength, Fleur reported. I've integrated additional protective layers based on Egyptian tomb defenses. They cannot penetrate without alerting us. Defense teams are positioned and prepared, Neville added. Every adult resident has been assigned to emergency response groups. Non-combatants have secure shelters. International observers? Harry inquired. In place, Zabini confirmed. Representatives from 7 nations on the eastern cliffs. Whatever happens will be witnessed and reported globally. And our countermeasures for the suppression technology? Harry asked, turning to Draco. The blonde wizard smiled thinly. Ready. Distributed to all defense teams. The amulets won't prevent the suppression entirely, but they'll reduce the effect significantly. Enough to maintain basic defensive capabilities. Harry nodded, satisfied with their preparations. Then all that's left is to wait. The waiting ended at dawn 2 days later. Haven's early warning systems detected the British fleet approaching from the north, 5 vessels clearly visible, but magical sensors indicating additional disillusioned ships attempting to circle around to the southern shores. Harry stood on the eastern cliffs alongside his council and the international observers, watching the British approach with grim determination. Behind them, Haven's residents prepared for what might come, families huddled in warded shelters, defense teams at their assigned positions, healers readying field stations. They're within communication range, Zabini noted as the fleet drew closer. Open the channel, Harry ordered. The large mirror they'd positioned on the cliffs activated, revealing the bridge of the lead British vessel. Kingsley Shacklebolt stood center frame, flanked by Hermione and Ron. Minister, Harry greeted coolly. I see you've brought quite the welcoming party. This is your final warning, Potter, Kingsley replied, his deep voice carrying authority even through the connection. Surrender Haven to Ministry authority or face the consequences. Haven is a recognized sovereign magical nation, Harry countered. With defense treaties with 11 international powers, all of whom are monitoring this confrontation as we speak. He gestured to the observers standing nearby, clearly visible in the mirror. Kingsley's expression remained impassive, but Hermione's eyes narrowed at this complication. Your so-called nation exists on an island magically stolen from British territory, she stated firmly. No amount of hasty diplomacy changes that fact. The Black Family Island was never British territory, Harry corrected. It has existed under its own magical jurisdiction for centuries, as the ICW recently confirmed in their ruling. Enough games, Ron interjected impatiently. You're outnumbered and outmatched, Harry. Don't make this harder than it needs to be. Harry smiled without humor. Am I outmatched, Ron? Are you certain of that? As if responding to his words, the sea surrounding the British fleet began to churn unnaturally. Not Harry's doing this time, but a prearranged signal to Haven's underwater allies. Merpeople surfaced around the vessels, their spears gleaming in the morning sun. Above, the sky darkened as a flock of hippogriffs circled, their riders ready with wands and bows. Haven protects all magical beings, Harry stated clearly, ensuring the international observers heard every word. And they, in turn, protect Haven. Your suppression technology threatens not just us, but the fundamental relationship between all magical creatures and their magic. Did you really think they wouldn't stand against such an abomination? Consternation was visible on the British leaders' faces as they assessed the unexpected resistance. You have one opportunity to withdraw your fleet, Harry continued, his voice carrying authority that had nothing to do with volume and everything to do with the power now flowing freely through him. Return to Britain. Dismantle your suppression technology. Recognize Haven's sovereignty. If you do, we will maintain peaceful relations despite your previous actions. For a moment, indecision flickered across Kingsley's face. But Hermione stepped forward, her expression hardening. Deploy the field, she ordered someone off-screen. Hermione, no, Kingsley began, but it was too late. On the central vessel, a device hummed to life, emitting a pulse of sickly yellow energy that expanded outward across the water. As it approached Haven's shores, it encountered the first layer of Fleur's specialized wards, and the real battle began. The pulse struck the wards with visible force, creating a shower of magical sparks where they met. For a tense moment, the yellow energy pushed against the blue-white barrier of Haven's protections. Then, remarkably, the wards held, causing the pulse to rebound partially toward the fleet. First layer holding, Fleur reported tensely, her wand moving in complex patterns as she monitored the ward matrix. But they're adjusting the frequency. Second pulse incoming. Defense teams, activate Malfoy's countermeasures, Neville ordered through a communication mirror. Throughout Haven, witches and wizards activated the protective amulets Draco had developed, creating a secondary layer of personal protection. The second pulse struck harder, penetrating the outer ward layer but dissipating against the second. Those nearest the shore felt a momentary weakening of their magic, spells requiring more effort, wands feeling sluggish in their hands, but nothing like the complete suppression the technology was designed to create. Fascinating, Luna observed calmly, seemingly unaffected by the partial suppression effect. The island itself is resisting. The ancient magic in the stones. She was right, Harry realized. The very ground beneath them hummed with counter-energy, pushing back against the unnatural suppression field. Haven was defending itself alongside its inhabitants. On the mirror, chaos erupted on the British vessel as they registered the failure of their primary weapon. Orders were shouted, wands drawn. Assault teams, prepare to deploy. Ron commanded, his aura training taking over. Defensive positions. Neville countered immediately, Haven's forces moving with practiced precision to their assigned locations. Before either side could engage, however, a new sound filled the air, a haunting, musical cry that seemed to resonate with the island's very foundations. Everyone, British and Haven forces alike, looked up in astonishment. Circling high above the confrontation was an unmistakable figure, a phoenix, its scarlet and gold plumage blazing like fire against the blue sky. Fawkes, Harry breathed, recognizing Dumbledore's former companion who had disappeared after the headmaster's death years earlier. The phoenix's appearance seemed to trigger something deep within the island. The ground trembled slightly, and the ancient ruins scattered across Haven began to glow with soft blue light. The suppression pulses from the British vessels weakened visibly where they encountered this light, creating patches of safe haven even beyond the ward boundaries. Fawkes dove toward Harry, circling him 3 times before landing on his outstretched arm, fixing him with an intelligent gaze that seemed to convey volumes without words. The symbolic power of the moment was lost on no one, especially the international observers, who were documenting everything for their governments. The Phoenix, purest of magical creatures, had chosen its side in this conflict. Through the still active communication mirror, Harry could see the impact on the British leadership. Kingsley Shacklebolt stepped back, a troubled expression crossing his face. Even Hermione appeared shaken by this development. "This has gone far enough," Kingsley declared suddenly, raising his hand to halt further offensive actions. "Stand down. All vessels, stand down." "Minister." Hermione protested. "We can still." "No, Director Granger, we cannot," Kingsley interrupted firmly. "Look around you. Look at what we've become. Developing weapons that suppress the very magic that defines us. Attacking an established settlement with international recognition. And now." He gestured toward Fawkes, still perched regally on Harry's arm. "Even magic itself stands against us." Silence fell across both sides of the confrontation as the minister's words sank in. "Open negotiations," Kingsley ordered finally. "Real ones this time. With international mediation." The tension broke like a wave receding from shore. Throughout Haven, defenders maintained their positions but shared looks of cautious optimism. On the British vessels, confusion gave way to relief among many of the Aurors who had questioned the mission from the start. "We accept," Harry responded formally, stroking Fawkes's brilliant plumage. "Under international observation. With full diplomatic recognition as a precondition." "Agreed," Kingsley stated, ignoring Hermione's obvious displeasure. As arrangements were made for the negotiation, Harry turned to his council, seeing in their faces the same mixture of relief and wariness he felt himself. "Is it really over?" Neville asked quietly. "This battle, perhaps," Harry replied. "But the struggle for true magical freedom? That's just beginning." Luna smiled dreamily. "The foundation stones are singing, Harry. They approve of what we've built here." Looking around at Haven, at the community that had grown from nothing in mere months, at the diverse magical beings who had found sanctuary under its protection, at the friends who had stood by him when all others betrayed him, Harry felt a profound sense of accomplishment. "Then let's make sure we keep building," he declared. "Something worthy of their song." Fawkes trilled in apparent agreement, the Phoenix song carrying across Haven like a promise of renewal, of magic reclaimed and repurposed toward a better future. A future where betrayal had been transformed into its opposite, into trust, into community, into home. Chapter 2, Foundations of Power. 1 year after the failed British assault, Haven had transformed from a desperate refugee camp into something extraordinary. The morning sun caught the crystalline spires of new construction rising across the plateau, magical buildings that defied conventional architecture with their impossible angles and floating components. Harry stood on the balcony of the governing complex, watching residents flow through the plaza below. A group of centaurs trotted alongside witches in colorful robes, while goblin metalworkers carried gleaming tools toward the forges. Werewolves who'd once lived in Britain's shadows now walked openly, respected members of the community who served as Haven's elite border patrol during full moons. "Morning, Harry." George's voice broke through his thoughts as the redhead joined him, carrying steaming mugs of coffee. Council meeting in 10 minutes. Thought you might need this. Harry accepted the mug gratefully. Thanks. Is Maya here yet? Arrived last night. Currently arguing with 3 different construction teams about proper crystal alignment or something equally incomprehensible. George grinned. Brilliant woman. Terrifying, but brilliant. We need brilliant right now, Harry replied, taking a sip of coffee. Britain's sanctions are starting to bite. George's expression sobered. The supply ships from Egypt got turned back yesterday. Someone leaked the routes. Damn it, Harry muttered. That's the 3rd time this month. On the bright side, the Winters woman brought something she calls architectural blueprints that'll apparently revolutionize our self-sufficiency. George waggled his eyebrows. She's also single and asked about you twice within 10 minutes of arriving. Harry felt heat rise to his cheeks. George, just saying, George cut him off with a wink. Not everyone gets a fresh start, mate. Might as well enjoy the perks of being President Potter. Before Harry could respond, a silvery lynx Patronus bounded onto the balcony, speaking with Neville's voice. Harry, security breach at the Southern Cove. Magical signature detected outside authorized arrival zones. Defense team responding. Both men's expressions hardened instantly. So much for enjoying my coffee, Harry muttered, setting down the mug and reaching for the communication mirror in his pocket. Neville, I'm on my way. The Southern Cove lay beyond Haven's main settlement, a small rocky inlet ringed by steep cliffs that made it difficult to access except by sea. Perfect for smugglers, or infiltrators. Harry apparat to the designated security point overlooking the cove, finding Neville already there with a 4-person defense team. Below, a small boat had been pulled onto the rocky shore. A single figure stood beside it, hands raised in clear surrender. Just one? Harry asked, studying the situation through omnioculars. Single magical signature, Neville confirmed. But a strong one. And familiar. Harry adjusted the omnioculars' focus and swore under his breath. Malfoy. Came in right under our detection wards, Neville explained. Wouldn't have caught him at all if Luna hadn't enhanced the southern perimeter after one of her feelings yesterday. Harry nodded. Luna's intuitions had proven invaluable for Haven's security, however unusual her explanations for them might be. Has he said why he's here? Claims he has urgent information. For your ears only. Harry studied the figure below. Draco Malfoy looked far worse than when they'd last seen him a year ago. Thinner. Haggard. His once pristine robes were travel-worn and stained with seawater. Cover me, Harry decided. I'm going down. Harry, Neville protested. If he wanted to attack, he wouldn't announce himself, Harry reasoned. And if it's a trap, I trust you to rain hell on him before he can spring it. Neville's expression remained concerned, but he nodded. On your signal then. Harry apparat directly to the shore, appearing 20 feet from Malfoy with his wand casually at his side, not pointing at the blonde wizard, but ready to move in an instant. Breaking through Haven's security wards. Harry called out. I'm impressed, Malfoy. And concerned. Draco looked relieved to see him. Your southern quadrant has a blind spot during the lunar tide shift. You should fix that. I'll add it to my list, Harry replied dryly. Why are you here? Last I heard, you were working for Granger's Special Projects Division. I was, Draco confirmed, lowering his hands slowly. Until I became a security risk by suggesting that maybe, just possibly, developing weapons that violate fundamental magical ethics might have consequences beyond the political. Harry raised an eyebrow. You grew a conscience. Must have been inconvenient. Hilarious, Potter, Draco drawled, though without his usual venom. I've spent the past 3 months avoiding ministry hit squads. Turns out questioning Granger's methods is now classified as potential sedition. You're claiming asylum, Harry realized. Draco nodded, suddenly looking exhausted. Among other things. I also have information you need. About what Britain's planning next. Harry studied him for a long moment, probing with his enhanced magical senses for deception. Finding none, he made a decision and signaled to Neville. You'll understand if we take precautions. I expected nothing less, Draco replied as Neville and two security team members apparat beside them. Full security protocols, Harry instructed. Guest quarters, not detention. But I want Veritaserum ready for the debriefing. Won't be necessary, Draco said, reaching slowly into his robes and withdrawing a crystal vial. Brought my own memories as evidence. Unaltered, verifiable. Harry accepted the vial, impressed despite himself by Malfoy's foresight. Let's go see what's so important you risked crossing the Mediterranean with Britain's navy hunting for Haven sympathizers. The council chamber had been expanded since its initial construction, now featuring a massive round table carved from a single piece of ancient olive wood harvested from the island itself. Around it sat Haven's leadership, Harry at what was unofficially considered the head position, though the circular arrangement deliberately avoided hierarchy. Neville to his right, now sporting a short beard that made him look older than his years, Luna beside him, her hair braided with seashells and what appeared to be miniature starfish, Fleur, elegant as always despite the early hour, George, tinkering with a small mechanical device even during the meeting, Blaise Zabini, whose international trade connections had become Haven's economic lifeline, and several newer additions to Haven's governing council. This is Maya Winters, Harry introduced the striking witch seated across from him. Magical architect from the American Southwest, specializing in sustainable magical construction and environmental integration. Maya nodded in acknowledgement, her keen eyes studying each council member. She was tall, with copper-brown skin and black hair cut in a practical shoulder-length style. Her robes combined traditional wizarding elements with what appeared to be Native American influences. Thank you for coming all this way, Ms. Winters, Harry continued. Especially with the travel restrictions Britain's been pushing. Please, call me Maya, she replied with a slight smile. And let's just say I have experience navigating unwelcoming borders. My mother's people have been doing it for centuries. We asked Maya here to consult on Haven's next phase of development, Harry explained to the council. But we have an unexpected situation to address first. He gestured toward Draco, who stood somewhat uncomfortably near the chamber entrance. Draco Malfoy has arrived seeking asylum and bringing information about British plans against Haven. Mixed reactions greeted this announcement. Neville remained stoic but watchful. George frowned outright. Fleur maintained a neutral expression, while Luna studied Draco with her usual dreamy curiosity. Before we proceed, Harry continued, I've verified the memories he provided. They're authentic. And concerning. He placed a small stone bowl on the table, a simplified pensieve developed by Haven's research division. With a tap of his wand, images rose from the surface like a three-dimensional projection. The scene showed a ministry conference room, Hermione Granger standing at the head of the table surrounded by department officials. The economic sanctions are working, Memory Hermione stated confidently. Haven supply lines are compromised. Their trade partners are facing increased pressure. Analysis suggests critical resource shortages within 3 months. Unless they develop alternative sources, an unseen official countered. Unlikely, Hermione dismissed. They lack the infrastructure and specialized knowledge for true self-sufficiency. Potter is a figurehead, not an economic strategist. Memory Draco spoke up from his position near the end of the table. You consistently underestimate Potter. That's why the military option failed. Hermione's expression cooled. Your objections are noted, Specialist Malfoy. Again. However, our intelligence confirms Haven is vulnerable to economic isolation. Their refugee population continues to grow while their resource base diminishes. It's simple mathematics. What if they gain international economic backing? Another voice questioned. We're addressing that possibility, Hermione replied, nodding to a severe-looking witch in diplomatic robes. Undersecretary Parkinson is implementing targeted diplomatic pressure against any nation considering formal economic treaties with Haven. We've already prevented banking agreements with the Swiss Magical Consortium and trade treaties with Egypt, Parkinson reported. We're leveraging historical alliances to ensure Haven remains isolated. The memory shifted to a later scene, Draco now alone with a middle-aged wizard in Department of Mysteries robes. The minister doesn't understand what she's dealing with, the unspeakable said quietly. Haven isn't just a political problem. It's a magical one. Explain, Memory Draco prompted. That island has appeared in our records before. Ancient texts. It was called Avallones once, a center of magical practice that predates modern wizardry. The department has been monitoring unusual magical signatures from the region since Potter established his settlement there. What kind of signatures? The unspeakable looked around nervously. The kind that suggests something's waking up. Something that's been dormant a very long time. Granger's focused on crushing Potter's rebellion, but she's missing the bigger picture. The old magic's rising there could change everything. The memory dissolved, replaced by a final scene showing Draco being confronted by Ministry security in his laboratory. Specialist Malfoy, you're being placed on administrative leave pending a loyalty investigation, the lead security wizard announced. Surrender your wand and research materials. On whose authority? Memory Draco demanded. Director Granger personally. Your communications with known Haven sympathizers have been flagged by monitoring charms. The memory ended, leaving the council chamber in thoughtful silence. Well, George broke the quiet, that was cheerful. Britain's trying to starve us out while mysterious ancient magics wake beneath our feet. Just another Tuesday at Haven, then. The economic threat is real, Zabini acknowledged, ever practical. Our supply networks are under increasing pressure. Britain has more diplomatic leverage than we anticipated. What about these ancient magics? Neville asked, turning to Luna. Any connection to your recent sensitivities? Luna nodded dreamily. The island has been singing louder lately. Especially at night. Old songs and languages that don't exist anymore. Harry had learned to take Luna's unusual perception seriously. Maya, you've studied ancient magical sites. Any thoughts on what we might be dealing with? The architect leaned forward, intrigued. Without more information, it's hard to say. But many powerful magical settlements were built on convergence points of natural ley lines. Places where magical energy naturally concentrates and can be harnessed. If this island was once a magical center called Avallones, it would explain why it remained unplottable for so long. The residual magic alone would make conventional mapping impossible. Is it dangerous? Fleur asked the question on everyone's mind. Maya considered this. Not inherently. But awakening magic that old can be unpredictable. It responds to intent, to the magical community living above it. It becomes a reflection of that community. So if Haven thrives. Harry began. The magic reinforces that growth, Maya finished. But disruptions, conflicts, or negative intentions could trigger less pleasant manifestations. Wonderful, Draco drawled from his position near the door. Potter's refugee nation is sitting on a magical powder keg that responds to emotions. What could possibly go wrong? You're not helping, Malfoy, Neville said sharply. Actually, he is, Harry countered, surprising everyone. We need to know what we're dealing with. Both the external threat from Britain and whatever's happening beneath us. He turned to Draco. If you're staying, you'll need to contribute. Your potions expertise and insider knowledge of British operations could be valuable. Draco straightened slightly. I didn't cross the Mediterranean dodging patrols just to sit idle, Potter. Good, Harry nodded. Because we're going to need everyone's skills to address both challenges. He turned to Zabini. Blaise, what options do we have to counter the economic sanctions? The former Slytherin smiled slyly. I've been developing an alternative strategy. Britain expects us to pursue traditional trade agreements, which they can undermine through diplomatic channels. But what if we position Haven differently? Not as a trade partner, but as a financial haven. Go on, Harry prompted, intrigued. Low-regulation banking services. Tax advantages for international magical businesses. A free port for magical goods that bypasses traditional import restrictions. Zabini's eyes gleamed with ambition. Britain's trying to isolate us economically. Let's transform that isolation into our greatest asset. A magical offshore financial center, Fleur realized, nodding appreciatively. Brilliant. Britain cannot block private entities from doing business with us without violating international magical commerce laws. Exactly, Zabini confirmed. We become too valuable to the international magical economy for Britain to isolate successfully. Harry considered the proposal. Can we implement this quickly enough to counter the current sanctions? With the right expertise, yes, Zabini replied, glancing meaningfully at Maya Winters. The architect raised an eyebrow. I design buildings, not financial systems. But you design magical infrastructure, Harry noted, following Zabini's thinking. If we're creating a financial haven, we need secure facilities. Vaults. Trading floors. Communication networks integrated directly into the structures themselves. Maya's expression shifted from skeptical to intrigued. Embedding financial security wards into the architectural foundation itself, that would create protections beyond anything Gringotts offers. She nodded slowly. It's ambitious, but doable. I'd need to study the island's natural magical currents first, to properly integrate with them. That brings us to our second challenge, Harry said, turning to Luna. We need to understand what's happening beneath Haven. These ancient magics the unspeakable mentioned. The oldest ruins are on the northern peninsula, Luna observed. The stones remember the most there. I'll need to examine those ruins anyway, Maya added. If this island was once a magical center, the original builders would have placed their primary structures at the points of strongest magical convergence. Understanding their work could be crucial for my designs. Then that's our priority, Harry decided. Maya and Luna will investigate the northern ruins, with Fleur to analyze any ancient wards or magical protections you discover. Zabini, start drafting our financial haven proposal. I want something concrete we can announce within 2 weeks. Neville, increase security patrols around all perimeter areas. If Britain realizes their economic strategy isn't working, they might try more direct approaches again. He turned to George. We need enhanced communication systems if we're going to operate as a financial center. Your mirror network needs to be expanded for instantaneous global connections. Already working on it, George confirmed with a grin. Just perfected a new encryption method based on intent recognition. Even the Department of Mysteries won't be able to crack it. Harry nodded in approval, then addressed Draco. I want everything you know about Britain's current capabilities, weaknesses, and key personnel. Focus on who might be sympathetic to Haven or disillusioned with Granger's administration. Consider it done, Draco agreed. Harry looked around the table, taking in the determined expressions of Haven's leadership. Britain thinks they can wait us out, starve us into submission. Instead, we're going to transform Haven into something they never anticipated. Not just a refuge, but a power in its own right. As the council dispersed to their tasks, Fleur lingered, catching Harry's eye. A word in private? He nodded, gesturing toward the small adjoining office. Once inside with privacy wards activated, Fleur spoke frankly. This financial haven strategy is clever, but risky, she observed. Britain will see it as a direct challenge. Everything we do is a challenge to them, Harry pointed out. Our very existence threatens their control narrative. True, Fleur acknowledged. But this moves beyond politics into economic warfare. They will not take it lightly. Harry sighed, running a hand through his perpetually messy hair. do you have a better alternative? We can't sustain Haven on smuggled supplies and goodwill forever. No, she admitted. I think Zabini's strategy is our best option. I simply... She hesitated, then continued more softly, I worry, Harry. You carry so much responsibility already. This will only increase the pressure. The concern in her eyes was personal, not just professional, and Harry felt a familiar warmth in response. Their relationship had evolved over the past year, from allies of necessity to something less defined but more meaningful. Neither had pushed for clarification, the demands of building Haven leaving little time for personal exploration. I'm fine, Fleur, he assured her, though the dark circles under his eyes suggested otherwise. Better than fine, actually. For the first time, I'm building something, not just fighting against something. She studied him for a moment, then reached out to gently touch his cheek. Just remember you are not alone in this. You have built a community of people who believe in Haven, and in you. The contact lingered a moment longer than strictly necessary before she withdrew her hand. I should prepare for the ruins expedition. The ancient magics may have protections that respond to intent rather than specific counter-curses. As she turned to leave, Harry called after her, Fleur. Thanks. For everything. She smiled, a genuine expression that transformed her already beautiful features. We chose this path together, Harry. I have no regrets. After she departed, Harry remained alone in the office, contemplating the challenges ahead. Britain's sanctions. Mysterious awakening magics. Haven's transformation into a financial power. And somewhere beneath it all, a growing sense that they were building upon foundations they didn't fully understand. The northern peninsula stretched like a gnarled finger into the Mediterranean, its rocky cliffs home to the oldest structures on the island. Here, massive stone blocks formed partial walls and mysterious circles, their original purpose lost to time. The ruins had been noted during Haven's initial survey but remained largely unexplored as more pressing needs took priority. Now, as Luna led Maya and Fleur along a narrow path worn through centuries of weathering, the ruins seemed to watch their approach with ancient patience. The magic is stronger here, Luna observed, her bare feet stepping lightly across the sun-warmed stones. It remembers more clearly. Maya moved more methodically, stopping frequently to cast diagnostic spells and make notes on a charmed parchment that expanded to accommodate her detailed observations. These aren't random placements, she murmured, studying the arrangement of megalithic blocks. They're positioned precisely along magical current lines. Fleur, meanwhile, focused on the faint traces of ancient wards still clinging to certain stones. Some of these protective patterns predate Roman magical practice, she noted with professional admiration. Yet they retain partial effectiveness after thousands of years. Their exploration led them to a circular clearing surrounded by standing stones. At the center, a flat altar-like surface bore intricate carvings partially obscured by centuries of exposure. This is it, Luna stated with unusual certainty. The heart. Maya immediately began casting complex diagnostic charms, her wand leaving trails of multicolored light that revealed invisible patterns converging beneath the ancient altar. Incredible, she breathed. This entire island sits atop a natural magical convergence point where multiple ley lines intersect. This circle marks the exact center. The carvings, Fleur noted, carefully cleaning centuries of grime from the stone surface with specialized charms. They're not decorative. They're a form of runic channeling system. As the ancient markings emerged from beneath the accumulated dirt, Luna gasped softly. I've seen these before. In dreams. Both witches turned to her in surprise. What dreams? Fleur asked cautiously. Since coming to Haven, Luna explained, her protuberant eyes tracking the revealed patterns with recognition. I dream of symbols lighting up beneath the island. Like veins carrying magic instead of blood. She reached out, her fingers hovering just above the stone. They're waiting to be awakened properly. Wait, Maya cautioned, grabbing Luna's wrist before she could touch the altar. Let me finish my analysis first. Activating ancient magical systems without understanding them can be dangerous. For the next hour, Maya worked methodically, documenting every aspect of the stone circle while Fleur decoded the runic sequences. Luna drifted between the standing stones, occasionally pressing her ear against them as if listening to whispered secrets. I believe I understand the basic principle, Maya announced finally. This isn't just a ceremonial site. It's a control nexus for the island's natural magic. The ancient wizards who built this created a system to channel and direct the power from the ley line convergence. For what purpose? Fleur asked. Multiple purposes, Maya replied, indicating different sections of the altar. These channels directed power to specific areas of the island. For agriculture here. For defense here. For. She frowned at one particular section, something deeper. Something beneath the island itself. Luna rejoined them, her expression unusually focused. There's a chamber below us. The stones say it leads to the heart of the old magic. Maya confirmed this with her diagnostic spells. She's right. There appears to be a hollow space approximately 30 feet below this circle. My scans can't penetrate further, some kind of magical interference. Can we access it? Fleur asked, professional curiosity overriding caution. The activation sequence is here, Maya indicated a specific pattern on the altar's edge. Based on the runic flow, it should reveal an entrance. But, she hesitated, we should consult with Harry before proceeding. Awakening ancient magic of this magnitude could have island-wide effects. Luna was already shaking her head. It's already awakening. That's what I've been feeling. The rituals we've performed on the island, the magic we've been casting, the intent behind Haven's creation, it's all been feeding into the old systems. We're not starting something new. We're accelerating what's already happening. The implications hung heavily in the air between them. If that's true, Fleur said slowly, then perhaps we should understand what exactly is awakening before it fully manifests. Maya nodded in agreement. I'll document the activation sequence. But we bring this to the council before taking any further steps. As they worked, none of them noticed the faint golden glow that briefly illuminated the deepest carvings on the altar's surface, nor the subtle shift in the magical atmosphere around them, as if something far below had stirred in response to their presence. Back at the central settlement, Harry found himself giving an impromptu tour to Maya Winters following her return from the northern ruins. The architect had requested to see Haven's existing construction before finalizing her plans for the financial district. Your integration of magical and conventional building techniques is impressive, Maya commented as they walked through Haven's main market square. Especially given the limited resources you started with. Necessity breeds innovation, Harry replied with a shrug. We had refugees with diverse skills but limited supplies. Had to get creative. Around them, Haven pulsed with midday activity. The market featured stalls selling everything from potion ingredients to enchanted clothing, most produced within Haven itself. Witches and wizards from dozens of national backgrounds mingled with magical beings rarely seen in conventional wizarding settlements. A group of goblins operated a small metallurgy shop, while mere people had a special partially submerged trading area at the harbor edge for exchanging underwater treasures. You've built something remarkable here, Harry, Maya observed, watching the harmonious interaction between species that traditionally remained separate in magical society. It's not just the physical construction. It's the social architecture. Harry felt a surge of pride. That was always the goal. Not just escape from Britain, but creating something better than what we left behind. As they continued toward the eastern section of Haven, Maya asked, have you given thought to how the financial district should connect with existing structures? That's your expertise, Harry admitted. Though I'd like it to maintain Haven's overall feeling. No imposing marble monstrosities like Gringotts. Banking shouldn't feel like entering a fortress. Maya smiled appreciatively. I agree completely. Financial services should be accessible, not intimidating. She gestured toward an undeveloped area on the eastern plateau. That location would be ideal, close to the harbor for international visitors, but with enough elevation to incorporate the ley line energy from the northern nexus. You've already mapped the ley lines? Harry asked, impressed by her efficiency. Preliminary mapping, Maya clarified. We'll need more detailed surveys, especially after what we discovered in the ruins. Her expression grew more serious. Which we should discuss privately. Luna and Fleur are briefing your council, but you should hear this directly. Harry nodded, leading her to a quieter area overlooking the harbor. Tell me. Maya explained their findings at the northern ruins, the control nexus, the chamber below, the signs of awakening magic. Luna believes the magic is responding to Haven's development, she concluded. That our intentions and activities are feeding into ancient systems designed to channel the island's natural power. Harry absorbed this information with growing concern. Is it dangerous? Not inherently, Maya replied carefully. But powerful. And old magic often has consciousness of a sort. Not sentience as we understand it, but a kind of memory and purpose. And we don't know what that purpose is, Harry concluded grimly. Not yet. But Luna seems to have a connection to it. The ruins responded to her in ways I've never seen before. Maya hesitated, then added, there's something else. When I scanned the chamber beneath the stone circle, I detected a magical signature. Dormant but immensely powerful. Something's down there, Harry realized. Something magical. Maya nodded. The question is whether it's an artifact, a creature, or something else entirely. Harry's expression hardened with resolve. Then we need answers. How soon can you organize a proper expedition to access the chamber? With the right preparations, tomorrow, Maya replied. I've documented the activation sequence for the entrance. But we should proceed cautiously. Awakening ancient magic without understanding its nature has led to disasters throughout magical history. I'll go myself, Harry decided. Along with you, Luna, and Fleur for her curse-breaking expertise. And me, came Draco's voice from behind them. Harry turned to find the blonde wizard approaching, looking less haggard after a day's rest and proper meals. If there's ancient magic involved, you'll want someone with knowledge of the darker varieties. Malfoy Library contained extensive records on pre-Roman magical practices. Harry studied him for a moment, then nodded. Fine. Tomorrow at dawn. But we informed the full council first and established security protocols. As they finalized plans, Harry couldn't shake a growing sense of both anticipation and unease. Haven had been built on this island's surface, but perhaps its true foundation lay in whatever waited below. The council meeting that evening was tense, opinions divided on how to proceed with both the ancient chamber and Zabini's financial haven proposal. The timing feels too convenient, Neville argued. Just as we're about to challenge Britain economically, we discover potentially dangerous ancient magic beneath us. It could be a trap. How exactly would Britain have arranged that? George countered. Place an ancient magical site under an island thousands of years ago on the off chance Harry might establish a rogue nation there someday. Bit of a long con, even for Hermione. The magic predates Britain entirely, Maya confirmed. My analysis places the ruins at least 3,000 years old, possibly much older. Which means we know nothing about its purpose or potential dangers, Fleur pointed out. We should proceed with extreme caution. Luna, who had been unusually quiet, finally spoke. It's not dangerous to us. Not to Haven. It's waiting. All eyes turned to her. Waiting for what, Luna? Harry asked gently. For the right people to awaken it properly, she replied, her silver-gray eyes distant. The island chose us, Harry. Or chose you, specifically. That's what the dreams have been trying to tell me. Zabini looked skeptical. No offense, Lovegood, but making decisions based on dreams seems unwise when Haven's future is at stake. Luna's intuitions have proven valuable before, Harry reminded him. And they align with what Maya detected at the ruins. The financial haven plan and the ruins exploration aren't mutually exclusive, Draco observed pragmatically. We can proceed with both. In fact, understanding the island's magical resources could enhance our economic position significantly. Agreed, Harry decided. Zabini, continue developing the financial center proposal. Maya will incorporate what we learn about the island's magic into her architectural plans. Meanwhile, our expedition to the chamber proceeds tomorrow as planned. With the immediate course set, the discussion turned to implementation details for both projects. By the time the meeting concluded, night had fallen over Haven, the settlement glittering with magical lights that reflected off the Mediterranean waters. Harry remained in the council chamber after the others departed, reviewing maps of the island and reports from various departments. Haven had grown faster than anyone anticipated, its population now exceeding 2,000 magical beings with more arriving weekly despite Britain's attempts to block immigration. A soft knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Fleur entered, carrying a tray with a simple dinner and a bottle of elvish wine. You missed the evening meal, she explained, setting the tray before him. Again. Harry smiled gratefully. Thanks. I lost track of time. You always do, she replied, taking the seat beside him. The council meeting ended 3 hours ago. Harry looked surprised, then chagrined as he realized how long he'd been working. Sorry. There's just so much to coordinate. Which is why you have a council, Fleur reminded him, pouring wine into 2 glasses. You cannot do everything yourself, Harry. He accepted the glass, taking a moment to appreciate the wine's complex aroma before sipping. Old habits. The Dursleys didn't exactly encourage delegation. Fleur's expression softened. Over the past year, Harry had occasionally shared snippets of his childhood, enough for her to understand the neglect and isolation he'd experienced before Hogwarts. Haven is not a burden for you to carry alone, she said gently. It is a shared vision. We all chose this. I know, Harry acknowledged. It's just, sometimes I can't quite believe we've actually built all this. That it's real. That it won't suddenly be taken away. It is very real, Fleur assured him, reaching across to touch his hand briefly. And it grows stronger every day, despite Britain's efforts. Something in her tone made Harry study her more carefully. You're worried about tomorrow's expedition. Fleur nodded, not bothering to deny it. Ancient magic is unpredictable, Harry. Especially magic connected to specific bloodlines or intentions. If Luna is right and the island somehow chose you. You think it might require something from me, Harry concluded. Some kind of price. It is common in old magical sites, she confirmed. Power always demands balance. Harry considered this, then smiled wryly. Well, if mysterious ancient magic wants a piece of me, it'll have to get in line. Between Voldemort, Dumbledore, and the Ministry, I'm not sure there's anything left to claim. Fleur didn't return his smile. This is not a joking matter. Promise me you will be careful tomorrow. That you will not take unnecessary risks. I promise, Harry replied, more seriously. No heroics. We investigate, understand what we're dealing with, then make informed decisions. She seemed satisfied with this, and they fell into comfortable conversation about less weighty matters, the progress of Haven's first school, the successful integration of Mere People representatives into the Coastal Management Committee, the upcoming Midsummer Festival that would mark Haven's first anniversary. It was late when Fleur finally rose to leave. At the door, she paused, looking back at Harry with an expression he couldn't quite interpret. What Maya said about the ancient magic responding to intention, she began hesitantly. Perhaps that explains why Haven has flourished despite everything arrayed against it. The island responds to your heart, Harry. And your heart has always been true. Before he could respond to this unexpectedly personal observation, she was gone, leaving him with much to contemplate beyond the next day's expedition. Dawn found Harry, Luna, Fleur, Maya, and Draco gathered at the stone circle on the northern peninsula. The rising sun cast long shadows from the standing stones, creating a pattern across the central altar that seemed to highlight certain carvings. The activation sequence changes with the seasons and celestial alignments, Maya explained as she prepared her equipment. Dawn of the summer solstice provides optimal conditions, but today's alignment should be sufficient to access the chamber. What exactly should we expect when we activate it? Harry asked, studying the altar with newfound awareness of its significance. If my analysis is correct, the altar stone should reveal a passage downward, Maya replied. Beyond that? She shrugged. We're literally in uncharted territory. Luna had been circling the perimeter of stones, occasionally stopping to press her palms against them with her eyes closed. Now she rejoined the group, looking more focused than usual. It's ready, she stated simply. It's been waiting for us. Draco raised an eyebrow. Lovely. The ancient potentially catastrophic magical site is eager for visitors. That's not ominous at all. Your optimism is inspiring, Malfoy, Harry remarked dryly. I prefer to call it practical caution, Draco retorted. Some of us weren't sorted into the House of Rushin without thinking. Both of you, focus, Fleur interjected, all business now. Maya, proceed with the activation. Everyone, maintain constant vigilance. No one touches anything without consultation first. Maya nodded and began the careful process of activating the sequence she'd documented. Using her wand like a conductor's baton, she traced specific patterns over the carved symbols, which began to glow with soft blue light in response. The magic built gradually, each correctly activated symbol enhancing the glow of those already illuminated. When the final sequence was completed, the entire altar shimmered with blue-white energy that flowed through the carved channels like luminous liquid. For a moment, nothing else happened. Then, with a low rumbling sound, the altar stone began to move, sliding sideways to reveal a spiraling staircase descending into darkness. Well, Harry said quietly. That worked. Lumos Maxima, Fleur cast, sending a ball of light floating down the staircase. It illuminated ancient stone steps that spiraled out of sight. I will go first to check for curses or traps. I should go first, Harry countered. If Luna's right about the island choosing me specifically, which is precisely why you should not go first, Fleur interrupted firmly. If something happens to you, Haven loses its leader. If something happens to me, you lose a cursebreaker. Her logic was impeccable, and Harry nodded reluctantly. Fine. But I'm right behind you. I'll follow, Maya added. To document the magical architecture. I'll go last, Draco decided. Someone needs to maintain an exit strategy. Luna simply smiled dreamily. The order doesn't matter. We're all supposed to be here. With roles established, they began their descent. The staircase spiraled downward for what seemed like hundreds of feet, far deeper than Maya's initial estimate. The air grew cooler but remained fresh, suggesting some kind of ventilation system within the ancient structure. Eventually, the stairs opened into a vast underground chamber that left them all momentarily speechless. The ceiling soared at least 40 feet high, supported by intricately carved columns that seemed to grow organically from floor to ceiling. The walls featured murals depicting magical scenes, wizards channeling elemental forces, magical creatures in harmony with human settlements, rituals conducted beneath celestial alignments. But it was the center of the chamber that commanded attention. There, upon a raised dais, stood a crystalline structure resembling a sarcophagus. Within it, barely visible through the semi-translucent crystal, lay what appeared to be a human figure. Merlin's beard, Draco breathed, forgetting his usual composure. Is that a preservation chamber? Maya confirmed, approaching cautiously with diagnostic spells already flowing from her wand. And it's still active after thousands of years. Harry studied the chamber, noting how all the architectural lines seemed to flow toward the crystal sarcophagus, as if the entire structure had been designed to channel energy to this central point. Can you determine who, or what, is inside? He asked. Maya's diagnostic spells created a three-dimensional magical representation of the sarcophagus and its occupant hovering in the air before them. Male human, or humanoid. Advanced age but powerful magical signature, even in stasis. The preservation magic is unlike anything I've encountered. It's not suspending life or death, but holding the subject in a state between. A magical coma, Fleur suggested, examining the runes etched into the crystal surface. These inscriptions speak of the sleeping guardian and awakening in time of need. Luna had approached the crystal directly, seemingly unconcerned by potential dangers. She placed her palm against its surface, closing her eyes in concentration. Luna, Harry began worriedly. It's all right, she assured him without opening her eyes. He's not dangerous to us. He's waiting to see if we're worthy. After a moment, her eyes opened, looking directly at Harry. He wants to speak with you specifically. The heir to Avalones. I'm not the heir to anything, Harry objected. Especially not some ancient magical settlement I've never heard of. Magic thinks otherwise, Luna replied simply. You claimed the island through the Black family, but the island claimed you for different reasons. Your intentions aligned with its purpose. Before Harry could argue further, the crystal sarcophagus began to glow, a warm golden light emanating from within. The figure inside seemed to shift slightly, as if stirring from deep sleep. It's activating, Maya warned, backing away. Everyone, maintain distance. We don't know what defenses it might have. Harry remained where he was, a few feet from the crystal structure, wand ready but not raised threateningly. Whatever was happening had been triggered by their presence, by his presence specifically, if Luna was correct. Running now would only delay the inevitable. The glow intensified, then suddenly condensed into a hovering sphere of golden light that detached from the sarcophagus. It floated toward Harry, stopping at eye level before him. Greetings, heir of intent, spoke a voice directly into his mind, ancient, male, and carrying an accent Harry couldn't place. I am Lord Darius Blackthorn, guardian of Avalones. You have awakened the heart. Harry's companions reacted with alarm as he appeared to enter a trance-like state, his eyes fixed on the golden orb. Harry! Fleur called sharply. What's happening? But Harry could only hear the voice in his mind. Your companions cannot hear me yet, Blackthorn's voice explained. This initial communion is between guardian and heir alone. You have built upon the sacred isle, channeled its magics, established a haven for the magically gifted. In doing so, you have initiated the awakening protocol. I didn't know, Harry replied mentally. We found this island through inheritance, not design. Fate often masks design as chance, came the amused response. The island would not have accepted your claim had your intentions not aligned with its purpose. Avalones was created as sanctuary and crucible, a place where magical innovation could flourish free from fear and limitation. Images flowed into Harry's mind, the island thousands of years ago, a thriving magical community where wizards, witches, and magical beings collaborated openly. Towers of crystal and stone rising above lush gardens. Ships arriving bearing refugees from magical persecution in lands now lost to history. What happened to it? Harry asked, mesmerized by the visions. War. Fear. The eternal enemies of magical progress, Blackthorn's voice grew heavy with remembered sorrow. Those who feared our power, our knowledge, united against us. In the final battle, I enacted the preservation protocol, sending Avalones into magical dormancy until worthy successors could reclaim it. And you believe that's us? That I'm your heir? Not of blood, but of purpose, the voice clarified. You seek to build what we built, a sanctuary for magical beings, a place of freedom and innovation. The island's magic has been responding to your intent, awakening gradually as your community grows. Harry finally understood. The ley lines, the enhanced magical effectiveness here, that's the old systems activating. Yes. But only partially, without guidance. Now you must decide whether to complete the awakening. To fully integrate your haven with Avallones' ancient power. What would that mean exactly? Harry asked cautiously. Access to magical knowledge and capabilities long forgotten. Control of elemental forces through the ley line network. Enhanced protections against outside threats. A pause. But power requires balance. There would be a price. Of course there would be, Harry thought wryly. There always was. What price? He asked directly. Commitment. Responsibility. Once awakened, Avallones cannot be abandoned again. Its magic would bond with yours, linking your life force to the island itself. Making me unable to leave, Harry realized. Not physically unable, Blackthorn corrected. But separated from the island for extended periods, you would weaken, as would the protective magics. It is a stewardship, not imprisonment. Harry considered this carefully. Haven was already his home, his purpose. The commitment being asked wasn't fundamentally different from what he'd already given, except in its permanence and magical binding. I need time to consider this, he finally responded. And to discuss it with my council. This affects everyone in Haven, not just me. Wisdom, Blackthorn's voice approved. Yes, consider carefully. Commune with your advisors. I will await your decision. The golden orb dimmed slightly, then expanded to encompass all 5 visitors. Suddenly, Harry's companions could hear the voice too, gasping in surprise at the mental contact. Greetings, Awakeners, Blackthorn addressed them all. Your leader has received the initial communion and will share what he has learned. Return to your council. Deliberate with wisdom. When you reach your decision, return to the heart. The orb retreated to the crystal sarcophagus, which resumed its dormant appearance. The chamber remained otherwise unchanged, but somehow felt more alive, as if previously dormant energies now stirred beneath the surface. Well, Draco broke the stunned silence. That was significantly less horrifying than I expected. No one died or got possessed. I count that as a win. What did he tell you, Harry? Fleur asked intently, studying his face for signs of magical influence or compulsion. It's a long explanation, Harry replied, still processing everything he'd learned. Let's get back to the surface. The council needs to hear this immediately. As they ascended the spiral staircase, Harry felt the weight of the choice before him. Blackthorn's offer promised power and protection for Haven beyond anything they could achieve alone. But magical bindings were serious commitments, and linking his life force to the island would be irrevocable. Yet even as he contemplated the magnitude of the decision, Harry felt a surprising sense of rightness about the possibility. Haven had given him purpose after betrayal had stripped away everything he thought defined him. Perhaps this connection had been destined from the beginning. News of the expedition's discovery spread quickly through Haven, creating a buzz of excitement and speculation despite the council's attempts to maintain confidentiality. By midday, wild rumors circulated about ancient treasures, magical creatures, and powerful artifacts found beneath the island. The council convened an emergency session, with Harry relating everything he'd learned from Lord Blackthorn. Reactions were predictably mixed. A magical binding to the island? Neville frowned deeply. That sounds dangerously close to the kind of control you escaped from Britain, Harry. It's different, Luna countered serenely. Britain sought to control Harry against his will, for their purposes. This is a mutual exchange, power and protection in return for stewardship. Still, George interjected, magical bindings are serious business. Once established, they can't be easily broken without consequences. What exactly would Haven gain from this arrangement? Zabini asked practically. Besides vague promises of ancient knowledge and enhanced protection. Maya, who had been quietly analyzing her findings from the chamber, looked up from her notes. Based on what I observed, the island contains a complete ley line manipulation system. If fully activated, it could provide self-sustaining magical energy for the entire settlement, independent weather control, and defensive capabilities far beyond conventional wards. It would transform Haven from vulnerable outpost to magical powerhouse, Draco noted, surprisingly supportive. Britain's sanctions would become irrelevant if we could control our own magical environment. Fleur remained skeptical. And in exchange, Harry becomes permanently bound to the island, his life force linked to its magic. What happens if he's injured? Does the island weaken? What happens to Haven if Harry, she couldn't complete the thought. These are all valid questions, Harry acknowledged. Blackthorn offered information, not demands. He's waiting for our decision, which gives us time to investigate further. I can research the magical architecture more thoroughly, Maya offered. Now that the chamber is accessible, I can document the entire system, understand how it functions. And I can attempt further communication with Blackthorn, Luna added. He responded to me almost as strongly as to Harry. Perhaps he'll answer specific questions. In the meantime, Zabini redirected attention to their other pressing matter. I've completed the financial haven proposal. If we're proceeding with that initiative, we need to begin implementation immediately to counter Britain's sanctions. Harry nodded, grateful for the shift to more immediate concerns. Let's focus on what we know we can accomplish now. Maya, Luna, continue investigating the Avallones connection. The rest of us will move forward with the financial center development. This compromise satisfied everyone temporarily, and the meeting shifted to detailed planning for Haven's economic initiative. By the time they adjourned, a comprehensive strategy had been developed to position Haven as the magical world's premier offshore financial center. As council members departed to implement their respective responsibilities, Draco lingered behind with Harry. "You're actually considering it, aren't you?" he asked quietly. "Binding yourself to the island." Harry looked surprised at Draco's perceptiveness. "I'm weighing all options." "Don't pretend with me, Potter," Draco scoffed lightly. "I spent 6 years studying your expressions at Hogwarts, looking for weaknesses. I know your "I'm going to do something stupidly heroic" face." Harry couldn't help but laugh. "Is that what this is? Stupidly heroic?" "Depends on your motivation," Draco replied more seriously than Harry expected. "If you're doing it because you feel obligated, because you think Haven can't succeed without some magical boost, then yes, stupidly heroic and unnecessary. And if that's not my motivation?" Draco studied him thoughtfully. "If you're doing it because you've genuinely found your purpose here, because this place and these people are what you choose freely." He shrugged. "Then it's just commitment to a path you've already chosen. Not so different from marriage, really, formalizing what's already in your heart." Harry stared at his former rival with newfound respect. "That's surprisingly insightful, Malfoy. Don't sound so shocked, Potter. Some of us developed emotional intelligence while you were busy defeating Dark Lords and founding rogue nations." He smirked, then grew serious again. "Just make sure you're choosing it, not letting it choose you. You've had enough of destiny controlling your life." With that unexpectedly profound advice, Draco departed, leaving Harry to consider his words. The comparison to marriage lingered in his thoughts, a chosen binding rather than an imposed one. A commitment to a future already embraced in all but name. The following week passed in a whirlwind of activity. Haven's announcement of its new status as a magical financial center sent shockwaves through international magical communities. Within days, inquiries poured in from magical businesses, private wealth managers, and even some smaller magical governments interested in Haven's promised advantages. Britain reacted predictably, denouncing the move as economic terrorism and threatening sanctions against any entity doing business with Haven. But with Maya Winter's architectural plans already being implemented, creating stunning crystal and stone structures that incorporated ancient Avallones design principles with modern magical innovation, Haven's transformation was too enticing for many to resist. The first major financial institution to formally establish operations in Haven was the Nakamura Magical Trading Consortium from Japan, breaking ranks with Britain's allies in a move that prompted others to follow. Within 2 weeks, Havens Harbor saw a steady stream of ships bringing representatives from magical businesses worldwide, eager to secure favorable positions in the emerging financial hub. Meanwhile, Maya and Luna continued their investigation of the Avallones chamber, making daily visits to document the ancient magical systems and occasionally communicate with Blackthorn through his golden orb manifestation. Each day, they returned with new information about the island's capabilities and history. Harry divided his time between overseeing Haven's economic transformation and reviewing their findings, the decision about binding himself to the island never far from his thoughts. Though he hadn't returned to the chamber himself since the initial discovery, he found himself increasingly drawn to the idea of completing the connection Blackthorn had described. One evening, as the sun set over Haven's rapidly expanding skyline, Harry stood on the balcony of the governing complex watching construction crews guided by Maya's expertise. New buildings rose with remarkable speed, magical construction methods allowing structures to take shape in days rather than months. "Impressive, isn't it?" came Maya's voice as she joined him at the railing. "We've incorporated elements of the Avallones design principles into every new structure. They're not just buildings, they're magical conduits, connected to the island's natural energy." Harry nodded appreciatively. "They're beautiful. And functional in ways I never imagined possible." Maya studied him with her keen dark eyes. "You're still considering Blackthorn's offer?" It wasn't a question, but Harry answered anyway. "Yes. More seriously each day. May I offer an observation?" When Harry nodded, she continued, "In my work with magical architecture worldwide, I've encountered many sacred sites with guardian spirits or protector enchantments. What makes Avallones unique is that Blackthorn isn't demanding tribute or testing worthiness through trials. He's offering partnership. Partnership with conditions, Harry pointed out. All partnerships have conditions, Maya countered. That's what makes them partnerships rather than charity. He's offering access to power that could ensure Haven's permanent security and prosperity, in exchange for a commitment you've already made in all but magic." Harry turned to face her directly, struck by how closely her reasoning mirrored Draco's unusual insight. "That seems to be the consensus. You, Draco, Luna, you all see it as formalizing something already true." "Because that's what it is," Maya replied simply. "You've already bound your life to Haven in every way except magical ritual. The island is already responding to your presence, your leadership, your intention. The formal binding would simply complete what's already happening naturally." Before Harry could respond, a disturbance in the plaza below caught their attention. A security team was escorting someone toward the governing complex with urgency, someone with distinctive silver blonde hair. Fleur, Harry recognized immediately, operating directly to the plaza without hesitation. He materialized before the approaching group, finding Fleur looking agitated but unharmed. "What happened?" he demanded of the security team. "Intercepted communication, sir," the lead guard reported. "Madame Delacour discovered it during her regular scan of arrival protocols. Believed you should see it immediately." "It's from Britain," Fleur explained, holding out a sealed parchment. "Diplomatic pouch with Minister Shacklebolt's seal, but the magical signature beneath is Granger's." Harry accepted the document cautiously, running detection spells over it before breaking the seal. As he read, his expression darkened progressively. "Summon the council," he ordered the security team. "Emergency session, immediately." 20 minutes later, Haven's leadership gathered around the council table, faces grave as Harry summarized the communication. "Britain is mobilizing for military action," he stated bluntly. "Not directly against Haven this time, but against our new economic partners. Granger has convinced the Wisengamot to classify any entity doing business with us as abetting magical secession and subject to seizure of assets. They can't enforce that internationally," Zabini objected. "The ICW would never sanction such overreach. They don't need international sanction to freeze assets within Britain," Draco pointed out. "And many of our new partners maintain London offices or British holdings." "Precisely," Harry confirmed. "It's economic hostage-taking. They can't attack us directly after their last failure, so they're targeting our partners to force compliance. When? Neville asked practically. The enforcement decree takes effect in 3 days, Harry replied. Just enough time for businesses to reconsider their Haven connections before facing penalties. It's a clever strategy, Draco admitted reluctantly. Granger's learning. Instead of direct confrontation, she's undermining our support structure. But why now? George questioned. They must have anticipated we'd develop alternative economic strategies once they implemented sanctions. Luna, who had been uncharacteristically silent, finally spoke. They know about Avallones. About what we found beneath the island. All eyes turned to her in surprise. How could they possibly know that? Fleur demanded. The same way they always know, Luna replied matter-of-factly. Someone told them. The implication hung heavily in the air. A spy within Haven. Is there evidence of this? Zabini asked cautiously. The timing is the evidence, Luna explained. Our discovery of Avallones' heart. Our investigation of its capabilities. Now suddenly Britain accelerates its plans. They fear what the island's power could mean for Haven's independence. Harry had learned to trust Luna's insights, however they came to her. If she's right, we need to act quickly. On both fronts. What are you suggesting? Neville asked. 2 parallel responses, Harry decided. First, we warn our economic partners about Britain's plans immediately, giving them time to protect their assets. We offer Haven banking services to secure their funds beyond Britain's reach. That accelerates our financial center development, but could work, Zabini acknowledged. What's the second response? Harry's expression hardened with resolve. We complete the awakening of Avallones. If Britain fears what the island's power could mean, let's show them their right to be afraid. Stunned silence followed this declaration. Harry, Fleur began carefully, the binding ritual, we still don't fully understand the implications. Maya and Luna have spent a week studying the chamber and communicating with Blackthorn, Harry countered. What have you learned that suggests it's too dangerous to proceed? Nothing specifically, Maya admitted. The system appears to function exactly as Blackthorn described. If activated, it would provide Haven with magical self-sufficiency and enhanced protections beyond anything modern wizardry could achieve. And the personal cost to Harry? Neville pressed. A connection to the island, Luna replied simply. His magic would become part of its defense, his life force linked to its well-being. Not possession or control, symbiosis. There are precedents in ancient magical settlements, Maya added. The Mayan temple cities, certain Greek oracular sites, even early iterations of Hogwarts had magical guardians bound to the location. Most such practices were abandoned as wizarding society centralized under ministry control, deemed too primitive or independent. Convenient how that worked out for government authority, George noted sardonically. The question isn't whether it's possible, Fleur redirected firmly. The question is whether we should encourage Harry to bind himself permanently to Haven through ancient magic we barely understand, under pressure of external threat. I'm not being pressured, Harry stated firmly. I've been considering this decision since we discovered the chamber. Britain's actions have simply clarified the timeline. And if something goes wrong? Fleur challenged, emotion breaking through her usual composure. If the binding damages you, or worse. Then Haven will need all of you to continue what we've built, Harry replied quietly. But I don't believe that will happen. Everything we've learned about Avallones aligns with Haven's purpose. This isn't Voldemort's soul shard or Dumbledore's manipulations. This is magic offering partnership, not demanding submission. The council chamber fell silent as everyone processed Harry's determination. Finally, Neville spoke up. I don't like it, he stated plainly. But I trust you, Harry. You've never led us wrong before. Same, George added simply. Your call, mate. We've got your back either way. One by one, council members indicated their support, some enthusiastic, others reluctant but respectful of Harry's choice. Only Fleur remained silent, her expression unreadable. Then it's decided, Harry concluded. Zabini, implement the economic countermeasures immediately. Maya, Luna, prepare the chamber for the awakening ritual. We proceed tomorrow at dawn. As the council dispersed to their tasks, Fleur remained seated, her gaze fixed on the table before her. Harry approached cautiously, aware of her unspoken disapproval. Fleur, don't, she interrupted, finally looking up at him with eyes bright with emotion. Don't try to convince me this isn't dangerous, Harry. We both know it is. I'm not denying the risk, he acknowledged, taking the seat beside her. But sometimes the right path isn't the safe one. And sometimes brave men make foolish choices believing they're necessary sacrifices, she countered sharply. You've sacrificed enough in your life, Harry. When does it end? The question struck deeper than he expected, touching on doubts he'd pushed aside. This isn't about sacrifice. It's about commitment to something I believe in. To the community we've built together. Fleur studied him for a long moment, then asked softly, and what of your personal future? The binding would change everything, your magic, your lifespan potentially, your freedom to choose another path someday. I chose my path the day we left Britain, Harry replied with quiet certainty. Everything since has only confirmed it was the right choice. Her gaze dropped to where his hand rested on the table, and after a moment's hesitation, she covered it with her own. Then I will support your decision, she said finally. But I will also be there tomorrow to ensure nothing goes wrong. I wouldn't have it any other way, Harry assured her, turning his hand to clasp hers. The contact lingered, conveying more than words could express. Whatever tomorrow brought, they would face it as they had faced every challenge since fleeing Britain, together. Dawn arrived with unusual atmospheric phenomena across Haven. Residents woke to find the sky streaked with aurora-like patterns despite the Mediterranean latitude, while magical plants throughout the settlement bloomed out of season. The very air felt charged with anticipation, as if the island itself recognized the significance of what was about to occur. In the stone circle on the northern peninsula, final preparations for the awakening ritual were underway. Maya had spent the night inscribing temporary enhancement runes around the circle's perimeter, while Luna communicated with Blackthorn to confirm the precise procedure. Harry arrived as the first rays of sunrise crested the eastern horizon, accompanied by Neville, Fleur, and George representing Haven's original founders. They found Draco already there, supervising the placement of 7 crystal focus stones recovered from the underground chamber. Everything ready? Harry asked, surveying the preparations. As ready as ancient magical rituals ever are, Draco replied with characteristic dryness. Luna's in the chamber below, receiving final instructions from our mysterious magical predecessor. As if summoned by her name, Luna emerged from the staircase beneath the altar stone, her expression serene but focused. Lord Blackthorn awaits, she announced. The heart is prepared for awakening. Harry nodded, turning to address his friends. I know some of you still have reservations about this. I appreciate your support despite those concerns. Just don't make us regret it, Potter, Draco drawled, though his tone lacked its usual edge. I didn't defect from Britain to follow another martyr. No martyrs today, Harry promised. Just new beginnings. He turned toward the open staircase, but Fleur stepped forward, capturing his face between her hands in a gesture both tender and fierce. Return to us whole, Harry Potter, she commanded softly, then pressed a brief, intense kiss to his lips before stepping back. Momentarily stunned, Harry managed a nod, his green eyes holding her blue ones in silent communication before he descended the stairs, Luna following close behind. The underground chamber had transformed since their first visit. The crystal sarcophagus now pulsed with golden light that flowed through channels in the floor, illuminating previously invisible patterns across the entire space. The murals on the walls seemed alive in the magical light, figures moving subtly as if stirring from long sleep. Blackthorn's golden orb hovered above the sarcophagus, expanding as Harry approached. "You have decided," the ancient voice observed directly in Harry's mind. "I have," Harry confirmed aloud. "I accept the stewardship of Avalones and the binding it requires. Know that this connection, once established, cannot be broken without grave consequences for both island and guardian," Blackthorn warned. "The magic of Avalones will flow through you, enhance you, protect you, but also bind you. Your well-being becomes the island's concern, as the island's well-being becomes yours." "I understand," Harry replied, his voice steady despite the magnitude of the commitment. "Haven is my home. Its people are my family. This simply formalizes what I already feel." Satisfaction emanated from the golden orb. "Then approach the heart and place your hands upon it. The ritual will begin with the rising sun." Harry moved to the crystal sarcophagus, now glowing so brightly that the figure within was barely visible through the radiance. He placed his palms flat against its surface, feeling an immediate resonance with his own magic, like recognizing like. "Luna," Blackthorn's voice now projected so all could hear, "take your position at the northern point. Your intuitive connection to the island's magic will help stabilize the transition." Luna moved to the indicated position, kneeling gracefully and placing her own hands on the floor, where a circular marking glowed in response to her touch. Above, in the stone circle, Maya directed the others to specific positions aligned with the chamber below. "We need to channel the sunrise energy through the focus crystals," she explained. "Each of you represents a different aspect of Haven's foundation: defense, innovation, diplomacy, finance." "What about Harry?" Neville asked. "He's the actual founder. He's the core," Maya explained. "The heart of the connection. We're just helping stabilize the magic as it establishes." Below, the ritual began as the first full rays of sunrise struck the stone circle above. Golden light intensified around Harry's hands where they contacted the crystal, then began to flow up his arms like luminous vines, enveloping him gradually in a cocoon of ancient magic. He gasped as the power made contact with his magical core, feeling an immediate expansion of his senses. Suddenly he could perceive the entire island, every tree, every structure, every person moving across its surface. The ley lines beneath became visible to his mind's eye, a network of power flowing like magical rivers beneath Haven. "Open yourself fully," Blackthorn's voice guided. "Allow Avalones to know you as you now know it." Harry lowered his mental barriers, allowing the island's magic to examine his memories, his intentions, his deepest self. It was intimate and overwhelming, yet strangely comforting, like being truly seen and accepted without judgment. The magic found the scars of his past, the childhood neglect, Dumbledore's manipulations, the betrayals that had driven him from Britain, and flowed through them with healing energy. It recognized the foundation of Haven as an act of both necessity and vision, approved of the community being built upon ancient stones. As the connection deepened, Harry began to access knowledge stored within the island itself, centuries of magical practice, innovations lost to modern wizardry, understanding of elemental forces that transcended current magical theory. The information was too vast to comprehend all at once, but he sensed it would be accessible to him gradually as needed. Above, the focus crystals blazed with channeled sunlight, creating a perfect reflection of the underground chamber's layout in the stone circle. Those maintaining the positions felt the surge of power through their own magical cores, not binding them as it was binding Harry, but connecting them as witnesses and anchors. Fleur gasped as she briefly shared Harry's expanded perception through their position in the ritual network. "It's beautiful," she whispered, tears streaming down her face as she glimpsed the island through his transforming awareness. "The whole island is alive." Within the chamber, the ritual reached its culmination as the golden light fully enveloped Harry, lifting him slightly from the ground. For a moment he seemed to become the light itself, his physical form barely visible within the radiance. "By will and magic, by intent and sacrifice, I bind thee to Avalones," Blackthorn's voice intoned formally. "Be thou its guardian, its voice, its heart. As it strengthens thee, strengthen thou it. As it protects thee, protect thou it." Until such time as worthy successor be found or the magics themselves fade from the world. I accept this binding, Harry responded, the words coming instinctively rather than from instruction. By will and magic, by intent and choice. Avallones becomes my charge, its people my responsibility, its magic my trust. The golden light pulsed once, blindingly bright, then seemed to implode, condensing back into Harry's form and vanishing from external view. The crystal sarcophagus dimmed to a subtle glow, the figure within now more clearly visible, an elderly wizard in ancient robes, his expression peaceful in magical slumber. Harry remained standing, though he swayed slightly as the visible manifestations of the ritual faded. Luna moved quickly to his side, supporting him as he adjusted to the transformation. Did it work? He asked, his voice hoarse as if from exertion. Yes, Luna confirmed, her dreamy expression replaced with rare clarity. The binding is complete. You are now officially what you have always been, Haven's heart. Harry took a deep breath, cataloguing the changes within himself. His magical perception remained expanded, though less overwhelmingly so than during the ritual itself. He could sense the island's boundaries, feel the ley lines beneath like extensions of his own magical network. More subtly, he detected the island's residents, not their specific thoughts or emotions, but their presence and general well-being, a constant awareness in the back of his mind. Most significantly, he felt the defensive systems of ancient Avallones awakening under his new connection, magical protections far beyond Haven's existing wards stirring to life after millennia of dormancy. It's incredible, he breathed, steadying himself. I can feel everything. The integration will continue for several days, came Blackthorn's voice, softer now but still distinct. The full capabilities of Avallones will become accessible gradually as you learn to channel them properly. Harry turned toward the sarcophagus, studying the now visible figure within. And you? What happens to you now that the awakening is complete? I remain as advisor until you have mastered the island's magic, Blackthorn replied. Then I may finally rest. My time ended long ago, I remained only to ensure Avallones would find worthy inheritors. Thank you, Harry said sincerely. For preserving this place. For trusting us with it. The gratitude is mine, Blackthorn corrected. For giving Avallones new life after so long in slumber. Now go, your people await news, and Britain's threat still looms. We will speak again when you have acclimated to your new abilities. Harry nodded, turning toward the staircase with Luna still at his side. As they ascended to the surface, he felt the island responding to his movement, subtle adjustments in the magical atmosphere, like the space itself recognized his passage. Emerging into daylight, he found his friends waiting anxiously, their faces showing relief as they saw him walking under his own power, apparently unharmed. Harry. Neville was the first to reach him. Are you all right? What happened? The crystals went crazy with power, then everything just settled. I'm fine, Harry assured them. Better than fine. The ritual worked exactly as intended. You look different, George observed, studying him carefully. Not physically, but your magic. It's visible around you, like an aura. Harry wasn't surprised, he could feel the change himself, his magic more accessible, more responsive than ever before. The binding is complete. I'm connected to Avallones now, to its defenses, its knowledge, its power. What does that mean practically? Draco asked, characteristically focusing on tangible outcomes. Harry smiled slightly. It means Britain's sanctions just became irrelevant. I can feel the ley lines now, understand how to channel them. We can create self-sustaining magical energy for the entire island, control our environment, enhance our protective boundaries beyond anything conventional wizardry could penetrate. And the cost? Fleur asked quietly, her eyes searching his. My connection to the island, Harry replied honestly. My magic is now part of its systems, my well-being linked to its security. It's not control or imprisonment, it's partnership, as Maya described. Fleur stepped closer, studying him intently before nodding slowly. "You are still yourself. Different, but still Harry." "Always," he promised, reaching for her hand and finding it immediately. A sudden commotion interrupted their moment as Zabini brought directly to the stone circle, an unusual breach of protocol that signaled urgency. "Britain has accelerated their timeline," he announced without preamble. "The economic sanctions against our partners take effect at noon today, not 3 days from now. They're already moving to freeze assets in London." Harry absorbed this news calmly, feeling the island's magic respond to his emotional state, steadying, supporting, offering power without demanding its use. "Perfect timing," then, he observed with a confidence that seemed to radiate from him physically. "Let's show them exactly what Haven has become." Word of the ritual's success spread quickly through Haven, residents reporting unusual magical phenomena across the island, enhanced spell effectiveness, spontaneous growth in magical plants, even physical improvements in those suffering chronic magical ailments. More dramatically, the settlement's architecture began to subtly transform, crystalline elements growing organically from existing structures as the island's awakened magic harmonized with Maya's designs. In the council chamber, now featuring walls veined with living crystal that pulsed in rhythm with Harry's heartbeat, an emergency session was underway to address Britain's accelerated sanctions. "Our partners are in panic mode," Zabini reported. "The London branches of 3 major magical banks have already been raided by ministry officials. Client assets frozen, records confiscated, staff detained for questioning. Granger's not playing by international rules anymore," Draco observed. "This is beyond economic pressure, it's outright theft using government authority as cover." "She's desperate," Harry replied, his enhanced perception providing insights into motivations he wouldn't have grasped before. "Britain's magical economy has become dependent on controlling international magical commerce passing through London. Our financial haven threatens that monopoly directly. What's our response?" Neville asked, always focused on actionable strategy. "We accelerate too," Harry decided. "Maya's financial district designs are already manifesting thanks to the awakening. We can have fully functional, magically secured banking facilities operational by sunset." "That quickly?" George looked skeptical. "The island is responding to need," Luna explained dreamily. "The awakening has activated construction capabilities dormant for millennia." Indeed, outside the council chamber windows, they could see new structures literally growing from the ground in the Eastern District, crystalline towers and graceful arcades forming through a combination of Maya's architectural guidance and the island's own magic. "We need to get word to our partners immediately," Zabini urged. "Offer immediate secure asset transfer to Haven before Britain can complete their seizures." "I've got something better than messages," George interjected, pulling a modified communication mirror from his robes. "The expanded mirror network is ready. Instantaneous secure communication with any connected location. We can speak directly with financial leaders worldwide simultaneously." "Perfect," Harry approved. "Set it up immediately. We'll broadcast Haven's offer of immediate sanctuary for financial assets under threat. Zabini, prepare the necessary magical contracts for expedited account creation." As the council mobilized to implement these directives, Harry felt the island's magic surging in response to the increased activity, not just reacting to his own intentions, but to the collective purpose of Haven's leadership. The partnership Blackthorn had described was proving even more responsive than anticipated. Within hours, Haven's response to Britain's aggression transformed the conflict. George's mirror network allowed instantaneous secure communication with magical financial institutions worldwide, while Maya's rapidly manifesting architectural designs provided immediate secure facilities for transferred assets. Most dramatically, Harry discovered he could now manipulate the island's defensive boundaries directly through his magical connection, creating specialized portals that allowed verified financial representatives to transport directly to Haven, bypassing Britain's naval blockade entirely. By sunset, the scale of Britain's miscalculation became apparent. Rather than intimidating businesses into abandoning Haven, their heavy-handed tactics had triggered a massive financial exodus. Magical assets flowed into Haven's newly established vaults at unprecedented rates as entities sought protection from ministry overreach. The preliminary numbers are staggering, Zabini reported at the evening council session, barely containing his satisfaction. Over 3 billion galleons in magical assets transferred to Haven custody in the past 6 hours alone. Britain's attempting to close the stable door, but the Thestrals are long gone. How is Granger responding? Harry asked, his expanded awareness allowing him to monitor the island's boundaries while maintaining the council discussion. Predictably, Draco replied with a smirk. Emergency Wisengamot session, lots of righteous indignation about economic terrorism. They've deployed additional naval vessels to reinforce the blockade, not yet realizing our portal system makes their ships entirely irrelevant. They'll figure it out soon enough, Neville cautioned. We should anticipate escalation once they realize the financial strategy has backfired. Let them escalate, Harry replied with calm confidence. The awakening has given us defensive capabilities they can't begin to comprehend. More importantly, we now have economic leverage they can't ignore. Britain's magical economy will feel this exodus within days. Speaking of the awakening, Fleur interjected, studying Harry with professional concern, how are you adjusting to the changes? Any adverse effects we should monitor? Harry considered the question honestly. The expanded awareness takes getting used to. I can sense the entire island simultaneously, which is occasionally overwhelming. But Blackthorn was right, it feels like partnership, not possession. The island responds to intention rather than demanding constant attention. And the knowledge transfer? Maya asked, particularly interested in this aspect. Are you accessing Avallones' magical records? Gradually, Harry confirmed. Not all at once, which is probably a mercy. But yes, I'm beginning to access historical information, magical techniques, understanding of the ley line systems. It's extensive. Understatement of the millennium, George commented. You're basically downloading thousands of years of lost magical knowledge directly into your brain. Not exactly downloading, Harry clarified. More like, having access to a vast library where I can retrieve specific information as needed. It's not all in my head at once. Regardless, Neville redirected practically, we should establish protocols for documenting and sharing this knowledge with Haven's research division. Information of this magnitude shouldn't depend on a single access point, even if that point is you, Harry. Agreed, Harry nodded. I'll work with Luna to develop a system for transferring the most immediately useful knowledge. As the meeting continued, addressing the many practical implications of the day's developments, Harry found himself increasingly confident in Haven's future. The awakening had transformed their position from vulnerable outpost to emerging power in a single day. Britain's attempts to isolate them had instead accelerated their establishment as a legitimate independent magical nation. Yet even as he participated in planning Haven's next steps, part of his awareness remained attuned to deeper currents flowing beneath the surface, both literally in the ley lines now responsive to his will, and figuratively in the complex political waters they navigated. Britain would not accept defeat easily. Hermione Granger, once his closest friend and now his most determined adversary, would not simply retreat in the face of financial setbacks. The confrontation had merely entered a new phase, with higher stakes and greater powers in play. And somewhere within Haven itself, if Luna's intuition about a spy was correct, someone watched and waited, reporting their movements to enemies across the sea. The thought sent a ripple through the newly awakened defensive magic, the island responding protectively to Harry's concern. The true test of Avallones Reborn, and of Harry's new role as its guardian, still lay ahead. 3 days after the awakening ritual, Haven had transformed beyond recognition. The settlement now resembled ancient magical illustrations of legendary wizard cities, crystalline spires rising from stone foundations, buildings that defied conventional physics, gardens where magical plants flourished with unprecedented vitality. The financial district dominated the eastern plateau, its structures designed by Maya but brought to life through the island's awakened magic. Secure vaults extended deep into the bedrock, protected by combinations of modern magical security and ancient Avaloni's wards far beyond anything Gringotts could claim. Trading floors housed in transparent crystal domes facilitated magical commerce across continents, while George's enhanced communication network connected Haven to magical communities worldwide. Harry stood at the edge of the northern peninsula, overlooking both the ancient ruins where the awakening had occurred and the vibrant nation that had bloomed from it. His expanded awareness allowed him to monitor the entire island simultaneously, feeling the flow of magic through its structures, the movement of its residents, the steady pulse of protective wards at its boundaries. "Magnificent, isn't it?" came Blackthorn's voice, now able to project from the chamber below without the golden orb manifestation. After the ritual, Harry had discovered he could communicate with the ancient wizard anywhere on the island, their minds linked through the same magical network. "Beyond anything I imagined," Harry agreed, speaking aloud though it wasn't strictly necessary. "Is this how Avaloni's looked originally?" "Similar in essence, though different in expression," Blackthorn replied. "Each age creates its own manifestation of magical architecture. The underlying principles remain the same: harmony with natural magical currents, enhancement of inherent properties, structures that respond to inhabitants' needs." Harry nodded, understanding at a fundamental level that hadn't been possible before the binding. "Britain has gone silent," he observed, changing topics to the more immediate concern. "No diplomatic communication, no visible military movement. Just, waiting." "A worrying sign," Blackthorn acknowledged. "In my experience, silence from adversaries rarely indicates surrender; more often, it signals preparation for significant action." "My thoughts exactly," Harry agreed. "They've realized the blockade is irrelevant now that we can create direct portals. The economic sanctions backfired spectacularly. They're reassessing, looking for new vulnerabilities. And the internal threat Luna perceives. The spy within Haven?" Harry frowned. "Still unidentified. We've implemented additional security protocols, limited access to sensitive information. But in a community of this size, with new arrivals weekly." He sighed. "It's challenging." "The island can help," Blackthorn suggested. "Now that the binding is established, you can enhance the intent recognition aspects of the entry wards. Make them more discriminating about who passes. Without becoming like Britain," Harry insisted firmly. "We founded Haven as a refuge for those seeking freedom from magical oppression. I won't turn it into a paranoid security state." "A wise principle," Blackthorn approved. "Balance is always the challenge of governance. Too much security stifles the very freedom you protect, too little invites destruction from within or without." Their philosophical discussion was interrupted by Luna's arrival, her approach sensed by Harry long before she physically appeared on the path behind him. "Harry," she called softly. "You're needed at the council chamber. A communication from Britain just arrived, addressed specifically to you, personal signature from Hermione." Harry turned, noting Luna's unusually serious expression. "Bad news?" "Unexpected news," she replied carefully. You should see for yourself." Thanking her, Harry apparat directly to the council chamber, one of the many conveniences his new connection to the island provided. He found Neville and Fleur already there, examining a sealed parchment bearing Hermione's personal magical signature rather than official ministry identification. "It arrived via OWL," Neville explained. "Bypassed all the usual diplomatic channels. Which means it's either very important or very deceptive," Fleur added, her curse-breaker instincts evident in her suspicious examination of the document. "My detection spells show no curses or tracking charms," Neville assured them. "But given the source?" Harry nodded understanding. "Since establishing Haven, they'd developed healthy paranoia regarding anything from Britain, particularly communications from his former friend now turned determined adversary." "Let me see it," he requested, accepting the parchment from Fleur. The moment his fingers touched the document, he felt Hermione's magical signature react to his own, a verification mechanism ensuring only he could open it. The seal dissolved at his touch, the parchment unfolding to reveal a message in Hermione's precise handwriting. Harry, this communication comes not in my capacity as Director of Magical Security, but as someone who once was your friend. The path we've taken since your departure from Britain has made us adversaries, but I write now out of concern that transcends our political differences. Something is happening to the magical underpinnings of Britain, disturbances in ancient sites, fluctuations in the ley line network, magical creatures behaving erratically. The Department of Mysteries has confirmed these phenomena began precisely when you completed what they're calling the Avallones Awakening. I don't know exactly what you've done or unleashed, Harry, but the magical resonance patterns are creating instability far beyond Haven's boundaries. Historical records in the department suggest that Avallones was sealed away for a reason, that its particular form of magic was deemed too unpredictable, too powerful to coexist with conventional magical governance. You've always acted on what you believed was right, often regardless of consequences. I'm asking you, begging you, really, to consider that the awakening may have implications beyond Haven's independence or our political conflict. I propose a meeting on neutral territory. Just you and me, no official capacity, no delegation. There are aspects to this situation I cannot commit to parchment that you need to understand. If you agree, send your response with this owl. It's keyed to return to me directly, bypassing ministry screening. Despite everything, Harry read the message twice, his enhanced perception analyzing both the written content and the magical signature embedded within it. The latter confirmed it was genuinely from Hermione, not forged or coerced. More intriguingly, he detected subtle emotional imprints in the magic, genuine concern, fear even, but no deception. It's real, he informed Neville and Fleur. And she's genuinely worried. He handed them the parchment, watching their expressions as they read. It could be an elaborate trap, Neville suggested, ever the security-minded defender. Or she could be telling the truth, Fleur countered thoughtfully. The awakening has connected you to this island's magical network. It's not inconceivable that such a significant magical event would have wider ripple effects. Harry nodded slowly. Blackthorn mentioned that Avallones was sealed away after some kind of conflict. He didn't specify the exact nature of the dispute, but it clearly involved other magical communities of the time. So what do we do? Neville asked practically. Meet with her. Ignore this. Consult Blackthorn for more information. All of the above, Harry decided. I'll speak with Blackthorn about the historical context. And yes, I'll meet with Hermione, but with significant precautions. Fleur looked alarmed. Harry, even with your enhanced abilities, meeting Hermione alone is extraordinarily risky. She led the development of magical suppression technology specifically designed to neutralize you. I won't be alone, Harry assured her. And I won't be unprotected. The binding gives me new defensive capabilities, and I'll insist on meeting somewhere I can verify is secure. I don't like it, Neville stated flatly. But I understand why you feel you need to do this. At minimum, let me organize covert security for wherever you agree to meet. Agreed, Harry nodded. And Fleur, I'd like you to develop a specialized port key that can extract me even through anti-transportation wards. Your work on the boundary expansions gives you unique insight into bypassing such restrictions. Both looked somewhat appeased by these reasonable precautions, though concern remained evident in their expressions. When will you meet her? Fleur asked. As soon as possible, Harry replied. If what she's describing is real, magical disturbances connected to the awakening, then we need to understand the implications immediately. He moved to a writing desk, composing a brief response to Hermione proposing a meeting the following day at an abandoned Greek temple on an uninhabited island midway between Britain and Haven. The location was significant, an ancient magical site not aligned with any current magical government, and one Harry had personally visited to establish emergency port key coordinates during Haven's early days. After sealing the message with his own magical signature, he attached it to the waiting owl, which immediately took flight through an open window. Now, Harry said, turning back to his advisors, let's find out exactly what Blackthorn isn't telling us about Avallones' history. I suspect there's more to the story than a simple magical disagreement. As they headed toward the northern ruins to consult directly with the ancient wizard, Harry felt the island's magic responding to his concerned state, defensive wards strengthening automatically, monitoring systems becoming more sensitive to potential threats. The partnership worked as promised, the island protecting its guardian even as he sought to protect it. Yet beneath this reassurance lay a growing unease. If the awakening was truly causing disturbances beyond Haven's boundaries, the implications stretched far beyond their ongoing conflict with Britain. They might have inadvertently set in motion magical consequences that neither side fully understood. The conversation with Blackthorn proved both illuminating and concerning. In the underground chamber, the ancient wizard's physical form remained in crystal stasis, but his consciousness communicated freely, providing historical context that had been deliberately omitted during their earlier discussions. "I did not lie to you," Blackthorn defended when confronted with Hermione's claims about magical disturbances. "But yes, I presented Avallones' history in its most favorable light. Would you have proceeded with the awakening had you known the full complexity?" "That should have been my choice to make," Harry replied firmly. "Full information, not edited highlights." "Perhaps," Blackthorn acknowledged. "Though in my experience, most great magical workings would never be attempted if all potential consequences were fully contemplated beforehand." "Tell us now," Fleur demanded. "What exactly happened when Avallones was originally sealed away?" Blackthorn sighed, a strange sound coming from a consciousness without physical form. Avallones was not merely a magical settlement. It was an experiment in magical governance, specifically, in direct connection between magical practitioners and the fundamental forces of nature. The ley line manipulation system, Harry realized. Precisely. We discovered methods to channel these natural magical currents directly, without the intermediate focus of wands or ritual components. This made our magic more powerful, more responsive, more pure. And dangerous, Luna observed quietly, having joined them midway through the discussion. "Yes," Blackthorn admitted. "Not inherently, but in application. Some within our community began using this direct connection to manipulate weather patterns beyond our borders, to influence magical creatures in distant territories, eventually to project power into other magical settlements. You became a threat to other magical communities," Neville concluded. "Some did," Blackthorn corrected. "Not all of us approved of such expansionist applications. Civil conflict erupted within Avallones itself, those who believed our power should remain focused on our own community versus those who saw it as a mandate to reshape magical society broadly." "What happened?" Harry prompted, sensing the ancient wizard's reluctance to continue. "War," Blackthorn said simply. "First internal, then external as other magical communities united against us. The conflict destabilized magical currents across the Mediterranean region, causing unpredictable magical phenomena similar to what your former friend describes. And your solution was to seal Avallones away," Harry concluded. "To put it into magical dormancy. It was the only way to end the destruction," Blackthorn confirmed. "I led the faction advocating for limitation, for responsibility in wielding such power. When it became clear we could not prevail against the expansionists through conventional means, I enacted the Preservation Protocol, essentially disconnecting Avallones from the wider magical network and placing its power in stasis until wiser hands might someday reawaken it." The implications hung heavily in the chamber. Haven had reactivated an ancient magical system with known potential to destabilize magical currents far beyond its boundaries. "Why didn't you tell us this before the awakening?" Fleur demanded, anger evident in her voice. "Because the circumstances are fundamentally different," Blackthorn replied calmly. "Harry is not simply a magical practitioner gaining access to Avallones' power. He is bound to the island itself, his intentions directly influencing how that power manifests. His commitment to Haven as sanctuary rather than empire shapes how the magic expresses beyond our shores." "But the disturbances Hermione describes are real," Harry pressed. "Yes," Blackthorn acknowledged. "The reawakening of Avallones necessarily impacts the global magical network to which it connects. Like reopening a dam on a river, the water must find new balance. Can it be stabilized? Neville asked practically. It already is stabilizing, Blackthorn assured them. The initial activation causes the most significant disruption. As Harry grows more attuned to the island's magic, his natural equilibrium will extend to the connected systems. So Hermione's concerns are valid, but temporary, Harry summarized. Essentially, yes, Blackthorn confirmed. Though I would exercise caution in your meeting with her. Britain's magical authorities have historical reasons to fear Avallones Reborn, beyond your current political conflict. Meaning that modern magical governance, ministries, councils, centralized regulatory bodies, evolved partly in response to the Avallones model. Our direct connection to magical forces represented individual magical empowerment that bypassed hierarchical control. That threatened the emerging system of managed, regulated magic under government oversight. So it wasn't just fear of misuse, Luna observed insightfully. It was fear of magical independence itself. Precisely, Blackthorn nodded, or conveyed the mental equivalent. Avallones represented an alternative model of magical society, one where power flowed from direct connection to natural forces rather than through approved channels and authorized practices. Harry processed this information thoughtfully. Which explains why modern Britain finds Haven so threatening. We're recreating that alternative model, intentionally or not. With the added dimension of your personal history, Blackthorn noted. You have already defeated one seemingly undefeatable magical force. Your enhanced abilities through the Avallones connection make you potentially the most individually powerful wizard alive. From a governance perspective, that's terrifying. Great, Harry sighed. So I'm meeting with Hermione tomorrow to discuss how I've accidentally recreated an ancient magical threat to organized magical society while personally becoming exactly what the Ministry feared I might become. That should be a pleasant conversation. Despite the gravity of the situation, his dry comment elicited smiles from his companions. At least now you're properly informed, Fleur pointed out. You can address her concerns from a position of understanding rather than defensiveness. And perhaps propose solutions, Luna added dreamily. The ripples are already calming. The island listens to your heart, Harry. It doesn't seek domination any more than you do. Harry nodded, finding comfort in Luna's unique perspective. We'll prepare for tomorrow's meeting with this new context in mind. In the meantime, let's keep this information within the core council. No need to create unnecessary concern throughout Haven. As they left the chamber, Harry lingered briefly, directing a final question to Blackthorn. Is there anything else I should know before meeting Hermione? Any other historical details you've omitted for my own good? The ancient consciousness seemed to consider carefully before responding. Just one, perhaps. The binding between Guardian and Island is more profound than I initially explained. Your emotional state, your deepest intentions, these shape how Avallones' magic manifests beyond our shores. Maintain your center, Harry Potter. In moments of extreme emotion, the island's response can exceed your conscious control. Meaning what exactly? Meaning that righteous anger, however justified, could manifest in ways you might regret, Blackthorn cautioned. The binding grants power responsive to both conscious direction and unconscious desire. Be mindful of both when facing those who have betrayed you. The warning lingered in Harry's thoughts as he ascended to the surface, a sobering reminder of the responsibility that came with his new role. Tomorrow's meeting with Hermione wouldn't just test diplomatic skills or defensive preparations, it would test his emotional control in ways he hadn't anticipated. The ancient Greek temple stood on a rocky promontory jutting into the Ionian Sea, its weathered columns testament to both human architectural achievement and the inexorable passage of time. Once dedicated to Poseidon, the site retained traces of its original magic, subtle protections against sea storms, enchantments encouraging clear sight and truthful speech. Harry arrived an hour before the scheduled meeting time, thoroughly examining the location for traps or surveillance charms. He found none, though he did discover evidence of recent magical presence, diagnostic charms similar to his own, suggesting Hermione had conducted her own security sweep. Neville's covert security team had arrived even earlier, establishing hidden observation points with clear lines of sight to the temple interior. They remained under disillusionment charms, undetectable except to Harry's enhanced perception, which could now sense magical signatures through conventional concealment. At precisely the appointed hour, a soft crack of apparition announced Hermione's arrival. She appeared alone as promised, wearing simple navy robes rather than her official ministry attire, a deliberate choice Harry recognized as matching his own casual dress. A signal that this meeting was indeed personal rather than official. She looked much as he remembered, though more careworn than during their Hogwarts days. Her hair was pulled back in a practical bun, and she carried no visible bag or briefcase, another trust-building measure, eliminating possible hidden magical items. "Hello, Harry," she greeted, her voice carefully neutral as she remained at a respectful distance. "Thank you for agreeing to meet." "Hermione," he acknowledged with a slight nod. "You've come alone as promised." "Yes," she confirmed. "Though I imagine you haven't. I would have arranged security too, in your position." Harry smiled faintly. "Then we understand each other. You mentioned magical disturbances in Britain." She nodded, moving slowly to a fallen column that provided a natural seating area. "May I?" When Harry nodded permission, she sat, gathering her thoughts. "It began 3 days ago, precisely when our magical monitoring systems detected a massive power surge from Haven's location. The Department of Mysteries registered it as awakening magic of pre-Roman origin, according to their classification system. The Avallones awakening, Harry confirmed, seeing no point in denying what their sensors had already detected. Hermione's eyes widened slightly at his open acknowledgement. "Then you did deliberately activate something ancient beneath the island." "Yes," Harry replied simply. "Though we didn't anticipate the wider magical effects you described in your message." "What exactly did you awaken, Harry?" she asked, professional curiosity momentarily overriding political caution. "Avallones was a magical settlement that predates modern wizarding society," he explained, deciding transparency served his purposes better than evasion. "The island was its center, placed in magical dormancy thousands of years ago during some kind of conflict. We discovered its control systems and reactivated them, creating a direct connection to the underlying ley line network," Hermione concluded, her quick mind filling in gaps. "That explains the pattern of disturbances. They follow Britain's major ley lines exactly." "What kind of disturbances, specifically?" Harry asked, genuinely concerned about unintended consequences. Hermione hesitated only briefly before answering. "Magical fluctuations at ancient sites, Stonehenge, Avebury, the Orkney complexes. Temporary but extreme changes in magical creature behavior, the centaur herds in the Forbidden Forest simultaneously turning to face Haven's direction for hours. Most concerning, unpredictable surges in ambient magic that interfere with established wards and regulatory systems. Are people being harmed?" This was Harry's primary concern. "Not directly," Hermione admitted. "But the disruptions have caused secondary effects, transportation accidents when established apparition points suddenly require different power levels, protective charms failing at inconvenient moments. The department has recorded over 60 incidents, mostly minor but occasionally serious." Harry nodded, absorbing this information. "According to our source, these effects should stabilize soon. The initial activation causes the most significant disruption to the connected magical network. As the systems rebalance, the fluctuations should diminish and eventually cease." "Your source being the ancient consciousness that guided the awakening," Hermione guessed shrewdly. Harry raised an eyebrow, impressed despite himself. "The Department of Mysteries has more information about Avallones than you indicated in your message." "Very little, actually," she corrected. "Mostly fragmented references in texts dating back to early Roman magical historians. But enough to know it was considered dangerous enough to seal away completely rather than simply defeat in conventional magical conflict." "It wasn't Avallones itself that was dangerous," Harry clarified. It was how some of its inhabitants chose to use their connection to fundamental magical forces. The direct access to ley line energy without conventional focusing tools. Like wandless, nonverbal magic but exponentially more powerful, Hermione extrapolated, academic interest momentarily overwhelming political concerns. Something like that, Harry acknowledged. But that's not why you arranged this meeting, is it? Not just to discuss magical theory or historical curiosities. Hermione's expression sobered. No. I came because the department believes, and I agree, that the Avaloni's awakening fundamentally changes the balance of magical power. Not just politically between Haven and Britain, but magically between conventional wizardry and, whatever you've become through this process. The blunt assessment hung in the air between them. And what exactly does the department believe I've become? Harry asked quietly. A direct channel for primal magical forces, Hermione replied, equally direct. Our sensors detect your magical signature merged with the island's underlying power, creating something our analysts don't have a classification for. The closest historical parallel they've found is to ancient wizards who were considered living embodiments of magical locations, druids who became one with sacred groves, volcano priestesses who channeled elemental fire. Figures generally relegated to myth rather than history, Harry noted. Until 3 days ago, Hermione pointed out. Harry, you must understand, this development terrifies Britain's magical leadership. Not just because it makes Haven virtually impregnable or gives you personally unprecedented magical capabilities. But because it represents a fundamental challenge to how magic itself is understood and regulated in the modern world. That's the real issue, isn't it? Harry observed with sudden clarity. Not the temporary disturbances, which will fade. Not even my enhanced personal power, which I've shown no inclination to use aggressively. It's that Haven now represents an alternative model of magical society, one where power flows directly from connection to natural forces rather than through ministry-approved channels. Hermione looked momentarily taken aback by his insight. Yes, she admitted after a pause. That's precisely the concern at the highest levels. Haven was already a political challenge to Britain's authority. Now it's an existential challenge to the entire system of magical governance established over the past millennium. And that's why you're here personally, Harry realized. Not officially representing the ministry, but trying to understand what this means for everything you've worked toward. She nodded, a flicker of the old Hermione, his friend rather than his adversary, showing through her professional facade. The world is changing, Harry. Magical boundaries shifting in ways no one anticipated. I needed to see for myself what you've become, to understand if you're still, you. And your assessment, he asked, genuinely curious about her perception. Hermione studied him carefully before answering. You're still Harry. Different, there's something in your magic that wasn't there before, a depth or resonance I can feel even without magical sensors. But your essential nature seems unchanged. It is, he confirmed simply. The binding enhances what was already there, it doesn't override who I am. Then perhaps there's room for understanding between us, even if reconciliation isn't possible, Hermione suggested cautiously. Britain can't accept Haven's independence or the precedent it creates. That political reality won't change. But perhaps we can establish protocols to manage the magical interaction between our communities, minimize disruption on both sides. It was more than Harry had expected from this meeting, a pragmatic acknowledgement of Haven's de facto existence, if not formal recognition. That seems reasonable. Though any such protocols would need to acknowledge Haven's sovereignty in practice, even if Britain won't do so officially. I believe I could persuade the minister to accept functional diplomatic channels without formal recognition, Hermione replied carefully. Especially with the magical disturbances as leverage. Stability benefits everyone. As they discussed potential frameworks for this limited engagement, Harry found himself studying his former friend with mixed emotions. The betrayal still stung, her knowledge of the potions and manipulations, her choice of political advancement over loyalty. Yet here she was, attempting to build bridges where only conflict had existed before. "Why did you do it, Hermione?" he asked suddenly, interrupting their diplomatic discussion. "You knew what they were doing to me, the potions, the monitoring, the theft. You were brilliant enough to see through Dumbledore's manipulations. Why continue them?" Hermione flinched visibly at the direct confrontation, but didn't attempt to deny her complicity. "I believed it was necessary," she admitted quietly. "After Voldemort, you were different. Raw. Unpredictable. Your magical power was growing without the Horcrux to suppress it. The department predicted you would continue to develop unprecedented abilities. So you decided to control me. Like a weapon. Like a force of nature," she corrected softly. "Harry, you've never understood your own significance, not just symbolically as the boy who lived, but magically. Your connection to death magic through your survival of the Killing Curse, your ability to master the Hallows, your capacity to love despite everything you suffered, these made you unique in magical history. And dangerous to the established order," Harry concluded. "Yes," she acknowledged simply. "I convinced myself it was for the greater good, that stability for the many outweighed freedom for one, even when that one was my best friend." Her voice caught slightly. "I was wrong, at least in method if not in assessment. The Avaloni's awakening proves what the department feared all along, your capacity to transcend conventional magical limitations." Harry absorbed this explanation in silence, sensing the genuine regret beneath her rationalization. "And now? Do you still believe I need to be controlled?" "I believe you need to be understood," Hermione replied carefully. "What you've become through the awakening is beyond Ministry classification or control. That's simply reality now. The question is whether coexistence is possible between Haven's model of magic and Britain's." "It is from our side," Harry stated firmly. "Haven was founded as sanctuary, not empire. We have no interest in projecting power beyond our borders or forcing our model on others. Our quarrel with Britain has always been defensive, not expansionist." Hermione nodded slowly. "I believe you mean that sincerely. Whether Britain's leadership will accept such assurances." She trailed off, leaving the challenge unspoken. "Then perhaps that's where we start," Harry suggested. "Not with formal treaties or recognition, but with magical cooperation to stabilize the disruptions, followed by limited diplomatic engagement on specific issues of mutual concern." "A pragmatic approach," Hermione agreed, professional respect evident in her tone. "I can work with that." As they finalized the framework for this tentative engagement, Harry sensed a subtle shift in the magical atmosphere, a disturbance in the protective wards Neville's team had established around the meeting site. Someone was attempting to breach them, with considerable skill and power. "We're not alone anymore," he informed Hermione, rising smoothly to his feet. "Someone's bypassing the security perimeter." Hermione looked genuinely alarmed. "It's not my people. I came alone as promised." "I believe you," Harry replied, his enhanced senses already identifying the magical signatures approaching from multiple directions. "But someone followed you, or us both." Before either could react further, the ancient temple space warped briefly as anti-apparition wards snapped into place, trapping them within its boundaries. Simultaneously, 8 figures in hooded robes appeared at the perimeter, wands already moving in coordinated casting patterns Harry recognized from Auror tactical training. "Surrender your wands," commanded a magically amplified voice. "By authority of Special Directive 17, you are both detained for unsanctioned diplomatic engagement." Harry recognized the directive, an obscure regulation allowing the Department of Magical Security to detain even ministry officials suspected of unauthorized foreign contact. It appeared Hermione's unofficial outreach had been discovered. "Department Strike Team," Hermione confirmed in a harsh whisper. "Grayson's unit, hardliners all. Harry, they'll have the suppression technology." As if confirming her warning, one of the hooded figures activated a device similar to what the British fleet had deployed during their failed assault on Haven, a compact generator producing the sickly yellow energy field designed to sever a wizard's connection to their magical core. But something unexpected happened as the field expanded toward them. Harry felt the island's magic respond through his binding, not weakening as the suppression technology intended, but adapting, creating a protective counter-resonance that shielded not only him but Hermione beside him. "Impossible," breathed one of the department agents as their supposedly unblockable technology failed visibly against Harry's protection. Harry smiled grimly. "You really should update your intelligence briefings. A lot has changed since your last attempt." Without using his wand, which remained stored in its holster, Harry extended his hand toward the suppression device. The island's magic flowed through him effortlessly, seeking and finding the fundamental flaw in the technology's design, its attempt to artificially separate a wizard from their inherent magical nature, a violation of magical law more fundamental than any ministry regulation. With a focused thought rather than a spoken spell, Harry unraveled the device's core enchantment. The generator imploded silently, collapsing into a shower of inert components. The department agents faltered momentarily, clearly unprepared for their primary weapon's failure. That hesitation gave Neville's security team the opening they needed, dispelling their concealment charms and engaging the attackers from behind with precisely targeted stunning spells. 3 agents fell immediately. The remaining 5 recovered quickly, shields snapping into place as they regrouped into defensive formation. Their leader began a complex casting sequence Harry recognized as a deadlier variant of the suppression field, one designed to physically separate a wizard from their magic permanently. "Harry," Hermione began urgently, her wand now drawn defensively. "Stay behind me," he instructed calmly, stepping forward to meet the escalating threat. As the department leader completed his casting, releasing a virulent purple energy wave directly at Harry, the full potential of the Avaloni's binding manifested for the first time. Harry didn't dodge or shield in conventional ways. Instead, he opened himself completely to the island's magic, becoming a conduit for power that responded to the attack on a fundamental level. The purple wave struck an invisible barrier inches from Harry's chest, not simply stopping but being absorbed, analyzed, and neutralized by magic that operated on principles beyond modern wizarding understanding. The energy dissipated harmlessly, leaving the department agents staring in shocked disbelief. "Enough," Harry stated quietly, his voice somehow carrying to every corner of the temple grounds. "This conflict ends now." With a gesture that was more intent than movement, he established a containment field around the remaining agents, not harmful, but completely impenetrable from within. Their spells struck the boundary and were simply absorbed, feeding back into the field itself. "What did you do to them?" Hermione asked, approaching cautiously as Neville's team secured the stunned agents. "Isolated them in a portion of reality where magic returns to its caster rather than affecting external targets," Harry explained, the knowledge coming directly from Avaloni's ancient understanding of magical principles. "They're unharmed but contained until we decide how to proceed." Hermione studied the containment field with academic fascination despite the circumstances. That's not in any known branch of magical theory. Not even the department's classified research division has developed anything like this. Avaloni's understood magic differently, Harry replied simply. Their approach was based on harmony with natural forces rather than domination of them. Before they could discuss the implications further, one of Neville's security team approached urgently. "Sir, we've identified the strike team leader. You'll want to see this." Harry moved to where the team had removed the hood from the unconscious leader. The face revealed was familiar, Ron Weasley, now serving as Britain's Deputy Director of Magical Security under Hermione. "You didn't know," Harry observed, studying Hermione's genuinely shocked expression. "No," she confirmed, her voice tight with anger and betrayal. "This operation wasn't authorized through official channels. Ron must have." She trailed off, professional composure momentarily cracking. "Followed you," Harry completed. "Tracked your unauthorized departure, assembled a strike team without official sanction. Attempted to capture or eliminate both of us, solving Britain's problem with a single action. He'll claim he was protecting me," Hermione said bitterly. That I was potentially under your influence, compromised by unauthorized contact. And the suppression technology? The attempt to permanently sever my magic. Plausible deniability, she admitted grimly. If you were killed resisting arrest, it becomes a regrettable tactical necessity. The perfect solution to Britain's Haven problem without official accountability. Harry nodded, unsurprised by the calculated ruthlessness. What happens now depends largely on you, Hermione. Your unofficial diplomatic outreach has been compromised, your deputy caught attempting what amounts to assassination. Your position is precarious. She straightened, political calculation visibly reasserting itself. Unless we both stick to the original narrative. I came to address the magical disturbances affecting Britain. We were establishing protocols for magical cooperation without political recognition. The unauthorized department team interfered with a legitimate magical security operation. Clever, Harry acknowledged. But it leaves Ron positioned to claim you were acting without authority. Let him try, Hermione replied with sudden steel in her voice. I still have the minister's confidence. This incident will require explanation, but it also creates opportunity. For what exactly? To implement exactly what we discussed, she explained. Practical engagement without formal recognition. The disruptions give me leverage with the Wizengamot. Magical stability requires cooperation with Haven, regardless of political disagreements. Today's incident demonstrates that aggressive approaches are counterproductive against your new capabilities. Harry studied her thoughtfully. Despite everything, Hermione's strategic mind remained impressive, already converting setback into opportunity. And Ron will face internal discipline for unauthorized operations, she stated firmly. I may have made questionable choices, Harry, but I've never sanctioned assassination. That line still exists for me. After a moment's consideration, Harry nodded. Take him and your agents back to Britain. Consider this incident closed, provided the approach we discussed moves forward in good faith. Relief crossed Hermione's features. It will. Whatever our past, Harry, I recognize the new reality. Haven exists. Avallones is awakened. Practical accommodation is the only rational path forward. As arrangements were made for the department agents' return to Britain, Harry stepped aside with Neville to address the security implications. You handled them easily enough, Neville observed. But the fact they tracked Hermione here is concerning. Agreed, Harry replied. And it confirms Luna's suspicion that someone within Haven is passing information to Britain. How else would they know to monitor Hermione specifically for contact with us? We need to identify the spy, Neville stated grimly. With your new abilities, can't you simply sense who doesn't belong? Harry shook his head. It doesn't work that way. I can feel general well-being across the island, but not specific intentions or loyalties. We'll need more conventional methods. I'll implement additional security protocols, Neville decided. Compartmentalized information, verification charms on key communications. We'll find them. As the cleanup concluded and preparations were made for departure, Harry approached Hermione one final time. This doesn't erase the past, he told her quietly. What you knew about the potions, the monitoring, the theft, that betrayal still stands between us. I know, she acknowledged, regret briefly visible beneath her political mask. But perhaps it doesn't define our entire future relationship. Britain and Haven may never be allies, but we don't have to be enemies fighting a zero-sum game. Pragmatic coexistence, Harry summarized. We'll see if it's possible. As Hermione prepared to depart with her now restrained agents, she paused. Harry. What you've become through the awakening, it's extraordinary. Powerful beyond anything in modern magical record. Just. She hesitated, then continued softly, be careful. Power of that magnitude has consequences, intended or not. With that final caution, she activated her emergency port key, disappearing with her prisoners back to British jurisdiction. Left alone with his security team, Harry gazed out over the Ionian Sea, contemplating the day's developments. The confrontation had demonstrated the full potential of his binding with Avallones, capabilities beyond what even he had anticipated. Yet Hermione's warning lingered, a reminder that power rarely came without price. "Let's go home," he told Neville and the security team. "Haven's council needs to hear about today's events." As they prepared to depart, Harry cast one last look at the ancient temple where enemies had briefly found common ground. The Avallones' awakening had indeed changed everything, not just for Haven, but for the entire magical world. The ripples would continue spreading, challenging foundations laid centuries ago. And somewhere within Haven itself, someone watched and waited, reporting to enemies across the sea. The thought sent a protective surge through Harry's connection to the island. The spy would be found, the threat neutralized. Haven had faced betrayal before and emerged stronger. It would do so again. Chapter 3, Sovereignty. 5 years after Harry Potter fled Britain with nothing but a handful of loyal friends and shattered trust, Haven stood transformed. The once empty Mediterranean island now bustled with over 10,000 magical residents from across the globe. Crystal spires dominated the skyline, their facades catching the morning light in dazzling rainbow prisms. The financial district hummed with activity as goblins, wizards, and other magical beings conducted business worth billions of galleons daily. Harry strode through the crowded market square, nodding to residents who called greetings. No longer the bitter exile, he moved with the quiet confidence of someone who had built something extraordinary from the ashes of betrayal. President Potter. A young centaur cantered up, clutching official-looking scrolls. "The Sovereignty Committee needs your approval on the final security protocols for tomorrow's ceremony." "Thanks, Firenze Jr." Harry accepted the documents with a smile. The colt was the spitting image of his father, who had defied centaur tradition to teach at Hogwarts years ago. "How's your father enjoying his position as ambassador to the centaur nations?" The young centaur puffed up proudly. "He says representing Haven is the most important work of his life. The delegations from the Black Forest and Olympus herds arrive tonight." "Good. We need their support." Harry glanced through the protocols, quickly signing his approval. "Tell Neville these look solid." As Firenze Jr. trotted away, Harry continued toward Haven's governance complex. The building resembled no government structure on Earth, a seamless blend of crystal, living plants, and stone that seemed to grow organically from the island itself. Since binding himself to Avallones, Harry had guided the island's architecture to reflect the unique magic underlying their society. "There you are." George Weasley's voice called from a nearby workshop. His expanded Wheezes operation now occupied a prime corner of the market, though these days it produced more innovative defensive items than jokes. "Need your input on something." Harry detoured into the workshop, finding George hunched over what looked like an ornate crystal bowl. "What fresh madness are you cooking up now?" Harry asked, examining the device. "Please tell me it's not another instant swamp variant. The botanical district is still recovering from your last experiment." "Better." George grinned, tapping the bowl with his wand. It hummed to life, projecting a three-dimensional map of Haven above it. "Complete security monitoring system. Integrates with the island's ley lines through your connection. Real-time tracking of every magical signature in Haven, with immediate alerts for unauthorized or hostile intent." Harry whistled appreciatively. "This could finally help us catch our spy." "That's the idea." George's expression grew serious. 5 years, Harry. 5 years of classified information leaking to Britain. Diplomatic plans, defense strategies, economic initiatives, all compromised before implementation. "I know." Harry ran a hand through his perpetually messy hair, now streaked with a few premature strands of silver, a side effect of channeling Avallones' ancient power. "The Avallones binding should have let me identify anyone with harmful intent, but they're somehow masking their signature. Which means they're using magic even older than your fancy island connection." George adjusted some runes on the bowl's rim. "This might help level the playing field." It bypasses conventional magical signatures to detect intent directly through the ley lines. Just in time for tomorrow's ceremony, Harry noted. When do we activate it? It's ready now. Just needs your magical signature to connect with the island's network. Harry placed his palm on the crystal. His magic flowed automatically, connecting with the device through the same pathways that linked him to Haven itself. The projected map pulsed once, then expanded with remarkable detail, each tiny light representing a magical being on the island. Bloody brilliant, George. Harry studied the display with appreciation. We'll have this monitoring the ceremony. With over 100 international delegates arriving, security can't be too tight. Speaking of tight, George waggled his eyebrows suggestively. How are things with our lovely French cursebreaker? Still dancing around each other after 5 years? Harry rolled his eyes but couldn't hide a slight flush. Fleur and I are complicated. Complicated meaning you've been obviously in love with each other for years but too stubborn to admit it? George grinned. Or complicated meaning you're also attracted to our resident magical architect? Both, Harry admitted with a sigh. Maya and I work closely on integrating modern magical architecture with Avallone's systems. And Fleur, well, is the woman who kissed you before you bound yourself to an ancient magical island, then stood by you through everything since, George finished. Yeah, real mystery why that might create feelings. The sovereignty ceremony comes first, Harry deflected. Personal matters can wait. 5 years of waiting seems plenty, mate. George clapped him on the shoulder. Anyway, the system's active. I'll monitor it during the ceremony, coordinate with Neville's security teams if we detect anything suspicious. Perfect. See you at the council meeting this afternoon. George nodded, already turning back to fine-tune his creation. Harry continued toward the governance complex, his thoughts shifting to the ceremony ahead. After 5 years of building Haven from refugee camp to thriving magical nation, tomorrow they would finally receive formal recognition from the International Confederation of Wizards. Britain, of course, remained firmly opposed. Despite the pragmatic channels of communication established after the Temple incident, Hermione Granger, now Minister for Magic following Shacklebolt's retirement, maintained Britain's official position that Haven was an illegal settlement on magically stolen territory. The reality on the ground told a different story. Haven's financial services now handled nearly 30% of the global magical economy. Their advances in integrating ancient Avallone's magic with modern magical theory had revolutionized fields from healing to transportation. Most significantly, their society of mixed magical beings, wizards, goblins, centaurs, mere-people, and others coexisting as equals, offered an alternative to the wizard-dominated hierarchies of traditional magical nations. As Harry approached the governance complex, he spotted Maya Winters directing a team making final adjustments to the ceremonial amphitheater where tomorrow's recognition would take place. The American which had become indispensable to Haven, her fusion of Native American magical principles with Avallone's energy creating architecture unlike anything in the magical world. Harry, she called, waving him over. Perfect timing. Need your connection to adjust the resonance. He joined her at the center of the amphitheater, admiring how the structure captured both sound and magical energy, amplifying both. Looks amazing, Maya. The delegates will be impressed. That's the idea. She grinned, brushing a strand of black hair from her face. Political recognition comes easier when you dazzle them first. Now, I need you to attune the central focus crystal to the island's primary ley line. Harry placed his hand on the massive crystal embedded in the amphitheater floor. Through his binding with Avallone's, he could perceive the magical currents flowing beneath, powerful rivers of energy converging directly under this spot. The intersection is deeper than we thought, he murmured, eyes closed in concentration. There's something strange about the pattern today. Almost agitated. Maya frowned, kneeling beside him. Agitated how? The ceremonial site was chosen specifically for its stable magical properties. It was stable, Harry confirmed, probing deeper with his awareness. But something shifted recently. The energy feels anticipatory. Could the island be responding to the upcoming ceremony? Maya suggested. Your binding makes Avallones semi-sentient, connected to your intentions and emotions. Possibly. Harry withdrew from the deeper connection, refocusing on the task at hand. Let me attune the crystal. We can investigate the shift later. With practiced ease, he channeled a precise amount of power through his connection, calibrating the focus crystal to serve as a perfect conduit between speakers and audience. The crystal flashed once, then settled into a soft, pulsing glow. Perfect, Maya approved, her hand briefly touching his shoulder. The contact lingered a moment longer than strictly necessary. The acoustics will be flawless, and the magical resonance should enhance diplomatic receptivity. Magical mood lighting for international politics? Harry quirked an eyebrow. More like subtle harmonization of magical auras, she clarified with a smile. Nothing manipulative, just creating optimal conditions for agreement. The crystal amplifies existing goodwill. Clever, Harry acknowledged. Any word from the American delegation? Arriving this evening. The Magical Congress is sending their president personally, a strong statement of support. She hesitated, then added, Britain's officially boycotting, of course, but rumors suggest they might send observers anyway. Hermione keeping her options open, Harry nodded, unsurprised. Publicly opposing our recognition while privately ensuring they're not excluded from whatever advantages come with it. Speaking of advantages. Maya gestured toward the governance complex entrance where Fleur Delacour had appeared, clearly looking for Harry. Your other admirer approaches. Harry felt the familiar warmth that always accompanied Fleur's presence. 5 years had only enhanced her natural beauty, now complemented by the confidence of Haven's chief diplomatic officer. Maya, he began awkwardly. She waved him off with an understanding smile. Go. We'll finish the attunement later. Some conversations are more important than magical architecture. Harry squeezed her hand gratefully before moving to meet Fleur. The complex relationship between the three of them remained largely unspoken, a triangle of mutual respect, attraction, and unresolved feelings complicated by Haven's constant crises and Harry's unique bond with the island itself. Harry, Fleur greeted, her accent still noticeable though less pronounced after years speaking primarily English. The International Confederation Advance Team has arrived. They're reviewing our documentation before tomorrow's ceremony. Any issues? None so far. Her blue eyes sparkled with suppressed excitement. The representative from the ICW Legal Division says our case for sovereignty is impressively thorough. We have historical precedent, continuous occupation, economic self-sufficiency, and unique magical contribution. All the requirements for formal recognition, Harry noted with satisfaction. Plus the small matter of 10,000 residents who would become international magical refugees if we were denied, Fleur added pragmatically. The political cost of rejecting Haven would be too high, even with Britain's opposition. And how is Britain expressing that opposition today? Fleur's expression darkened slightly. Minister Granger has filed a final formal protest, claiming the ICW lacks jurisdiction to recognize territory in dispute between Haven and Britain. A territory they never knew existed until we claimed it, Harry pointed out. The Black family holdings were unplottable for centuries. Logic has never been the ministry's strong point where Haven is concerned, Fleur replied dryly. Regardless, the protest is procedural only. The recognition vote tomorrow is essentially guaranteed. Harry nodded, allowing himself a moment to appreciate how far they'd come. From a desperate band of refugees to a sovereign magical nation in 5 years. We should brief the council. Is everyone available this afternoon? All except Neville. He's conducting final security sweeps with the defense teams. Fleur fell into step beside him as they entered the governance complex. He's particularly concerned about tomorrow's ceremony creating a vulnerability. So many foreign magical signatures in one place could mask infiltration attempts. George just finished a new security monitoring system tied directly to the island's ley lines, Harry informed her. It should help identify any unauthorized or hostile presences. Good. Fleur nodded approvingly. Though I doubt it will reveal our long-term information leak. Whoever has been passing intelligence to Britain these past 5 years is sophisticated enough to avoid conventional detection. The subject of Haven's mysterious spy remained a sensitive point. Despite enhanced security protocols, compartmentalized information, and periodic magical screening, someone continued to feed Britain classified details about Haven's operations. The leak had compromised diplomatic initiatives, economic negotiations, and even defense preparations on multiple occasions. Maybe we'll get lucky, Harry said without much conviction. The ceremony will bring everyone together in one place. If our spy attempts to communicate with any British observers, we'll be watching, Fleur finished firmly. After 5 years, it's time this shadow was brought into the light. They reached the council chamber doors, pausing before entering. For a moment, the professional masks dropped, and Fleur's expression softened. Tomorrow changes everything, Harry, she said quietly. Sovereignty means we're no longer building something precarious that might collapse at any moment. We're establishing something permanent. The unspoken implication hung between them, that permanent foundations might finally allow space for personal considerations too long deferred. One step at a time, Harry replied, though his eyes conveyed deeper understanding. Let's get through tomorrow first. With a nod, Fleur composed herself back into Haven's chief diplomat, and they entered the council chamber together. The council meeting ran late into the evening as final preparations for the sovereignty ceremony were reviewed in meticulous detail. Security protocols, diplomatic procedures, seating arrangements for potentially contentious delegations, every aspect required careful consideration to ensure tomorrow's historic recognition proceeded flawlessly. By the time Harry finally returned to his residence, a modest cliff-top dwelling despite repeated suggestions he should occupy something more presidential, the moon hung high over Haven. From his terrace, he could see the entire settlement spread below, magical lights twinkling across districts that hadn't existed 5 years ago. Beautiful view, came Luna's dreamy voice from the shadows. Harry turned, unsurprised. Luna's ability to appear unexpectedly had only grown more pronounced since the Avallone's awakening. As Haven's ambassador to non-human communities, she often kept unusual hours coordinating with nocturnal magical beings. Luna. Didn't hear you arrive. The Nargles guided me. She joined him at the terrace railing, her silver blonde hair glowing in the moonlight. The island is restless tonight. Can you feel it? Harry nodded slowly. Through his binding, he'd been sensing subtle fluctuations in Avallone's magical network all day, nothing alarming, but unusual nonetheless. I noticed it at the ceremonial site earlier. The ley line convergence feels different. More active. It's remembering, Luna said simply, as if this explained everything. When Harry raised a questioning eyebrow, she elaborated, Avallone's has experienced recognition ceremonies before. The original settlement hosted diplomatic gatherings of ancient magical communities. The patterns are stored in its memory, awakening as we prepare for our own ceremony. Blackthorn never mentioned that, Harry noted, referring to the ancient wizard whose consciousness still resided in stasis beneath the northern ruins, occasionally offering guidance on Avallone's systems. Blackthorn doesn't remember everything, Luna replied with surprising certainty. His consciousness preserves what he considered important, but the island itself remembers more. Harry had learned to trust Luna's unique insights, particularly regarding Avallone's nature. Her connection to the island's magic manifested differently than his own, less about control and more about perception. Should we be concerned about these fluctuations? He asked. Luna tilted her head, considering. Not concerned. Aware. The island is preparing in its own way, strengthening magical foundations to support tomorrow's ceremony. But awakened magic has its own patterns, its own intentions sometimes. That sounds ominously like a warning. She smiled serenely. Just an observation. The ancient magic understands sovereignty differently than we do. For Avalones, recognition isn't about political status but about completing magical connections. Tomorrow doesn't just formalize Haven's place in the wizarding world, it reconnects Avalones to global magical networks it once participated in. And that reconnection could have consequences. Harry pressed, sensing important subtext in Luna's typically oblique communication. Everything has consequences, she replied simply. But I didn't come to deliver warnings, Harry. I came because you're standing alone on your terrace the night before Haven's greatest achievement, looking pensive instead of celebrating. Harry chuckled softly. Caught me. Just thinking about how far we've come. From that first day on the beach with just the four of us, to this. He gestured toward the thriving magical community below. And perhaps thinking about what comes next. Luna suggested perceptively. For Haven, certainly, but also for Harry Potter. Am I that transparent? Only to those who know where to look. Luna's protuberant eyes studied him with surprising focus. 5 years of building, leading, protecting, always the guardian, rarely the man. Tomorrow's ceremony acknowledges what you've created. Perhaps it also opens space for what you've deferred. Harry sighed, leaning against the railing. George said something similar today. About Fleur, and Maya, and complicated feelings. Not so complicated, Luna contradicted gently. Your heart knows its direction. Your head creates the complications. My binding to the island creates complications, Harry corrected. Anyone who chooses a relationship with me also chooses connection to Avalones. It's not a simple commitment. Neither was following you to an unplottable island to build a new magical nation, Luna pointed out. Yet here we all are. Some choices transcend simple considerations. Before Harry could respond, a silvery lynx Patronus bounded onto the terrace, speaking with Neville's voice, security alert. Unauthorized magical signature detected near the ceremonial site. Defense team responding. Your presence requested. Luna's expression remained serene, but her eyes sharpened. The island's restlessness was a warning after all. Harry was already moving, summoning his cloak with a wandless gesture. Care to join the welcoming committee? Wouldn't miss it, Luna replied, falling into step beside him. The Nargles have been particularly insistent about tonight's importance. Together they apparat directly to the security post overlooking the ceremonial amphitheater, where Neville Longbottom stood coordinating response teams through an enhanced communication mirror. What do we have? Harry asked without preamble. Neville looked up, relief crossing his face at Harry's arrival. Breach in the southeastern perimeter wards. Single magical signature, powerful but strangely fluctuating, almost as if it's changing identity periodically. Metamorphmagus? Harry suggested immediately, thinking of his godson Teddy's abilities. Possibly, or some kind of magical disguise cycling through identities. Security teams have tracked it to the ceremonial amphitheater, but they're having trouble maintaining visual contact. It's using some method of concealment beyond standard disillusionment. Harry reached out through his binding, connecting to the amphitheater's embedded security systems. Through this magical link, he could perceive the space below in detail impossible for normal vision, magical signatures appearing as distinct patterns of light and energy. Got them, he confirmed after a moment. Hiding behind the eastern seating section. You're right about the fluctuating signature, it's deliberately shifting to avoid magical tracking. Clever. Trap or confront? Neville asked, ever the tactician. Contain first, then identify, Harry decided. Luna, can you feel any harmful intent? Luna closed her eyes briefly, extending her unique perceptive abilities. Not harmful exactly. Nervous. Determined. Familiar somehow. That narrows it down to everyone we've ever met, Neville muttered. Harry, I can have teams in position to create a containment perimeter in 30 seconds. Do it, Harry approved. But hold at perimeter only. I'll approach directly. Harry, Neville began to protest. The island will protect me, Harry assured him. And I want to see who's gone to such lengths to infiltrate us the night before our recognition ceremony. Without waiting for further discussion, Harry apparat directly to the amphitheater floor. The ceremonial space was eerily beautiful at night, the massive focus crystal pulsing gently with ambient magical energy. He moved silently toward the eastern seating section, extending his magical senses to track the intruder's position. Whoever you are, he called out, you're surrounded by Haven's defense forces. The wards have already alerted us to your presence. Show yourself and explain your purpose here. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a shimmer of magic indicated someone dropping a concealment charm. A figure stepped forward into the moonlight, hood drawn back to reveal a face Harry hadn't seen in 5 years. Hello, Harry, said Hermione Granger, Minister for Magic of Great Britain. I think we need to talk. Harry stared at his former friend, momentarily speechless. Of all possible infiltrators on the eve of Haven's recognition, the British Minister for Magic herself was perhaps the last he'd expected. Hermione, he finally managed. Bold move, sneaking onto sovereign territory you refuse to recognize. Technically not sovereign until tomorrow's ceremony, she replied with a hint of her old academic precision. And I wouldn't have resorted to infiltration if your diplomatic office hadn't rejected my repeated requests for a private meeting. Harry raised an eyebrow. You filed a formal protest against our recognition this morning. Forgive us for not rolling out the welcome mat. The ministry filed the protest, Hermione corrected. I'm here unofficially. Without the knowledge of my government. That got Harry's attention. Hermione Granger, always the consummate rule follower, breaking protocol and potentially risking her position to sneak into Haven unannounced. Something serious must be motivating her. You're taking an enormous risk, he observed, signaling Neville's teams to maintain distance but remain alert. Why? Because I have information you need before tomorrow's ceremony. Information I couldn't trust to diplomatic channels or official communication. She glanced around nervously. Is there somewhere more private we can speak? Harry studied her carefully, extending his magical senses to assess her intentions. The Avallone's binding gave him enhanced perception of magical signatures, including emotional imprints. What he detected from Hermione was genuine urgency and concern, without the hostile intent that would trigger the island's automatic defenses. The council chamber, he decided after a moment. Neville, Luna, join us there. Keep security teams on alert status. Hermione looked relieved. Thank you. Harry created a temporary apparition point linked directly to the governance complex, bypassing Haven's normal transportation restrictions. Moments later, they materialized in the council chamber, where Luna and Neville joined them seconds afterward. Minister Granger, Neville acknowledged stiffly, his wand not quite pointed at her but definitely ready. Bold of you to visit the nation you've spent 5 years trying to eradicate. Hello, Neville. Luna. Hermione nodded to each, looking surprisingly uncertain for Britain's most powerful magical official. I understand your suspicion. But I'm here to prevent a disaster, not create one. What kind of disaster? Harry asked directly, taking his usual seat at the council table and gesturing for the others to do likewise. Hermione remained standing, reaching into her robes and withdrawing a small crystal sphere. May I? At Harry's nod, she placed it on the table and activated it with a tap of her wand. The sphere projected a three-dimensional magical scan above the table, a detailed imaging of magical energy patterns beneath Haven. This is a deep-level magical survey conducted by the Department of Mysteries, Hermione explained. Taken 3 days ago using our most advanced remote sensing techniques. Harry leaned forward, immediately recognizing the ley line network beneath Haven, but with concerning anomalies he hadn't detected through his own connection. The patterns are destabilizing, he observed, pointing to swirling disturbances in the normally orderly energy flows. Particularly beneath the ceremonial site. Exactly, Hermione confirmed grimly. Your upcoming ceremony is creating magical resonance patterns that are weakening containment structures deep beneath the island. Containment for what? Luna asked sharply, her dreamy effect completely gone. Hermione hesitated. We're not entirely certain. Historical records in the department suggest Avallones wasn't just sealed away because of political conflict, as you've been told. Something was imprisoned beneath it, something powerful enough that an entire magical civilization was essentially sacrificed to maintain its containment. A chill ran through Harry as pieces clicked into place, the island's unusual restlessness, the agitated ley line patterns, Luna's cryptic warnings about ancient memories. Blackthorn, he realized aloud. He's not just a guardian or advisor left in stasis. He's a warden. Luna nodded slowly. That would explain the gaps in what he's shared about Avallones' history. He's revealed enough to help you activate the island's beneficial systems, but omitted the true purpose of the containment protocols. But what exactly is contained? Neville asked practically. And why would our recognition ceremony affect it? Hermione manipulated the projection, zooming in on an area deep beneath the ceremonial amphitheater. This chamber doesn't appear in any of the architectural plans you've shared through our limited diplomatic channels. It predates the Avallones civilization itself, according to our historians. The magical signatures emanating from it match nothing in our classification system except, she hesitated again. Except what? Harry pressed. Except certain resonance patterns detected during the original Voldemort conflict, she finished reluctantly. Specifically, magic associated with soul manipulation and immortality rituals. Stunned silence followed this revelation. You're suggesting there's something similar to a Horcrux beneath Haven? Harry finally asked, his voice carefully controlled despite the alarm coursing through him. Not exactly like a Horcrux, Hermione clarified. Much older, much more powerful. Our researchers believe it may be an entity or wizard from pre-Roman times who achieved a form of magical immortality, then was deemed too dangerous to be allowed freedom. The Avallones civilization was essentially built as an elaborate prison, with Blackthorn as its final warden when the civilization itself collapsed. And our sovereignty ceremony, with hundreds of powerful magical practitioners gathered directly above this chamber, creating intense magical resonance. Harry didn't need to finish the implication. Could inadvertently complete a weakening process that's been underway since you activated the Avallones systems, Hermione confirmed. The island's reawakening has been gradually affecting the containment protocols. Tomorrow's ceremony might provide the final magical push needed for whatever is down there to break free. Harry exchanged glances with Luna and Neville, seeing his own concern mirrored in their expressions. Why come yourself? Neville asked Hermione suspiciously. You could have sent this information through intelligence channels. Because I didn't know who to trust, she admitted. There's evidence suggesting someone with access to Britain's highest security information has been working to accelerate this process. Subtly nudging events toward tomorrow's ceremony, ensuring maximum magical participation, keeping relevant historical information classified. Someone wants whatever's down there released, Harry concluded grimly. And they've been playing both sides, feeding Britain information about Haven while simultaneously concealing crucial facts about Avallones from both of us. Our spy, Neville realized. Working toward this all along. Luna's silver eyes had taken on an unusual focus. We need to speak with Blackthorn immediately. Confront him directly about what's really contained beneath Haven. Harry nodded in agreement, then addressed Hermione. Assuming your information is accurate, and I'm inclined to believe it is, what do you suggest? Canceling tomorrow's ceremony would create a diplomatic crisis and raise questions we're not prepared to answer. Not cancellation, Hermione replied. Modification. The ceremony can proceed, but with magical dampening protocols in place around the specific chamber location. My team has developed containment enhancements that could reinforce the existing structures without disrupting your recognition proceedings. You brought these enhancements with you? Harry asked skeptically. The specifications, she clarified. They would need to be implemented through your connection to the island systems. Britain doesn't have the capability to directly affect Avaloni's magic, only you do, through your binding. The implied vulnerability in this arrangement wasn't lost on anyone present. Implementing unknown magical protocols provided by Britain's Minister for Magic, directly into Haven's foundational systems. The potential for sabotage was obvious. We would need to verify these specifications independently, Harry stated. Have our experts review them for any hidden functions or potential compromises to Haven's security. Of course, Hermione agreed readily. I expected nothing less. But time is limited, the ceremony begins in less than 12 hours. Draco and Maya can analyze the magical engineering aspects, Neville suggested. And Luna can assess compatibility with Avaloni's existing systems. Harry nodded agreement. And I'll speak with Blackthorn directly. If he's been concealing the true nature of what's contained beneath Haven, it's time for complete disclosure. I should come with you, Luna insisted. My perception might notice things your direct connection to Blackthorn might miss. Agreed. Harry turned to Neville. Maintain heightened security protocols. If there's a spy who's been working toward this moment for 5 years, they might make their move tonight. And find Draco and Maya, we'll need them here to evaluate Hermione's containment specifications. And what about me? Hermione asked. I imagine you're not eager to let me wander Haven unescorted. You'll remain here under Neville's supervision, Harry confirmed. Not as a prisoner, but not as a free agent either. You've brought valuable information, Hermione, but 5 years of actively opposing Haven's existence doesn't earn you unrestricted access. She accepted this with a nod. Fair enough. As arrangements were made to summon Draco and Maya, Harry led Luna toward the exit. We'll go to the northern ruins immediately. If Blackthorn has been concealing something this significant, we need answers before proceeding with any containment modifications. Harry, Hermione called after him. He paused at the doorway. Be careful. The Department of Mysteries records suggest Blackthorn wasn't just the last guardian of Avaloni's. He may have had a more personal connection to whatever is contained below. Harry acknowledged this cryptic warning with a nod, then departed with Luna. As they made their way toward Haven's northern peninsula, the island's magic felt increasingly unsettled beneath them, like the calm before a storm, but manifested through magical currents rather than weather. Whatever lay beneath Haven had remained dormant for thousands of years. Harry couldn't shake the feeling that its awakening now, on the eve of their sovereignty, was no coincidence at all. The ancient stone circle on Haven's northern peninsula looked particularly eerie under the midnight moon. The standing stones cast long shadows across the central altar, which now served as the entrance to Blackthorn's underground chamber. In the 5 years since the Avaloni's awakening, Harry had consulted the ancient wizard's consciousness regularly, but always with specific questions about the island's magical systems or historical context for discovered artifacts. Now, as he and Luna descended the spiral staircase into the chamber below, Harry prepared himself for a different kind of conversation, one challenging Blackthorn's trustworthiness directly. The underground chamber remained largely as they'd first discovered it, though the crystal sarcophagus containing Blackthorn's physical form now sat within a more elaborate magical containment system, enhancements added as Harry's understanding of Avaloni's magic evolved. The walls still depicted scenes of ancient magical life, but with Harry's expanded knowledge, he now recognized subtle details previously missed, defensive formations in what had appeared to be celebratory gatherings, warning symbols integrated into decorative patterns. He's aware of our presence, Luna observed quietly. The chamber's ambient magic has shifted. Indeed, before Harry could even announce their arrival, Blackthorn's consciousness manifested, no longer requiring the golden orb intermediary used during their initial encounters. Years of connection through the binding allowed his consciousness to communicate directly, appearing as a translucent projection of his physical form. Guardian, Blackthorn greeted formally, using the title he'd adopted for Harry since the binding. What brings you to my chamber at this late hour? Seeking last guidance before tomorrow's recognition. Seeking truth, Harry replied directly. About what's really contained beneath Haven. The projection flickered briefly, a hesitation that confirmed Harry's suspicions before Blackthorn even spoke. "I'm not certain I understand your question," the ancient wizard replied carefully. "The island systems are fully documented in the knowledge transfers you've received." "Not all systems," Harry challenged. "There's a chamber beneath the ceremonial amphitheater, one you've never mentioned. One containing something imprisoned thousands of years ago, something the entire Avallones civilization was essentially sacrificed to contain." Blackthorn's projection solidified, his expression shifting from diplomatic to grave. "Who told you this? Does it matter?" Luna interjected. "The question is whether it's true." For a long moment, Blackthorn remained silent, studying them both with ancient eyes that had witnessed the rise and fall of civilizations. Finally, he sighed, a strangely human gesture for a magical consciousness. "Yes," he admitted. "There is a containment chamber beneath what you've designated as your ceremonial site. It houses an entity of significant magical power and malevolent intent." "What entity?" Harry demanded. "And why keep its existence secret when you guided me to bind myself to this island?" "Because I feared you would reject the binding had you known the full responsibility it entailed," Blackthorn replied with surprising candor. "Avallones needs a guardian, not just for its beneficial systems but primarily to maintain the containment. Without the binding, the entity would have eventually broken free as the original containment degraded over time. So I wasn't chosen to revitalize Avallones," Harry realized bitterly. "I was chosen to be its jailer." "Both," Blackthorn corrected. "The island's magic serves multiple purposes, enabling the thriving magical community you've built while simultaneously maintaining the containment. One cannot exist without the other, they are balanced aspects of the same system." "Who is contained?" Luna asked directly, her normally dreamy voice sharp with focus. Blackthorn's projection seemed to age before their eyes, ancient sorrow etching deeper into his translucent features. "My brother," he answered finally. "Lord Darius Blackthorn. Once co-founder of Avallones, later its would-be destroyer." The revelation hung heavily in the chamber, contextualizing Blackthorn's evasions and half-truths over the years. "Your brother," Harry repeated flatly. "You imprisoned your own brother and built an entire magical civilization as his jail." "It was not my choice alone," Blackthorn defended. "Darius delved into magics that should have remained forbidden: soul manipulation, consciousness transfer, power amplification through sacrifice. He discovered methods to absorb magical energy directly from living practitioners, enhancing his own abilities while draining theirs completely. Magical vampirism," Luna translated. "Taking others' power for himself." "Precisely. At first, he claimed it was for defense, to protect Avallones from hostile magical communities. But power, once tasted, is rarely relinquished voluntarily. He began experimenting on our own citizens, developing rituals to harvest magical energy on increasingly larger scales." "And you stopped him," Harry presumed. "Not before terrible cost," Blackthorn admitted heavily. "Hundreds died in the conflict. Eventually, those of us opposing him realized he could not be killed conventionally, his ritualistic protections had made him functionally immortal. Containment was the only option." "So you built a prison around him," Luna observed. "We built an entire society around containing him," Blackthorn corrected. "The magical systems you've activated, the ley line network you now control, all were designed primarily as layered containment measures, with beneficial applications developed as secondary functions. Avallones thrived for centuries with this dual purpose, until external pressures and internal knowledge of our true function began to fade. And now the containment is failing," Harry stated, connecting the revelations to Hermione's warnings. "Our sovereignty ceremony could provide the final magical push needed for him to break free." "Yes," Blackthorn confirmed grimly. "The chamber resonates with concentrated magical energy. Your ceremony, with hundreds of powerful practitioners gathered directly above, creates the perfect conditions for Darius to finally shatter his prison. Why didn't you warn us?" Harry demanded, anger rising. We've been planning this ceremony for months. I believed the containment would hold, Blackthorn replied defensively. The binding transferred primary wardenship to you, strengthening the original protections. But something has been systematically weakening specific nodes in the containment network, subtle manipulations I didn't detect until recently. Someone with knowledge of the original systems, Luna deduced. Someone who's been working toward this moment for years. Our spy, Harry confirmed grimly. Working toward Darius's release all along. But who? Luna pressed. Who within Haven would have both the knowledge of ancient Avaloni's systems and motivation to free an imprisoned magical vampire? Blackthorn's projection flickered with what might have been uncertainty. There are possibilities I've considered. Darius was charismatic, persuasive. He had followers who believed in his vision of magical supremacy through power acquisition. Some may have survived in various forms. Various forms? Harry repeated skeptically. You're suggesting immortal followers active after thousands of years. Immortality takes many forms, Blackthorn replied. Consciousness transference. Magical stasis. Generational cults passing knowledge through bloodlines. I cannot know with certainty which method might have preserved his influence to the present day. Harry exchanged glances with Luna, both recognizing the implications extended beyond tonight's immediate crisis. Britain's Minister for Magic brought us this warning, Harry informed Blackthorn. She's provided specifications for containment enhancements that might prevent the ceremony from triggering Darius's release. Britain. Blackthorn's projection grew thoughtful. The magical governance that most strenuously opposed Haven's establishment. Interesting they would assist now. Hermione claims someone within Britain's government has been working toward this awakening as well, Luna added. Playing both sides against each other. If true, that suggests coordination beyond opportunistic sabotage, Blackthorn observed. A deliberate plan spanning years. Harry's patience with philosophical analysis was wearing thin. How do we stop it? Can the ceremony proceed with additional containment measures, or must we cancel entirely? Blackthorn considered this carefully. Properly implemented containment enhancements could theoretically allow the ceremony to proceed safely. But I would need to review the specifications to ensure they're genuinely protective rather than destructive. We're having our experts analyze them now, Harry assured him. But time is short. The delegates arrive in hours. Then we must act quickly, Blackthorn agreed. Bring these specifications to me immediately. And. He hesitated, then continued reluctantly, prepare contingencies should containment fail. If Darius breaks free, conventional magical defenses will prove ineffective. Only the island's primal magic, channeled through your binding, stands any chance of restraining him. You're talking about using me as a weapon against your brother, Harry observed flatly. I'm talking about your role as guardian, Blackthorn corrected firmly. The binding grants you control of Avaloni's defensive system specifically to counter threats like Darius. It's why the connection was created in the first place. The weight of this responsibility settled heavily on Harry's shoulders. 5 years of building Haven, of creating a magical society based on freedom and cooperation, only to discover it all rested atop an ancient prison, and that his true purpose might be combat rather than creation. We need to inform the council, he decided, turning toward the staircase. Luna, send patron uses to all members for emergency session. And have Neville double security around the ceremonial site immediately. As they prepared to depart, Blackthorn called after them, Guardian, there is one more thing you should know. About Darius's capabilities. Harry paused, looking back at the projection expectantly. My brother's particular magic allows him to sense and exploit division, emotional fractures, uncertain loyalties, unresolved conflicts. They become pathways for his influence once released. Your strongest defense, beyond the physical containment, is unity of purpose among your leadership. With that cryptic warning, Blackthorn's projection faded, leaving Harry and Luna to consider its implications as they hurried back toward Haven's central settlement. Unity of purpose had never been Haven's challenge, their shared vision had sustained them through 5 difficult years of establishment. But unresolved personal conflicts. Harry couldn't help thinking of his complicated feelings regarding Fleur and Maya, of other interpersonal tensions within Haven's leadership that remained unaddressed amid constant crisis management. If Blackthorn was right, such unresolved emotional territories could become battlegrounds should Darius break free. And with the sovereignty ceremony mere hours away, time for resolution was rapidly running out. Dawn broke over Haven with an unnatural stillness, as if the island itself held its breath in anticipation. The emergency council session had continued through the night, with Haven's leadership divided on how to proceed. Some advocated canceling the ceremony entirely despite the diplomatic repercussions. Others, including Harry, favored implementing the enhanced containment measures and proceeding as planned, arguing that international recognition provided protection too valuable to forfeit. In the end, they'd chosen a middle path. The ceremony would continue with significantly modified magical protocols, enhanced security, and evacuation contingencies should containment fail. Draco and Maya had worked through the night analyzing Hermione's specifications, confirming their protective intent while making adaptations to better integrate with Haven's existing systems. Now, as the first delegates began arriving for the historic recognition, Harry stood alone in the ceremonial amphitheater, connecting directly with the island's magic to implement the final containment enhancements. Through his binding, he could sense the chamber far below, and the disturbing magical presence within it, pulsing with increasing strength as the space above filled with magical practitioners from around the world. "Modifications complete," came Draco's voice from behind him. Harry opened his eyes, withdrawing from the deep magical connection. As much as possible without disrupting the ceremony itself. The containment should hold, provided nothing actively attempts to breach it from either side. Draco nodded, his aristocratic features showing the strain of the night's work. In the 5 years since seeking asylum in Haven, he'd become an invaluable member of the council, his knowledge of ancient magic and political maneuvering proving crucial during countless crises. Granger's specifications were surprisingly thorough, he acknowledged reluctantly. Almost as if the Department of Mysteries has been studying this specific containment system for years. "They probably have been," Harry replied, rising from his kneeling position beside the focus crystal. Hermione admitted Britain has had concerns about what might be awakening beneath Haven since the binding ritual. Their opposition to our sovereignty may have been motivated by genuine fear rather than simple political rivalry. "Not mutually exclusive motivations," Draco observed dryly. "Speaking of our esteemed visitor, what's her status for today's ceremony?" "Officially? Not present. Unofficially? Observing from a secured location under Neville's supervision. If containment fails, we'll need her knowledge of the department's research." Draco raised an eyebrow. "Trusting Granger with Haven's security? The world truly has changed." "Pragmatic cooperation in the face of greater threats," Harry corrected. "Something you understand better than most." The former Malfoy heir acknowledged this with a slight incline of his head. 5 years working alongside people he once considered enemies had taught them all something about reassessing old certainties. "The delegates have begun arriving," Draco noted, gesturing toward Haven's diplomatic reception area visible from the amphitheater's upper tiers. Fleur has her hands full with the Egyptian and Japanese representatives arguing over precedence in the recognition sequence. Harry smiled despite the tense circumstances. Some diplomatic challenges remained refreshingly mundane compared to imprisoned magical vampires. "I should head up there. Everything set here?" "As ready as possible," Draco confirmed. "Maya's implementing the final architectural enhancements to channel excess magical energy away from the containment chamber. George and Zabini are coordinating the security teams. Luna's." He hesitated, then shrugged, doing whatever Luna does. "Something involving protective amulets made from dirigible plum stones." "Don't dismiss her methods," Harry cautioned. "They've saved us more than once." "I've learned that lesson," Draco assured him. 5 years in Haven teaches even the most stubborn pureblood to reconsider what constitutes legitimate magic. As they exited the amphitheater, making their way toward the diplomatic reception area, Harry felt a subtle shift in the island's magical atmosphere, a tremor in the ley line network flowing beneath them. He paused, extending his senses through the binding to assess the disturbance. "Problem?" Draco asked, noting his hesitation. "Not sure," Harry replied, frowning as he probed deeper. "Something's changing in the containment chamber's resonance pattern. Not failing, but adapting somehow." "Adapting to what?" "To our modifications, possibly," Harry theorized. "Or responding to the increasing magical presence above. Either way, it suggests an intelligence actively working against containment, not just passive pressure building." Draco's expression darkened. "Meaning Blackthorn's brother is awake and actively testing his prison's weaknesses. We need to accelerate the ceremony," Harry decided. "Complete the recognition as quickly as possible, then evacuate the delegates before the magical resonance peaks." As they hurried toward the diplomatic area, Harry sent his Patronus ahead with instructions for Fleur to compress the ceremonial proceedings. If they could complete the official recognition before the containment destabilized completely, Haven would have international protection regardless of what followed. The diplomatic reception area buzzed with activity as representatives from over 50 magical nations gathered for the historic occasion. Elaborate robes from diverse magical traditions created a kaleidoscope of color and style, while translation charms allowed conversation to flow freely across language barriers. Harry spotted Fleur immediately, her silver blonde hair catching the morning light as she gracefully mediated between competing diplomatic interests. She looked up as his Patronus delivered its message, her expression shifting from polite diplomatic mask to focused determination. With a nod acknowledging his instruction, she began subtly reorganizing the ceremonial procession. "Harry," called Maya, approaching from where she'd been consulting with the American delegation. "Final adjustments to the amphitheater are complete. The crystal network should divert excess energy from the focal point above the chamber." "Good," Harry approved. "We're accelerating the timeline. The situation below is developing faster than anticipated." Maya's expression grew serious. "That explains the fluctuations I've been detecting in the ley line network. The underlying energy patterns are shifting, becoming more organized somehow." "Blackthorn's brother," Harry confirmed quietly, ensuring they weren't overheard. "He's actively responding to our containment efforts." "Then we should," Maya began, but was interrupted by a commotion at the entrance to the reception area. Harry turned to see Luna hurrying toward them, her expression unusually alarmed. "Harry! The monitoring system George created, it's detected something. The spy's magical signature just appeared near the amphitheater's lower access tunnels." "They're making their move," Harry realized. With all attention focused on the ceremony above, they're attempting to breach the containment directly. "Who?" Maya asked urgently. "Did the system identify them?" "Not precisely," Luna replied. "The signature is masked, but it's someone currently listed as within the diplomatic reception area. Someone who's supposedly here right now, but whose magical presence was just detected elsewhere." Harry quickly scanned the gathered dignitaries, mentally cataloging who should be present. "Get Neville and George. We need to locate exactly who's missing from where they're supposed to be." As Luna departed to find them, Harry turned to Maya. "Continue with the ceremony preparations. The recognition needs to proceed regardless of what's happening below. Haven's future security depends on completing this diplomatic process." "And you?" she asked, concern evident in her dark eyes. "I'm going to find our spy," he stated grimly. "Before they complete whatever they've been working toward for 5 years. Maya caught his arm as he turned to leave. "Harry, wait. If this confrontation is happening now, there's something I need to say first." Her expression softened with unexpected vulnerability. "In case things go badly." "Maya," he began, conscious of the crisis unfolding beneath them. "Just listen," she insisted. I've respected the complicated situation between you and Fleur. I've never pushed for clarity about us. But if we're facing a threat to everything we've built, I need you to know that Harry. Neville's voice cut through the moment as he approached rapidly, face grim with urgency. We've cross-referenced the magical signatures. There's only one person who appears to be in two places simultaneously. Who? Harry demanded, reluctantly turning from Maya's unfinished declaration. Neville's expression was pained as he answered, Luna. The declaration hit like a physical blow. That's impossible. Luna just spoke to us. She's getting you and George right now. No, Neville contradicted firmly. Luna's been with the Merepeople delegation for the past hour, coordinating their participation in the ceremony. I just confirmed it visually. Whoever spoke to you moments ago wasn't Luna. Harry's mind raced, reassessing the brief interaction, the unusual alarm in Luna's demeanor, the convenient timing pulling him toward the amphitheater, away from the diplomatic proceedings. It's a diversion, he realized aloud. They wanted to separate us, draw attention to the lower tunnels while something else happens here. But who could impersonate Luna convincingly enough to fool you? Maya asked, bewildered. The answer struck Harry with chilling clarity just as a magical tremor shook the ground beneath them, stronger than the earlier fluctuations, powerful enough that several nearby delegates looked around in alarm. Someone with ancient knowledge of consciousness transference, he answered grimly. Someone who's been hiding in plain sight for 5 years, gradually weakening Haven's defenses from within. Another tremor rattled the reception area, stronger still, sending glasses and decorative items crashing to the ground. Concerned murmurs spread through the diplomatic gathering as representatives exchanged worried glances. We need to evacuate, Neville decided immediately. Whatever's happening below is accelerating. No, Harry countered. We complete the recognition first. Get the ICW High Representative to perform the sovereignty acknowledgement immediately, abbreviated version, just the core magical binding. Then evacuate. As Neville moved to coordinate this adjusted plan, Harry extended his magical senses through the binding, searching for the true Luna's presence while simultaneously monitoring the disturbances beneath. What he discovered sent ice through his veins. Luna's distinctive magical signature was indeed near the Merepeople delegation, but it was weakening rapidly, as if being actively drained. Maya, find the real Luna and protect her, he ordered urgently. Someone's targeting her specifically, drawing off her magical energy. Why Luna? Maya asked, already moving to comply. Because she's the only one who might have sensed the deception, Harry realized. Her unique perception has always seen through illusions others miss. As Maya hurried toward the Merepeople section, Harry felt another, more violent tremor shake the island, this one accompanied by a surge of magical energy that flowed visibly through the crystal structures throughout Haven, momentarily overloading their capacity to channel power safely. Throughout the reception area, diplomats reacted with increasing alarm. Security teams moved into position, preparing for emergency evacuation protocols, while Fleur and Zabini attempted to maintain order through reassuring announcements about minor magical fluctuations. Harry knew they were far beyond minor fluctuations. Through his binding, he could feel the containment chamber below beginning to fracture, ancient wards stressed beyond their design limitations by whatever was happening inside. He needed to reach the chamber directly, to reinforce containment through his connection to the island's primary defenses. But first, he had to find the imposter, the spy who had compromised Haven's security for 5 years while disguised as someone they all trusted. His attention was drawn to the ceremonial amphitheater entrance, where delegates had begun moving for the accelerated recognition procedure. Among them, he spotted a familiar figure with silver blonde hair, not Fleur, who was visibly coordinating the diplomatic procession nearby, but Luna. Or someone wearing Luna's appearance. Harry moved through the crowd with purpose, his magic enhanced by the binding allowing him to bypass physical obstacles with unusual fluidity. As he approached, the false Luna turned, sensing his focused intent. For a moment, their eyes met across the gathering, and Harry saw recognition flash in those silver eyes, followed by something far more chilling, ancient, calculating intelligence that had never belonged to Luna Lovegood. Without warning, the impostor raised both hands toward the ceremonial amphitheater's central dome. A pulse of magical energy unlike anything Harry had ever witnessed erupted from their palms, not the directed force of conventional spellcasting, but raw power that seemed to distort reality itself around it. The pulse struck the amphitheater's main focus crystal, shattering Harry's carefully implemented containment modifications in an instant. The backlash of magical energy rippled outward, knocking delegates off their feet and creating visible cracks in the ground beneath the ceremonial area. Evacuation Protocol Alpha. Harry shouted, his voice magically amplified to reach every corner of Haven. All security teams activate emergency port keys. Chaos erupted as the diplomatic gathering dissolved into panic. Haven's security forces responded with practiced efficiency despite the unexpected crisis, activating emergency transportation networks to evacuate international delegates to safe locations outside the island's boundaries. Through the binding, Harry felt the containment chamber below give way completely, ancient wards collapsing as whatever had been imprisoned for millennia finally broke free. Magical energy surged through Haven's ley line network with catastrophic force, overloading crystal structures and defensive systems throughout the settlement. The false Luna, or whoever controlled that form, stood unnaturally still amid the chaos, a satisfied smile spreading across features that should have held only Luna's dreamy benevolence. As Harry fought through the crowd toward them, the impostor turned directly to face him. "Too late, Guardian," they called, voice still Luna's but intonation entirely foreign. "The awakening cannot be stopped now. My brother's prison has served its purpose, as containment, then as lure." Blackthorn, Harry realized with dawning horror. Not the warden, but the prisoner. You switched identities in our perception. The false Luna, now revealed as Darius Blackthorn somehow occupying or controlling Luna's form, smiled with terrible pleasure. A simple deception for one who mastered consciousness transference millennia ago. My brother makes a convincing prisoner, does he not? So noble in his constructed martyrdom, guiding you to bind yourself to an island designed not as his brother's prison, but as his brother's battery. Another violent tremor shook the island, this one powerful enough to collapse sections of the ceremonial amphitheater. Through the binding, Harry felt Haven's magical network shifting, power flowing in patterns he'd never detected before, all converging toward a central point beneath where they stood. The Avallone's binding, Harry realized aloud. It was never about containing you. It was about channeling power to you. 5 years of a guardian directing magical energy through perfectly designed conduits, Darius confirmed, gesturing expansively at the crystal structures throughout Haven. Establishing a thriving magical community above to generate ever more power below. Bringing the world's most powerful magical practitioners to my doorstep for the final surge. Elegant, is it not? Harry felt sick with the implications. Haven itself, everything they'd built, every innovation they'd created, had been designed as an elaborate magical harvesting system. And he, through his binding, had been its unwitting conduit. Why Luna? He demanded, stalling while attempting to assess options through his connection to the island's defenses. Why take her form? The seer? Darius laughed, the sound wrong coming from Luna's throat. She began sensing the truth months ago. Her unique perception penetrates deceptions others cannot see. She required special handling. Fury surged through Harry at the implied harm to his friend. Where is she? What have you done with her? Still alive, Darius assured him casually. Her energy feeds my final transformation. As will yours, Guardian, once you accept the inevitable. Harry felt another presence approaching rapidly, Fleur, pushing through the evacuating crowd toward them, one drawn and expression fierce. Ari, she called. The real Luna is unconscious but alive. Maya found her with the Mere People delegation. Darius sighed, seeming genuinely disappointed by the interruption. Always these emotional attachments. My brother suffered from the same weakness. They make such effective leverage, yet such inconvenient distractions. With a casual gesture that belied its terrible power, Darius sent a wave of force toward Fleur. Harry reacted instinctively, channeling the island's protective magic through his binding to create a shield between them. The energies collided with catastrophic force, creating a magical shockwave that radiated outward, shattering crystal structures and cracking stone foundations. Impressive, Darius acknowledged, studying Harry with new interest. The binding grants you greater access than I anticipated. Perhaps you'll prove more valuable as ally than battery, Guardian. Not interested, Harry replied coldly, maintaining the protective barrier around Fleur while extending it to encompass the remaining evacuees. Haven was created as sanctuary, not a power source for magical vampirism. Yet it functions beautifully as both, Darius observed. Did you never question why an island supposedly designed to contain me also channeled magical energy so efficiently? Why the binding that made you its guardian also connected you directly to its power networks? The prison and the battery were always the same system, just viewed from different perspectives. Another tremor shook the island, this one accompanied by a visible eruption of magical energy from the ground beneath the ceremonial area. The earth split open, revealing the chamber below, not the simple containment vault Harry had imagined, but an elaborate ritual space with Blackthorn's crystal sarcophagus at its center. From this sarcophagus rose a figure that mirrored the one Harry had seen in the northern chamber, physically identical to the Blackthorn he'd known as advisor, but radiating power that distorted the very air around him. My original form, Darius explained, gesturing toward the rising figure while still speaking through Luna's body. Preserved these thousands of years, awaiting sufficient magical energy for complete regeneration. Your binding provided the initial connection, your sovereignty ceremony, the final surge. The twin Blackthorns now stood before Harry, one possessing Luna's form, the other reclaiming his original body as magical energy continued flowing into it from Haven's overtaxed systems. And now? Harry demanded, maintaining his protective barrier around the remaining evacuees while Neville's security teams worked to transport them to safety. Now Avallones rises again, Darius declared. Not as sanctuary, but as nexus. A center from which magical power flows not freely, but directed. Controlled. Optimized under proper guidance. Stolen from those who generated it, Harry countered. Harvested against their will. Darius shook his head, seeming genuinely perplexed by Harry's objection. Power naturally concentrates, Guardian. Your modern magical society pretends otherwise, distributing authority through bureaucratic structures while the truly powerful remain constrained by artificial limitations. I simply acknowledge reality and perfect its expression. As they spoke, Harry felt Darius's control over Haven's magical network strengthening. The binding that connected Harry to the island was being systematically overridden, ancient protocols activated that bypassed his authority as guardian. More alarmingly, he felt his own magical energy being steadily drained, siphoned through the very connection that had empowered him for 5 years. The binding that made him Avallones' guardian was being weaponized against him, turning strength to vulnerability. You cannot resist this transformation, Darius stated, observing Harry's struggle to maintain both his protective barriers and his own magical integrity. The systems were designed from inception for my eventual return. Your binding simply activated dormant protocols, preparing Avallones for its true purpose. From the corner of his eye, Harry saw Neville coordinating the final evacuations, while Maya worked frantically to stabilize critical infrastructure throughout Haven. Most international delegates had been transported to safety, though several lay injured where magical backlash had struck before protective measures activated. Fleur remained closest, her wand tracing complex patterns as she attempted to counter the drain on Harry's magic through protective charms. Her efforts created momentary buffers, but Darius's control of the fundamental systems made conventional magical defenses increasingly ineffective. Your choice is simple, Guardian, Darius continued, his original body now fully manifested and glowing with absorbed power while Luna's form remained under his secondary control. Join me as lieutenant in the new magical order, or be consumed as fuel for its creation. Your considerable power would be valuable in either capacity. Harry felt his strength waning as the magical drain accelerated. Through the binding, he could sense Haven's residents suffering similarly, their magic being systematically harvested through the very structures that had made their community possible. The crystal network designed for channeling beneficial energy was being reversed, drawing power inward toward Darius rather than distributing it outward. "There is another option," came a new voice, Hermione's, as she approached from where Neville had been keeping her under supervision. "One your brother understood, even if you never did." Darius turned with mild curiosity toward the British minister. "Ah, the leader of the magical governance I'm currently displacing. I wondered when you would reveal your presence." "Not as minister," Hermione corrected firmly. "As someone who's spent years studying the original Avallones containment system. The Department of Mysteries has archives your brother contributed before your final confrontation, contingencies he created against exactly this scenario." Harry exchanged glances with Fleur, both recognizing that Hermione was attempting to buy time while the final evacuations completed. Through their years of adversarial relationship, he had learned to read her tactical approaches. "My sentimental brother," Darius scoffed. "Always preparing for failure instead of ensuring success. Whatever contingencies he designed were incorporated into this very island, now under my control." "Not all contingencies," Hermione countered. "Some were entrusted to magical lineages outside Avallones entirely. Families sworn to maintain specific knowledge against the possibility of your return." For the first time, uncertainty flickered across Darius's expression, both in his original form and Luna's controlled body. "You're bluffing," he decided after studying her. No such lineages could have maintained coherent knowledge through thousands of years of magical evolution. "The Department of Mysteries was founded specifically to preserve such knowledge," Hermione replied calmly. "Originally called the Guardians of Necessary Secrets, established by survivors of Avallones' fall. Their first and primary mandate, maintain vigilance against Lord Darius Blackthorn's potential return." This revelation clearly unsettled Darius, enough that his concentration wavered momentarily, creating an opening Harry had been desperately seeking. Through their binding, he had been systematically testing Darius's control over Haven's magical networks, searching for vulnerabilities in the ancient protocols being activated. What he discovered wasn't a flaw in Darius's control, but a fundamental truth about the binding itself. While Darius could override system functions, the emotional connection between Guardian and Island remained beyond his reach. The Avallones binding wasn't merely technical or magical, it was symbiotic in ways that transcended conventional understanding. "You've overlooked something critical," Harry stated, straightening despite the continued drain on his magic. "Something your brother understood that you never did." "And what might that be?" Darius asked, genuine curiosity momentarily overriding his focus on power consolidation. "Avallones isn't just a magical system," Harry replied, extending his awareness fully into the binding. "It's alive. Conscious in its own way. And it chooses its guardian through resonance, not just protocols." As Harry spoke, he reached not for the technical magical networks Darius now controlled, but for the deeper connection that had developed over 5 years between himself and the island itself. Not the power channels or defense systems, but the fundamental magical consciousness that Blackthorn had described during their first encounter. "Sentimental nonsense," Darius dismissed, though something in his tone suggested uncertainty. "Magical systems follow established parameters. They don't choose or feel anything." "Then you've spent thousands of years understanding only half of what magic truly is," Harry countered, feeling the island responding to his call, not through the compromised technical systems, but through emotional resonance impossible to override with technical control. The ground beneath them trembled again, but differently than before, not the violent disruption of Darius's emergence, but a more harmonious vibration that seemed to ripple through Haven's very foundation. Darius frowned, suddenly concerned as he sensed control slipping. "What are you doing?" "The protocols are clear, Guardian authority is secondary to Founder override." "I'm not using Guardian protocols," Harry explained, a smile spreading across his face despite his physical exhaustion. "I'm asking Avallones directly what it wants. Not commanding, not controlling, asking." To everyone's astonishment, the crystal structures throughout Haven, the network Darius had been using to harvest magical energy, began to pulse with light that opposed his influence. The rhythm matched Harry's heartbeat exactly, creating a counter-resonance that disrupted the forced channeling. Impossible, Darius hissed, his concentration now fully focused on maintaining control. The systems cannot defy fundamental protocols. Systems, no, Harry agreed. But Avallones itself? The magical consciousness that developed over thousands of years. That's something your protocols never accounted for. Through the binding, Harry felt something he'd never fully accessed before, not the technical magical networks he'd been trained to control, but the island's essential nature, its magical identity formed through centuries of existence. And that consciousness, awakened by his request rather than his command, recognized the difference between a guardian who served and a founder who exploited. Harry, Fleur called urgently. Whatever you're doing, Darius is losing control of Luna. Indeed, the false Luna's form was wavering, Darius's consciousness struggling to maintain dual presence as his control over Haven's systems deteriorated. Seeing this vulnerability, Hermione moved with surprising speed for a political leader, casting a specialized containment charm around Luna's body that seemed to disrupt Darius's possession further. Department of Mysteries Containment Protocol, she explained briskly. Specifically designed for consciousness transference interference. With Darius's attention divided between maintaining system control and preserving his secondary presence in Luna, Harry pressed his advantage, not through conventional magic, but through deeper communion with Avallones itself. Through the binding, he offered the island a choice rather than imposing his will, acknowledging its developed consciousness as partner rather than tool. The response was immediate and overwhelming. Throughout Haven, the crystal networks flared with blinding light as the island's magic expressed itself directly, rejecting Darius's harvesting protocols and responding instead to Harry's offered partnership. No! Darius roared, his original form now pulsing with unstable energy as the flow he'd been channeling reversed direction. The systems are mine. Designed by me. But the island evolved beyond your design, Harry countered, feeling strength returning as the magical drain ceased. It became more than protocols and parameters. It developed its own nature, its own preferences. And it prefers freedom to exploitation. Fury contorted Darius's features as he abandoned subtlety for raw power. With a gesture of concentrated force, he attacked Harry directly, not through magical systems now, but with pure destructive energy meant to eliminate the competing influence. Harry met the assault not with conventional shields or counterspells, but by opening himself completely to Avallones' consciousness. The island's magic flowed through him unrestricted, not as power to be directed but as partnership expressed. The energies collided where they met, creating a visible boundary between opposing magical philosophies, control versus cooperation, exploitation versus symbiosis. You cannot defeat me. Darius snarled, pouring more power into his assault. I am Avallones' creator, its true master. And that's your fundamental mistake, Harry replied calmly, despite the strain of channeling such immense magical forces. You see mastery where there should be stewardship. You demand where you should request. You take where you should exchange. As they remained locked in magical confrontation, Harry became aware of movement around them. Fleur and Hermione were coordinating efforts to free Luna from Darius's weakening possession. Neville had positioned Haven's remaining defense forces strategically around the confrontation area. Maya was working with the island's crystal network, reinforcing Harry's connection to Avallones' consciousness through architectural interfaces she uniquely understood. Most surprisingly, from the direction of the northern ruins came a new presence, Blackthorn himself, or rather, the brother who had been falsely presented as Darius. Free from the deception that had confined him to the crystal sarcophagus, he approached the confrontation with evident sadness rather than anger. Brother, he called to Darius. This ends now. Darius's concentration wavered at the unexpected appearance. How? You were contained in my place. A willing sacrifice, Blackthorn confirmed. When I realized I could not defeat you conventionally, I offered myself as decoy, allowing our allies to contain you while you believed you had imprisoned me. A deception made possible by our identical magical signatures as twins. This revelation clearly shook Darius more than anything preceding it. You surrendered your freedom voluntarily. For thousands of years. Why not simply destroy me? Because you are my brother, Blackthorn replied simply. And because I believed redemption remained possible, given sufficient time for reflection. The distraction provided the opening Harry needed. With Darius's attention divided between maintaining his assault and processing his brother's revelation, Harry reached through the binding to access Avallones' most fundamental defensive protocol, not the technical systems Darius had designed, but the island's evolved self-preservation instinct. Avallones, Harry called, not with his voice but through the binding itself. Show us your true choice. The response manifested immediately. Throughout Haven, the crystal network that formed the island's magical infrastructure pulsed with coordinated light, not the harvesting pattern Darius had activated, but a protective resonance that flowed outward from the island's core. The magic surrounded Darius's original form, containing rather than attacking, isolating rather than destroying. What is this? Darius demanded, his assault faltering as the island's magic encircled him. The island protecting itself, Harry explained. Not through protocols you designed, but through consciousness it developed. Avallones recognizes you as threat rather than creator. Darius struggled against the containment, but found his access to Haven's magical network systematically severed, not by Harry's command, but by the island's own determination. The magical consciousness that had evolved during thousands of years of dormancy now expressed its nature directly, rejecting the exploitation Darius represented. Impossible, he protested, genuine bewilderment in his voice. Systems cannot develop consciousness. Magic follows established parameters. Perhaps once, Blackthorn suggested gently. But magic itself evolves, brother. Avallones has become more than the sum of its designed functions, as has the guardian you attempted to use as battery. As Avallones' magic continued consolidating around Darius, Harry felt Luna's consciousness awakening as Darius's control over her form dissipated. Working with Hermione's specialized containment charms, Fleur completed the separation, freeing Luna from external influence. Harry, Luna called weakly as she regained awareness. The imposter, he's been hiding in plain sight for years. Influencing us all without our knowledge. We know, Harry assured her. And he's being contained now. Indeed, Darius found himself fully encapsulated within a crystal formation similar to the sarcophagus that had supposedly held his brother, but this containment generated directly by Avallones itself rather than imposed by external design. His expression registered shock, then calculation, then finally something approaching respect. Fascinating, he observed, studying the crystalline structure forming around him. The systems have genuinely evolved consciousness beyond parametric functions. An unexpected development worth further study. Not systems, Harry corrected firmly. Avallones itself. A magical entity you helped create but failed to respect. As the containment completed, Darius addressed his brother directly, will you take my place again? Another few thousand years of stasis while I contemplate my philosophical errors? Blackthorn shook his head. No, brother. This time, genuine containment rather than deception. And this time, with a guardian who understands stewardship rather than exploitation. The crystal structure solidified completely, sealing Darius within while maintaining his consciousness in a state similar to Blackthorn's previous condition, aware but unable to influence external reality. Through the binding, Harry felt Avallones establishing new containment protocols not based on Darius's original designs but emerging from the island's evolved magical consciousness. As the immediate crisis stabilized, Harry became aware of the devastation surrounding them. Haven's ceremonial amphitheater lay in ruins, crystal structures throughout the settlement showed fracture patterns from the magical overload, and the very ground beneath them had been altered by the confrontation, new formations emerging where magical forces had collided at highest intensity. More personally, he felt the exhaustion of channeling such immense magical energies. The binding with Avallones remained intact, strengthened, even, by their deeper communion, but the effort had depleted his personal reserves nearly completely. Harry. Fleur's voice reached him as his vision began to darken at the edges. He felt her arms supporting him as his knees buckled. Stay with us. The medical team is coming. The delegates, he managed weakly. The recognition ceremony. Successfully evacuated, came Hermione's voice from nearby. And witnessing everything that just occurred. I don't think formal recognition will be an issue after the magical world's representatives just watched you save Haven, and potentially the wider magical community, from an ancient threat. That was the last Harry heard before consciousness slipped away entirely, his depleted magic finally demanding the rest it required for recovery. Harry awakened to find himself in Haven's medical facility, sunlight streaming through crystal windows that refracted it into healing patterns developed through Avallones' ancient knowledge. He sensed immediately that several days had passed, his magical core gradually replenishing after the confrontation's immense demands. He's awake, came Luna's dreamy voice from nearby. Turning his head, Harry found her seated beside his bed, looking fully recovered from her own ordeal. The Raxperts have finally departed. Luna, he greeted hoarsely. You're all right. Quite well, she confirmed serenely. Though being partially possessed by an ancient magical vampire was distinctly unpleasant. I don't recommend it. Despite the circumstances, Harry found himself smiling at her characteristic understatement. How long was he controlling you? Not controlling exactly, Luna clarified. More like, influencing from a distance. Creating blind spots in my perception, subtle nudges in my decisions. He only attempted direct possession when he realized I was beginning to sense his presence. How long? Harry repeated gently. Luna's expression grew more serious. Since the Avallones' awakening. He used the ritual's magical surge to establish a connection to my consciousness, recognizing that my perceptive abilities posed the greatest threat to his deception. The revelation sent a chill through Harry despite the healing warmth surrounding him. 5 years. He was influencing Haven from within for 5 years, and none of us noticed. Not influencing all of Haven, Luna corrected. Primarily me, and through me, certain council decisions. Small adjustments to the island's development that gradually strengthened his position while weakening containment. Most of what we built was genuinely our creation, he simply ensured it would serve dual purposes when the time came. Before Harry could process these implications fully, the door opened to admit Fleur, whose face brightened visibly upon seeing him awake. Harry. She rushed to his bedside, taking his hand in hers without hesitation. Thank Merlin. The healers weren't certain when you would recover. How long was I unconscious? He asked, squeezing her hand gently. 3 days, she replied. Your magical core was dangerously depleted from channeling Avallones' consciousness directly. Even with the binding, it nearly overwhelmed your physical form. Worth it, Harry assured her. Haven. Recovering, Fleur reported. The damage was extensive but primarily to structures rather than people. Most residents were evacuated before the worst confrontation. Maya has been coordinating reconstruction, integrating new safety measures against similar magical exploitation. And the sovereignty recognition? Fleur's expression shifted to one of satisfaction. Unanimously approved by emergency session of the International Confederation. After witnessing Haven defend not just itself but potentially the wider magical world against an ancient threat, even Britain withdrew its objections. Britain? Harry repeated skeptically. Hermione actually acknowledged our sovereignty. With certain pragmatic conditions, came Hermione's voice as she entered the room. But yes, officially and permanently. Harry regarded his former friend with cautious curiosity. What kind of conditions? Primarily regarding magical cooperation on security matters, Hermione explained, remaining near the doorway rather than approaching directly. Notification protocols for major magical rituals that might affect cross-boundary stability. Regular consultation on containment monitoring for Lord Blackthorn, the real one, that is. Reasonable terms, Harry acknowledged, surprised by their moderation. The experience has been educational, Hermione admitted with uncharacteristic humility. Watching you channel an entire island's magical consciousness to protect both Haven and the wider magical community provided perspective that policy papers simply can't convey. Luna rose gracefully, offering her chair to Hermione. I'll inform the others that Harry's awake. They've been quite concerned. With a serene smile, she drifted from the room, leaving the three of them in momentarily awkward silence. Thank you, Harry said finally, addressing Hermione directly. Your warning about the containment chamber saved lives. And your Department of Mysteries protocol helped free Luna from Darius's influence. 5 years of studying Avallones's potential awakening finally proved useful, she replied with a ghost of her old academic satisfaction. Though I wish we'd shared information sooner rather than treating each other as adversaries exclusively. That works both ways, Harry pointed out. Your ministry spent years trying to dismantle Haven rather than exploring cooperative possibilities. True, Hermione acknowledged. Political imperatives often override logical approaches. But perhaps we've all learned something from this crisis. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Maya, Neville, and George, all bearing expressions of relief at seeing Harry conscious. The Sleeping Beauty awakens. George declared dramatically. Just in time to miss all the heavy reconstruction work. Convenient, that. Harry grinned despite his lingering weakness. Strategic planning on my part. How bad is the damage? Extensive but reparable, Maya reported professionally, though her eyes conveyed more personal concern. The ceremonial amphitheater will require complete rebuilding, and approximately 30% of the crystal network needs replacement. But the fundamental systems remain intact, and the island's magical stability has actually improved since the confrontation. Improved? Harry questioned, surprised. The communion you established with Avallones's consciousness seems to have harmonized certain conflicting elements in the magical infrastructure, Maya explained. Darius's original design prioritized power channeling over stability. The new configuration emerging since your intervention balances both more effectively. And security? Harry asked, turning to Neville. Significantly enhanced, Neville confirmed. With Darius properly contained and his influence removed from our systems, we've identified numerous vulnerabilities he had deliberately maintained. The new protocols are already being implemented, with Blackthorn's assistance. Speaking of our formerly imprisoned advisor, George interjected, he sends his regrets for the elaborate deception but hopes you'll continue consultations once you're recovered. Apparently there's extensive knowledge about Avallones he can share now that maintaining the containment facade is unnecessary. Harry nodded, though the revelation of Blackthorn's deception still troubled him. 5 years of guidance based on carefully constructed half-truths, how much of Haven's development had been genuinely their creation versus subtle manipulation? Reading his expression, Fleur squeezed his hand reassuringly. The foundation remains solid, Harry. Haven was built on principles of freedom and cooperation that withstood even Darius's attempts to subvert them. That is what ultimately saved us, not just your binding, but what the binding represented. Ironically, Hermione added thoughtfully, Darius may have inadvertently created exactly what he claimed to oppose, a magical community where power flows from cooperative relationship rather than hierarchical control. Haven's success directly contradicts his philosophy, even while utilizing his technical innovations. The observation provided unexpected comfort. Whatever Darius's intentions, Haven had evolved beyond his manipulations into something genuinely reflective of its founder's vision, a magical society based on freedom, cooperation, and respect for diverse magical traditions. There's something else you should know, Maya added, her expression growing more serious. The ICW recognition wasn't just approved, it was enhanced. Haven has been formally designated as a special magical protectorate, acknowledging both its sovereignty and its unique role in magical security. Meaning? Harry prompted. Meaning international recognition of the Avallones binding and your role as guardian, Hermione explained. The first time modern magical governance has formally acknowledged such a relationship between wizard and magical territory. The implications were significant, not just political recognition for Haven, but magical acknowledgement of the unique bond between Harry and Avallones. After 5 years of Britain claiming the binding was dangerous, illegitimate, or merely mythological, international magical authorities had officially recognized its validity and importance. "I should let you rest," Hermione said, rising from her chair. "The British delegation departs tomorrow, and there are diplomatic formalities to complete now that Haven is officially recognized." "Thank you," Harry said again, with genuine gratitude despite their complicated history. "For the warning, and for withdrawing Britain's opposition." Hermione paused at the doorway, something of their old friendship briefly visible in her expression. "Some conflicts transcend political disagreements, Harry. Whatever else has happened between us, I'd like to think we can still recognize when cooperation serves the greater good." After she departed, the others gradually followed, George to oversee security system restoration, Neville to coordinate with international magical authorities still present for the recognition proceedings, Maya to continue reconstruction efforts. Eventually, only Fleur remained, still holding Harry's hand as afternoon light shifted through the crystal windows. "You should rest too," Harry suggested, noting the signs of exhaustion beneath her composed exterior. "You've been coordinating diplomatic responses for days while I've been unconscious." "I'm not leaving," she stated simply, with the quiet determination that characterized her approach to everything important. "Not until we've addressed what nearly went unsaid." Harry felt a tightening in his chest that had nothing to do with magical depletion. "Fleur, 5 years, Harry," she continued softly but firmly. 5 years of building Haven together. Of facing threats side by side. Of deferring personal considerations for the greater mission. Her blue eyes held his with unwavering focus. "Watching you confront Darius, nearly losing yourself to save everyone, it clarified what truly matters." "What matters?" he echoed, though he already knew, had known for years, really, beneath the constant pressures of leadership and crisis management. "Us," she replied simply. "Whatever form that takes. Whatever complications the binding creates. I choose a future with you, Harry Potter, Avallones connection and all." The declaration hung between them, not a question demanding answer, but a truth finally acknowledged after years of tacit understanding. In its wake, Harry felt something shift within the binding itself, as if Avallones responded to emotional resolution with its own subtle harmonization. "I choose you too," he said finally, the words carrying the weight of years of unspoken feelings. "I always have, really. Even when circumstances made it seem impossible." Fleur's smile transformed her already beautiful face, releasing tension he hadn't fully recognized until it dissolved. Leaning forward, she pressed her lips to his, not the desperate kiss before his binding ritual years ago, but something deeper, more certain, rich with shared history and promised future. When they separated, Harry found himself smiling despite everything they'd endured. "What about Maya?" he asked, addressing the unspoken complication. "We've talked," Fleur replied, surprising him. "During your recovery. She cares for you deeply, but recognized something between us that predates her arrival. She's chosen to focus on the architectural partnership that makes her truly happy, while supporting our relationship in her own way." The graceful resolution touched Harry deeply. In the midst of crisis and rebuilding, these remarkable women had found time to address emotional complexities with maturity and mutual respect, something he doubted his younger self would have managed nearly as well. "So what happens now?" he asked, encompassing in the simple question everything from personal futures to Haven's continued development. "Now," Fleur replied with quiet confidence, "we build something even better than before. Haven as it was meant to be, free from manipulation or hidden agendas. A truly sovereign magical nation, internationally recognized and internally unified." Through the binding, Harry felt Avallones' approval, not as conscious thought but as harmonious resonance between island and guardian, reinforcing their mutual purpose. Whatever Darius had intended, his actions had ultimately strengthened rather than weakened the connection between Harry and the magical consciousness he served. "I like the sound of that," Harry agreed, squeezing Fleur's hand as weariness began overtaking him again. "Building something better. Together." As he drifted back toward healing sleep, Harry felt Fleur's continued presence beside him, a tangible promise that whatever challenges arose next, they would face them not as isolated individuals, but as partners in the truest sense. After years of betrayal and forced self-reliance, he had found not just a new home, but a new way of being, connected rather than isolated, strengthened by relationships rather than burdened by them. Haven had begun as escape from betrayal, evolved through crisis and manipulation, and emerged finally as what its name had always promised, a true sanctuary where magic flourished through cooperation rather than control. Not perfect, certainly, but genuine in its foundations and purpose. And for a boy who had spent his childhood locked in a cupboard, his adolescence manipulated by greater powers, and his early adulthood betrayed by those he trusted most, that authentic belonging represented victory more meaningful than any sovereignty ceremony could formalize. Through the binding, Harry felt Avallone's agreement, a magical consciousness that had similarly transformed from tool to partner, from designed system to evolved entity. Together, they would write the next chapter of magical history, not as weapon and wielder, but as guardian and home, protecting the freedom they had both finally, genuinely achieved. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.